This fella, Zhang shook his head as he looked at the mess Nangong had caused. He shouted back, "Hey, old man surnamed Nangong, don't you think you're a little too old to play this kind of competition?" Ha 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 ha, Nangong laughed out loud. His voice sounded slightly altered due to his current state. "Come on man, don't say that. You and I are the top two strength-based soul evolvers in the entire faction. What's wrong with competing a little? Besides, I'm only a little over 40 this year. Considering I can live over 120 years in theory, I haven't even reached a third of my life. How is that being a little too old, em?" After chatting with Zhang De and handing him several things that Bai Zemin wanted to give him, had not had the opportunity to do so due to circumstances. Zhang De rejected the active skill-scaled lizard transformation, despite knowing how powerful it was after learning that it was a skill that, while it granted great power to the user in the initial stages of evolution, would eventually become quite useless, as over time the natural body would become strong enough to withstand bullets, agile enough to move faster, and eventually more powerful enough to make every blow deadly. Zhang De thought the same as Bai Zemin. He did not think it was a smart thing to occupy a valuable active skill rune just like that for the sake of gaining some immediate power. Besides, Zhang De was already powerful enough as he was and did not need power boosts at the cost of his own future. If the situation was pressing, then the case would be different. But since his life did not depend on it, then there was no need to rely on such a skill. However, when Bai Zemin asked Nangong if he wanted the skill, the man did not even hesitate for a second and agreed immediately. This surprised Bai Zemin a bit as he believed that Nangong was a reasonable person who would also refuse the skill. But in response to this, Nangong simply smiled mysteriously and told him that in the future he would understand the reason why he made such a decision. In the end, Nangong was left with the scaled lizard transformation skill, and even though he had not yet evolved to the dragon transformation stage, it was only a matter of time. Zhang De rolled his eyes and did not respond to Nangong's words. Nangong was currently level 25 and had already entered the First Order. The three soul evolvers he was facing were all level 25, but had not broken the threshold yet, so from the beginning there was no hope for them to win the fight. Instead of getting annoyed with Nangong, Zhang De looked at the two enemies in front of him and suggested for the second time, "I said it before the battle starts, and I will repeat it again, but this will be the last time. Surrender obediently and become subordinates of our Legion leader. All the benefits you have now will probably be improved in the future. Even you, who lost a limb, will have hope of regaining it when our group's main healer becomes powerful enough." Zhang De was a person who by default preferred not to talk too much unless necessary. His temper was also not very good, and when he got upset he would immediately destroy the heads of his enemies. However, in this case, he was quite reasonable. First-order existences, regardless of the purity of one's soul power, were undoubtedly treasures for mankind. Even in the Transcendent faction, which greatly encouraged human evolution, there were only around 15 First-Order humans, of which most were barely level 25 with normal jobs. If possible, Bai Zemin wanted to attract as many soul evolvers as possible, and accordingly, his fighters tried repeatedly to lure the enemy to their side. Of course, most of them refused the offer and slowly began to be slaughtered. More than 370 soul evolvers had arrived from Baekwin camp, along with more than 3,000 armed soldiers. However, the armed soldiers were being held at bay with relative ease by 500 soul evolvers from the Transcendent faction, and only 180 of them were enough to face the enemies that numbered more than twice as many as they did. Hao Zhang and Yi Jiao looked around, observing the diverse battlefields after hearing the enemy's offer before them, now with different thoughts and feelings than when they heard it for the first time. What awaited Hao Zhang and Yi Jiao was an even greater shock when they saw that the enemy was slowly, but surely overwhelming Baekwin camp's forces. Although the soul evolvers of Baekwin camp were fighting mostly in groups of 3 against a single enemy, the average level of the enemy was higher. Moreover, while half of the soul evolvers from Baekwin camp wore armor and swords, all of the enemy soul evolvers carried swords, spears, armors, bows, even magic staffs. In fact, more than half of the enemies had at least 1 or 2 treasures with them that increased their stats. Due to the extremely severe rules of the Baekwin camp, all treasures had to be handed over to the base no matter what, so all the good stuff always fell into the hands of the strongest soul evolvers, or the higher-ups who, despite being just normal humans, wanted to show off to the rest, as they considered the treasures coming from the soul record as a kind of object to show their status and natural power. On the other hand, even though the treasures found by the soul evolvers of the Transcendent faction also had to be handed over first, In the end, 90% of the treasures were divided among everyone, so no one was really suffering a real loss, considering that they enjoyed countless benefits for being part of the faction and adhering to its rules. Unlike Bai Yang and Jin Shun, Bai Zemin did not fear that the soul evolvers of his faction would turn around to bite him in the ass one day. This was because the power difference was too great, and even if his 700 subordinates magically decided to betray him, at the end of the day they would all end up dead. Moreover, Bai Zemin firmly believed that a true leader was not one who oppressed by force but one who led the troops to victory while earning the loyalty and respect of the people. Forced rule never had a good ending, and the history books were irrefutable proof of this fact. Hao Zheng and Yi Jiao realized that slowly, all the battlefields were tilting in favor of the enemy faction. But worst of all, there were two people on the enemy side who had yet to step forward and act. Standing on the main branch of the only standing tree, right in the center of the whole mess, two beautiful women looked down as if they were supreme goddesses disdaining mortals. The tree was completely frozen and had been transformed into a huge ice statue that towered over 250 meters into the sky. The ice carambans occasionally fell slowly to the ground before disappearing, as if they had never existed. The most terrifying thing, however, was undoubtedly that regardless of how powerful the shockwave or stray magic attack that hit the tree was, nothing managed to destroy the ice that covered it. Zhang De followed the gaze of the two soul evolvers of the enemy faction and immediately understood their thoughts. Forget it, you two. Those two women are too powerful to join this kind of petty battle. If one of them made a move, it would all be over too quickly, and our Legion leader's objective would never be fulfilled, he said indifferently. The two women who had yet to step forward were naturally Shangyuan Bingzhu and Evangeline. Both women's expressions were indifferent and ice cold. Not the slightest emotional fluctuation could be seen in their eyes as they watched the scene unfolding before them. Regardless of whether an enemy or an ally fell, neither seemed to care at all. Shangyuan Bingzhu was currently level 46 and Evangeline was level 41, barely above Chenhe. However, the power of both of them was far beyond what the levels said. In Evangeline's specific case, even her stats did not represent her full power as her own personal prowess, and combat experience promoted her true power to new heights. Just as Hao Zheng and Yi Jiao were hesitating over what to do, a shrill cry coming from a few hundred meters away attracted everyone's attention. That cry basically sealed the fate of the battle of soul evolvers. On a battlefield far away from the rest, Kai Jingyi held a dagger in her left hand and dexterously parried the enemy's sword before her. This enemy was a man whose power scale was First Order level 35. Compared to Kai Jingyi's level 27, the difference was quite big. However, the levels could also not be used to measure Kai Jingyi's actual strength. In fact, Zhang De's overwhelming physical strength aside, Kai Jingyi was many times more dangerous than him, even though they both possessed a similar level. While in her left hand she held a dagger to parry the enemy attack, Kai Jingyi's right hand held a second dagger. The shape of this second one was a bit strange as the blade had several curves, which gave it an appearance similar to a snake slithering silently as it stalked its prey. You actually wield two. The enemy soul evolver spoke with some difficulty as a thin trickle of blood fell from the corner of his mouth and stained his leather armor. This soul evolver's leather armor was some of the best that the blacksmith of Bai Yang's faction could offer, so it was naturally rank 1. However, it only gave 180 points of defense. It was a piece of equipment that had barely made it into rank 1. That seems to be the case, Kai Jingyi replied with a faint smile on her face. Contrary to the kind smile on her face, the coldness in her eyes did not reflect kindness at all. Moreover, the fact that her second dagger was deeply plunged into the enemy's heart did not reflect the same emotion as her smile either. Blue lightning flashed intermittently over Kai Jingyi's body, illuminating her figure for an instant. Swoosh! Before the enemy could even utter another word, Kai Jingyi pulled out the dagger from his heart and spun his body nimbly. After completing a 360-degree turn in an instant, her left leg swung out like a whip and fiercely struck the right side of the enemy's face. Bang! The soul evolver working for Bai Yang was sent flying more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. His body shuddered a couple of times, but in the end, it was only a last-second struggle, as in the next instant Kai Jingyi received the enemy's soul power. The rank 1 armor with 180 defense points meant nothing against Kai Jingyi's rank 1 treacherous dagger, which granted her 490 physical attack points. Only 17 extra stat points even though I defeated someone almost 10 levels above me. Kai Jingyi pouted and kicked the ground as she said, "What a crappy soul power this person had, for goodness sake." It was as if the fact that she had just defeated not only in combat, but also killed a soul evolver who was 8 levels above her was no big deal, and the only thing she was really worried about, and the cause of her grumpiness, was the fact that the amount of stats obtained was pitifully low due to the inferior purity of the enemy's soul power. Backslash 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 backslash. Mass release 1010 done. I hope you enjoyed the chapters. Really thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 425, Despair. With the fall of the level 35 Soul Evolver belonging to Baekwin Camp's side, the fall of the rest of the Soul Evolvers was only a matter of time. After all, even though Baekwin Camp had a first-order Soul Evolver more than the enemy, this was only because those two women who watched everything indifferently from the ice tree had not yet made their move. Worse yet, the enemy leader and those two unknown people standing next to him were not even present. The original idea was to defeat the enemy army by making use of numbers and weapons power. However, things did not always turn out as one had intended. Forget about defeating the enemy before their terrifying leader arrived. They would probably all be buried here today. A first-order soul evolver named Xiao Feng, whose level had reached 27 and was currently facing Fu Zufeng, went into invisibility mode, taking advantage of the opportunity presented to him when everyone, including his enemy, was distracted for a moment. However, instead of fleeing, what Xiao Feng did was to move a little away from the battlefield and whisper in a stiff voice into the intercom he was holding. "Mayor Bai, I'm afraid I don't have good news." In the command center, the faces of Commander Jin Shun and Mayor Bai Yang were pale as they watched the monitors before them. There were previously more than 200 cameras placed at different points in the ruined city. They had even sent a group of soul evolvers to hold back the beasts on the outer perimeter of the forest while placing cameras around the area as well. However, at this point, there were over 60 cameras that had been lost, so all that could be seen on the monitors was a bunch of faded black, white, and gray streaks. But with the 150 or so cameras left, it was enough for hell to break loose in the eyes of the two top leaders of Baekwin Camp. "Who was that person?" Shen Mei muttered in astonishment as she saw Chen He flashing like a ghost, appearing and disappearing. When he appeared, he would turn into the flames of chaos that destroyed everything in his path, and when he disappeared, he was the bane of his enemies that wouldn't let them sleep in peace. Such a powerful soul evolver should not be completely unknown. Shen Mei believed that, with the power that the archer of the enemy side was showing, Jin Shun and Bai Yang should have gotten some information about him. On camera number 5, an IFV who was desperately struggling in an attempt to hurt the enemy was turned into a huge burning fireball after receiving several magic arrows and exploding. However, the enemy archer was not in good condition either. The talented archer's movements were becoming increasingly stiff. His movement speed had dropped by at least 20%, and the power of his attacks, as well as the speed at which he attacked, had dropped tremendously. Bai Yang took a deep breath to calm himself and said in a deep voice, "That archer's name is Chen He. According to reports, he has been with Bai Zemin since the beginning of the apocalypse and is one of his closest subordinates. He was even conferred important titles and is in charge of a large army of armed men." Regarding his power, before this, it was basically unknown, as very rarely was he forced to unleash himself on an enemy, so he mostly uses normal arrows or smaller caliber bullets to finish them off. "I see." Shen Mei simply nodded and turned her gaze back to the monitors. "It looks like this person named Chen He won't be able to hold out much longer." One didn't need to be a soul evolver to notice the clear drop in the enemy's demonstration of power. Even the two normal people inside the command center noticed it. This Chen He should be the third strongest soul evolver under Bai Zemin's command. Commander Jin Shun analyzed in a serious voice. "If we can take him down here, it will be a big shock to the enemy morale." "But what about Bai Zemin then?" This question was asked by Shen Mei again. "Bai Zemin disappeared after making that attack and even took that woman with him." Mayor Bai Yang replied with some relief. "Now that I remember, that woman seemed to be named Nangong Lingxin, and her main skill is a magic barrier. Maybe she was the one who stopped the previous attack and received a backlash as a result." Although it was not very reliable, Bai Yang's words greatly relaxed Jin Shun and the two soul evolvers who were protecting him at all times. As for Shen Mei, she remained indifferent about the winner or loser. As long as she wasn't too much prejudiced, everything would be fine. However, there is something I don't understand. Shen Mei quietly inquired as she looked at the monitors in an attempt to locate the now missing archer. If that young man named Chen He is the third strongest of the enemy faction, then who is the second? Chen He's power could be categorized as terrifying in a single word. With his current power, he was literally capable of taking on a large battalion of soldiers or a small ironclad battalion, and he was proving it live and direct. That person would be a beautiful young lady named Shangyuan Bingzhu. It was the commander of the military army who answered this time. His slightly excited voice sounded inside the command center. That woman is not only beautiful like a heavenly fairy, but also possesses a power capable of scaring ghosts. Then, as if realizing something, he said with a hint of regret in his voice, "A pity. A young, beautiful, and talented woman falling to nothing more than a bandit's dog." The same as Bai Yang, Jin Shun had sent some people to investigate the enemy camp, so it could not be said that he was completely uninformed. When Jin Shun saw the picture that one of his spies had secretly managed to take of Shangyuan Bingzhu, he felt his whole body go soft. Never in his entire life had he ever seen a woman as beautiful as she was, beautiful to the point where there were no words to say but plenty to feel. Unfortunately, Jin Shun was not an idiot. According to reports, Shangyuan Bingzhu practically disdained almost all men to the point where she would not give them a single look, and as if that were not enough, her power could only be described as bellicose. A character like her who was arrogant and proud as well as extremely powerful would definitely not completely submit to any man. It was impossible for Jin Shun to even dream of holding her captive for him. After all, soul evolvers possessed all sorts of mysterious skills, and as long as they were given enough time, they could recover their mana and stamina to 100%, becoming killing machines once again. Shangyuan Bingzhu, Shen Mei blinked and muttered under her breath, "Where did I hear that name before? Besides, also beautiful and arrogant." Just then, one of Bai Yang's intercom lights lit up, and immediately afterwards, a low, anxious voice reached everyone's ears. "Mayor Bai, I'm afraid I don't have good news." "Xiao Feng, what's happening?" Bai Yang's expression changed after recognizing the voice of one of his strongest men, and for some reason he felt a bad premonition in his heart. The number of enemy soul evolvers greatly exceeds what we had estimated at the beginning. They numbered around 700 at the start of the battle. "What?" Bai Yang and Jin Shun shouted at the same time with their eyes wide open. Both men saw the disbelief in each other's eyes when they heard the news. Shen Mei and the other two soul evolvers looked at each other as they gasped in shock. 700 soul evolvers. One had to know that Baekwin camp had approximately 20,000 survivors, of which approximately 7,000 were part of the military troops or police forces. Of course, of these 7,000, only about 2,000 of them were real experts with real training. The rest were just recruited survivors, and the hit rate of these people did not exceed 20% at 100 meters distance with a rifle. In fact, some were even worse than that. The high command of Baekwin camp had tried to recruit as many as possible, and although they also recruited and encouraged some soul evolvers, the truth was that they did not focus too much on this, so they barely counted around 400 soul evolvers in total. 400 was not a small number, however. Compared to the 700 enemy soul evolvers, the difference was more than noticeable. But this was not the main problem. The main problem was that the enemy camp didn't even have 10,000 people. How on earth did this Bai Zemin and his trusted subordinates manage to make those cowardly survivors dare to fight against zombies and beasts in melee? It was the question that everyone had in their hearts. Although Bai Yang and Jin Shun knew perfectly well that the soul evolvers were the future of mankind, and that the more they controlled the better their future would be, the truth was that both men were aware of the saying, "If you try to bite off more than you can chew, you will choke." The mayor and the commander were cautious and rather smart people. They feared that they would not be able to properly control the soul evolvers. They feared that the faithful dog would one day notice that their teeth were sharp enough to make the master suffer and would turn around to bite them. Therefore, even though both men knew that soul evolvers were the way to go, for fear of losing everything overnight, they decided, as if by prior agreement, to close their eyes and focus mostly on training and fostering troops equipped with modern weaponry while maintaining a small troop of soul evolvers. The one who focused more on soul evolvers between Bai Yang and Jin Shun was naturally the mayor, as he somehow needed to balance himself against the power of the commander's armored forces. "Xiao Feng, The soul evolver who had started the communication hurriedly continued, Mayor Bai, Wang Yang was killed. Our soul evolvers are being slaughtered one after another, and for each enemy killed 4 or 5 of our own fall first. In addition, they have more first-order beings, but there are 2 women who have not even moved or attacked even a single time. Even though these 2 women appear to be just normal humans, the look of confidence in their eyes as well as the slight disdain when my eyes met theirs for a moment suggests that these 2 women are anything but weak. What is this? Ice. From where? The more they hear Xiao Feng's words, the more the people in the command room within the base's inner core were shocked and frightened. Before they realized it, Xiao Feng's voice could no longer be heard. Commander Jin. Bai Yang looked at the fat man beside him with a deadly serious expression and said with slight despair, I'm afraid we underestimated the enemy. If we don't put aside our differences completely, then this very day next year really will be the anniversary date of our death. The military army commander of Bakwin Camp remained silent for a moment as he heard this before finally gritting his teeth, and as if there was quite a decision, he looked at the 2 soul evolvers in charge of his personal security before ordering in a deep voice, Hu Xiang, Zhu Kai. Support the armed troops and take down the enemy archer no matter what it takes. The 2 soul evolvers whose level averaged 40 looked at each other. They both saw the hesitation in each other's eyes, which was understandable considering that things were far from good for the side they were fighting for. However, remembering that they had family and Jin Shun could use it to threaten them, they had no choice but to submit and nod obediently. Just as this was happening, Shen Mei pointed to a particular monitor and said in surprise, that lecherous dog Mozan is finally there. He's apparently eyeing the archer instead of Bai Zemin. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 426, Death Danger. Mozan makes his appearance. Chen He was literally crushing the enemy before him. Whatever the other side tried, everything was somehow countered by him. The enemy tried to use concentrated bombardment in different areas in an attempt to finish him off by blocking all escape routes, but nothing was helpful. Like a cunning fox, Chen He used his agility and sharp reflexes to find the optimal spot to move to in the shortest possible time, used the unfamiliar terrain to his advantage, and even forced the enemy to stop the bombardment when too many allied units were in danger of being engulfed by the bombardment. One shot was all they needed to win. Both Chen He and the enemy knew that one shot would mean the end of everything. The foot soldiers or the infantrymen mounted on the fierce war machines that took advantage of the heavy weaponry believed that eventually the numerical advantage would lead them to victory. But it turned out that this could not be further from the cruel and crude reality. The interior of the ruined city was virtually unrecognizable and now truly lived up to the name the survivors of Baekwon Camp had given it. There were hardly any complete buildings, and those that were still barely standing were in such a bad state that a mere breath could knock them down. A group of soldiers consisting of about a dozen infantrymen, among which were 2 level 12 and 13 soul evolvers, was slowly advancing down one of the streets in the northwest area. "Where is he?" whispered one of the soldiers as he blinked in an attempt to make the bead of nerve-induced sweat that was creeping down his left eyelid go away. His teammates did not respond. They were all extremely tense. They had seen with their own eyes what this demon could do with his arrows and how fast he was able to move. None of them were fooled by the enemy's handsome appearance. To do such a thing, to judge him by his youth alone, would be no different from digging their own graves. The way they gripped their firearms was no longer as confident and light as at the beginning. This was visible by how their arms occasionally trembled, and how their fists were white due to the difficulty with which the blood circulated through their veins because of the strength they used. The grips of their firearms were covered with sweat from their palms, proof enough that this was not a place they wanted to be in nor a situation they were comfortable with. To avoid being finished off by the enemy so easily, so that they would have more chances to at least hurt the other side, the leaders of larger squads had decided to split their teams into no less than 12 men per group. "I still don't think splitting up is a good idea," the same man from before continued speaking. He simply couldn't stay silent. Only by talking could he quell those nerves that threatened to drive him to madness. No one blamed him for this. Many felt the same way. When death lurked, and you knew it was there even when you were not able to see it, only at that moment you could understand how precious life was, your life. The arrows of the enemy have a great destructive range. The higher-level soul evolver replied in a low voice as he pointed to a ruined building with his eyes before walking there with his team following closely behind. If we don't split up into smaller groups and stay all together, a single shot from that archer will wipe out hundreds. Many brothers have died so far because of that. That was one of the terrors of facing Chen He, wanting to use numbers to overwhelm him. Unlike traditional arrows that only hit a single target in most cases, his arrows created from his own mana were capable of creating 10-meter craters when they hit the ground, and every living thing around them simply turned into a pile of meat paste. Even those farther away could not elude the resulting fast-moving shock wave. So far, more than 600 men had been killed by Chen He, while approximately 2,000 of them had received wounds that kept them unable to return to the battlefield. Terrifying numbers for a battle that had only lasted a little more than 30 short minutes. Worse than that, the real losses had yet to come to light, and that was not counting the amount of ammunition expended as well as the amount of weaponry that could no longer be used after being partially or completely destroyed. The group of 12 men walked into the building, stopping for a moment after walking past the large shattered glass door. All that was inside, apart from broken glass scattered on the floor and dried bloodstains, was a completely empty reception room. The luxurious lights that in normal times illuminated the great hall were out, so the soldiers could only rely on the sunlight that penetrated beyond the door behind them and from the large windows above. The level 13 soul evolver waved his hand and advanced as he raised his Type 95 assault submachine gun to eye level. His team soon followed, not noticing that a silhouette was hanging from the ceiling like a spider, as it observed them with cold eyes like a predator eyeing its prey. Bang! A cold wind from the forest blew strongly, causing one of the broken window frames to sway and hit the wall hard. This caused the men under pressure to panic, and they quickly turned their bodies in that direction while preparing to fire immediately. It was clear from the fact that they did not fire in panic that these men were soldiers with real military training, and not a group of normal survivors who had been given some guns. Chen He, who was clinging tightly to the candlestick, seized the opportunity and dropped down while picking up the dagger he previously held with his mouth. It was just a flash, they didn't see it coming. His dagger flashed in the middle of the darkness like lightning in the middle of the night, and in just a blink of time, 11 of the 12 men were killed. All of them had cuts in their throats, so no matter how much it hurt, or how hard they tried, all they could do was unconsciously drop their weapons in order to hold on to their bleeding necks. Chen He was fast enough not to fear firearms as long as he was aware of the danger. Unfortunately, after fighting and rushing for so long, his condition was no longer the same as before. Not only did the stress of knowing that one mistake would lead him to the eternal grave weigh on his head at all times, but his stamina had also been exhausted and dropped below 60%, while his mana had been drained by more than 80%. That remaining 20% of mana was something Chen He wanted to save for times of crucial need, so he stopped using his bow and started hunting groups of soldiers one by one. This was group number 4 in his count. Although the magic arrows that Chen He's oak reflex bow could generate were powerful, the consumption of mana was not something to scoff at, even more so for someone like Chen He, whose main stat had always been agility. There were several minor bloody injuries on his body, proof enough that the current him could no longer continue in the same manner as before. There were several occasions in which he had no choice but to activate his treasures to save life, or else the insignificant grazes that had practically already closed completely would be more than just insignificant grazes. To begin with, Chen He was never arrogant enough to think that he could completely decimate the enemy, an enemy which had enough troops and armament to build a battalion of 10,000 men with ease. His goal was to wipe out as many as possible, buy time for the team of soul evolvers in the rear, and let them finish their battle before joining him. That was also precisely why Chen He had decided to save his strength and started to hunt slowly instead of trying to overwhelm a clearly intelligent enemy. If the enemy did not disperse, then everything could be workable. But now that the army commanders realized his weakness, Chen He had no choice but to adapt and change tactics. These were the difficulties of facing an intelligent being. This was the clearest difference between a human capable of reasoning and adapting, quickly compared to an unreasoning zombie or a beast that only charged madly forward with the sole objective of devouring no matter what the cost. The problem with Chen He's current style was that he needed to finish off the enemy before they alerted the rest of their allies, or else his life would become hell again. Unfortunately, the last enemy survivor was a level 13 soul evolver. Even if the difference between the two was colossal, even if this soul evolver was an unignorable ant to Chen He or anyone of his caliber. A soul evolver was still a soul evolver, and each of them possessed their own skills. This particular soul evolver turned out to be the nemesis of the current Chen He, because he possessed the passive skill danger sense. A chill ran from the tip of his head to the tips of his toes. His mind screamed danger. The soul evolver didn't even try to turn around. He knew there was no point in doing such a thing. On the contrary, he held tightly to his Type 95 assault submachine gun and swung it behind him as he pulled the trigger without even worrying about hitting the target or not. At this point, he could only rely on luck. Too bad the difference in levels between the two beings was so great that something like luck had no room to intervene. Chen He's body swayed strangely, and under his feet, the floor seemed to be tinged with white as countless pigeon feathers appeared, forming a path for him to walk past. The bullets passed beyond him, a few barely leaving small bloody scratches on his face. Nothing to worry about, they would heal soon. Swoosh! It was only an instant, a second, or maybe two at most. That was how long the burst of shots lasted before the soul evolver fell to the floor while clutching his stabbed heart, before looking at his enemy with fear and despair after feeling his life leaving his body. Chen He could not care less about his enemy's situation. No, even if he wanted to, he had no time for that. The gunshots had alerted the other soldiers. The building he had been hiding in would soon be surrounded, but not before receiving the bombardment of armored vehicles at the hands of the enemy. Just as such a thought flashed in his mind, and just as he was running to the window, Chen He felt his head go numb and the feeling of death take hold of him. A feeling that until now, very rarely an enemy had managed to make him feel. So here you were hiding, you sneaky little vermin. Let me see where you run to now. A booming shout filled with arrogance, but at the same time, enough magical power to make Chen He's magic stats feel insignificant shook half the ruined city. Chen He looked at the sky above his head through the shattered window, and his pupils constricted to the size of a needle. A huge globe of fire at least 100 meters in diameter was coming straight at him, and was only seconds away from hitting the building he was currently in. ////////////// Have a good day. Really, thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 427, Mighty Mozan Goes Completely Berserk. The surrounding temperature rose abruptly, and all the soldiers who were in the vicinity of the great fireball that was getting closer and closer to the ground felt as if they had suddenly been thrown into a boiling furnace. The color of each soldier's skin turned bright red. Sweat began to pour down their bodies like uncontrollable drops of water escaping through a broken dam, and then all hell broke out. Lord Mozan. 3 teams were in the vicinity of the area where Chen He was hiding. These 3 teams, consisting of a total of 36 men, cried out as they felt their skins dry and then shrivel up as if the years were passing quickly for them. Worse yet, not even a second later their skins and flesh began to shrivel, stick to each other, and wrinkle like a nylon bag exposed to high temperatures. When the huge fireball reached 50 meters above the ground, the screaming, wailing, and howling of terror stopped completely. They had all turned to ashes. The 36 men were killed indiscriminately by their own ally. Mozan showed no mercy in the least. His only goal was to finish off the enemy before him regardless of the consequences. As for his allies, he never really saw them as allies to begin with. In Mozan's eyes, normal humans were just ants, trash and failures of humanity that did not manage to evolve properly. The cruel and sad reality was that even if Mozan had taken the lives of nearly 100 allied soldiers, none of the top commanders of Baekwin camp would blame him for this if he managed to obtain the head of the enemy archer. Forget about punishment or retribution. He would probably be given rewards and benefits. After all, ending the life of such a powerful enemy soul evolver at the expense of a few men was certainly worth it. That was the way war was, cruel and merciless. Many times allies were even more ruthless than the very enemies one faced. Chen He felt as if his body had been teleported to the 10th level of hell. His leather armor was clearly not able to withstand the heat of the fireball thrown by the enemy as it quickly began to dry out and lose its luster. It was only a matter of time before the leather would either crack completely or simply turn into a flaming ball of fire, burning its wearer in the process. Shit, even he, who had received the best education possible, couldn't help but curse anxiously. Then he gritted his teeth and looked at a spot 200 meters away before activating his strongest life-saving skill. He had intended to save this skill for later, but the current circumstances prevented him from being fussy or too arrogant about his decisions. Quick shift. Swoosh. He's body suddenly disappeared from the place where he was standing and appeared 200 meters away inside the room of another deserted building about to collapse. Then, without even looking back, he jumped out of the window and charged into the distance as far away as possible from the place where he was before. Not even 2 seconds later. Boom! A huge explosion with the giant fireball as its center engulfed the building where He had killed the soldiers, and a moment later the fireball grew instead of stopping. The huge fireball, previously 100 meters in diameter, grew and grew bigger and bigger, engulfing the rest of the surrounding buildings and turning everything in its path into a living inferno. Rocks were incinerated and turned into lava, human bodies disappeared into oblivion, and those unfortunate men who tried to get as far away as possible but failed to do so in time were turned into a pile of ashes even before the expanding fireball reached them. It was only after the huge fireball had expanded for 300 meters that it finally seemed to reach its limit. The fiery yellow color slowly turned to orange, and that orange soon became a pitifully weak red that soon disappeared, leaving behind nothing but a huge crater where the earth and rocks along with the fire had turned into nothing but an intense lava hell. Mozan, who was standing on the roof of a building 500 meters away, frowned deeply, and a look of anger shone in his eyes. His eyes swept the battlefield, ignoring the looks of shock, fear, respect, and even slight anger from the soldiers. It didn't take him more than a few moments to spot a fleeing silhouette in the distance heading in the opposite direction of his own. His face contorted horribly, giving him the appearance of a demon instead of looking like a person. "Where do you think you're going?" Bang! 2 huge jets of fire appeared under both of Mozan's feet, and with a powerful bang, his body was sent flying several hundred meters into the sky in an instant. Then, he raised both hands and activated his second-order devouring fire wheel level 1 skill. He fled into the forest desperately. Although his appearance was quite miserable, nothing mattered more to him than reaching the safety of the forest. If he managed to reach that place, even if he had currently lost about 60% of his battle power after fighting for so long, he was confident of giving a good fight to the soul evolver that had just appeared. If he was in his peak condition, he was sure that he could turn the enemy into a bloody mess with his arrows. But his current him was like a punctured soccer ball that was losing more and more air, so it was no longer possible to do such a thing. Therefore, he needed to fight in a place that would allow him to better show off his trapper-archer abilities. The class trapper-archer was a special job that he had chosen from the options that the soul record had moved for him when he reached level 25. After much effort, he finally completed the quest he was given and managed to obtain the job. As its name indicated, the job trapper-archer was a class dedicated more to one's cunning and dexterity than to destructive power. However, if the holder of such a job did his or her task well, the destructive power that the job trapper-archer could display could even surpass a job focused on pure damage. It all depended on the skill and intelligence of the carrier. "I only have 10% mana left," he lamented at the same time as his eyes flashed with anger. The skill he had used to escape earlier, Quick Shift, was the skill attached to a magic grade treasure that allowed He to leave a mark at a location, so that the user could teleport there later. This skill was definitely amazing for saving lives, but it had 2 drawbacks, and these were that the skill had a cooldown time of 48 hours and could only be used within a maximum distance of 1,000 meters around the user. However, the biggest drawback of this skill was that the user had to pay 10% of their total mana to activate it. In normal times, that 10% of mana in exchange for covering such a large distance in an instant to save one's life was nothing to mention. But in his current situation, what the Quick Shift skill had done was to buy him time, since he did not actually manage to get out of danger completely. He felt the temperature of the place rise explosively again, and as he looked behind him over his shoulder without stopping his footsteps, his expression turned ugly. "Stop running and fight," Mozan roared from the skies. Above his head was a fireball 60 meters in diameter, and with each passing moment, the size increased more and more. He did not bother to respond, and instead aimed his bow at the enemy as he continued to move away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 blue arrows shot out at the same time. The wind was easily pierced, and the 3 arrows aimed with precision at the point where Mozan would be in the next instant, as his body was currently in the middle of its descent, after having risen about 300 meters high. The first arrow was aimed at the throat, the second at the head, and the last directly at the heart. If Mozan was hit by these 3 arrows, even the god of the heavens could not save him. Unfortunately, despite Chen He's amazing skill in predicting and calculating the enemy's trajectory within a certain time limit as well as his monstrous accuracy, Mozan was not a level 45 soul evolver for nothing, and his magic skills were nothing to scoff at either. It's worth nothing, Mozan scoffed loudly. The 3 arrows were about to hit him, but when they entered the range of 30 meters away from his body, they seemed to have come into contact with some kind of strange energy as they immediately exploded mid-flight. That bastard, Chen He gritted his teeth and pushed his legs to the limit. Even the energy arrows formed by mana could not withstand the heat of the huge fireball. Die! Chen He didn't even turn around after hearing that roar as he immediately felt the scythe of death hovering over his neck once again, as the temperature grew higher and higher. His face was extremely serious as he pulled a strange-looking spear-like arrow from the quiver behind his back. Then, he put it into his magic-grade bow and shot with all his might. The arrow flew at surprisingly high speeds, exceeding by at least 5 times the speed at which the huge fireball was falling from the sky. Finally, after flying 400 meters, the arrow struck hard and stuck deep into the trunk of a tree on the outer perimeter of the forest. Chen He, who was holding a beast tendon that had been used as a string that was attached to the arrow, was also sent flying along with the power of the arrow, so that his displacement increased tremendously. Behind him, a second terrifying explosion shook the ruined city again. The nearby trees began to slowly catch fire even though the flames did not reach them, proof enough of how hot the flames launched by Mozan were. Chen He seized the opportunity and hurriedly disappeared into the forest. Mozan reached the outer perimeter of the forest a few seconds late, and when he saw that his enemy had disappeared, his expression became extremely ugly. Then, however, he laughed fiendishly and roared towards the sky. "You little bastard, let me see if you can still hide after this." He pointed with both palms pointing towards the sky, and several magic circles appeared above his head as he laughed out loud. "All of you filthy cockroaches can burn in hell." Fire meteor. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Several dozen basketball-sized fireballs exploded from inside the magic circle and flew into the forest. Trees, bushes, wild plants, etc. approximately 50 meters wide with Mozan, as the center began to burn in the forest. The flames engulfed everything, gradually swallowing more and more wood, slowly but surely causing what seemed to be a fire capable of wiping out the entire forest to spread. "No! Lord Mozan, please stop." The soldiers and soul evolvers watching from afar paled completely as they witnessed the flames spread further and further. Even the expressions of those in the command center had turned lifeless upon seeing this. "That idiot, he's gone crazy," Bai Yang cursed loudly. Shen Mei's face was also pale as a sheet as she said, "It's the end." Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 428, Miserable State. The reasons why everyone was so anxious were varied. However, apart from the soul evolvers and soldiers who had their brothers and comrades fighting inside the forest, the most anxious person was undoubtedly Mayor Bai Yang. This was because 90% of his soul evolvers were inside the forest facing the enemy right now. If the fire spread and reached them while they were in the middle of the fight, then they would all die. This meant that Bai Yang would be losing a limb. From a certain point, he would be losing at least 60 to 70% of his total strength just like that. On the other hand, Commander Jin Shun had mixed feelings. He felt joyful, but at the same time, he was terrified by what Mozan had just done. This was because everyone knew what happened when the mutant beasts were cornered by the flames. All the affected beasts would start looking for a way out even if they had to face the fire. Simply put, a stampede of mutant beasts could crush Baekwon Camp in its entirety. Mozan didn't seem to care at all. He watched as the flames spread more and more with the help of the fierce winds. "Ha ha ha ha!" Mozan laughed out loud as he shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Bai Zemin, coward, come and fight me like a man. Is everyone in that shitty faction of yours trash who only knows how to run?" As he jumped into the trees, Chen He's expression was as cold as ice. He arrived at the top of a tree 450 meters away from Mozan, and watched as the flames had already engulfed approximately 200 meters wide and 300 meters long of the forest. The mutant beasts were not in that area yet. Even those unclassified creatures were at least 1,000 meters deep into the woods, so the worst-case scenario had not happened yet. He did not utter a single word. After taking a deep breath and while holding all the air in his lungs, he pointed his bow forward, and after imbuing a pinch of his mana, the blue-colored magic string appeared. Then he pulled the string back with all his might, while silently activating the strongest skill of his weapon. An arrow of purple energy slowly began to form, and as He imbued more and more mana into the arrow, the purple color became deeper and deeper to the point where even the blue color of the bow began to change slightly to purple. 1, 2, 3 seconds. 3 seconds was the time needed to channel the third form of the 3 arrows that He's magic bow could shoot. This particular third form increased the chance of a critical hit by 50%, and the piercing ability of this attack could only be described as terrifying. He had only been forced to use this attack once so far when he faced a level 42 defense-type mutant beast, an attack which granted him victory after a tough battle in which his attacks could not break through his enemy's tough defense. This was the second time someone forced him to use this attack, and to He's dismay, the enemy was a human whose physical body was extremely weak, especially since the enemy was a mage. He gritted his teeth, and after expending all his mana, he released his grip on the bowstring. Outside the forest, Mozan kept shouting and taunting the enemy. His words were more and more cruel, and his vocabulary had no limits. Seeing how that powerful archer fled with his tail between his legs, and seeing how his flames swallowed everything in their path made his ego, damaged by the demonstration of the power of the enemy leader, puff up again. HMPH, so what if you are strong? At the end of the day, it's no use if your attacks can't overcome mine. Mozan regained his confidence without even thinking that the enemy archer might be exhausted after fighting for so long under so much tension against an entire army. Just then, Mozan's next words got stuck in his throat as his body shuddered in fear. "Don't fuck with me," he roared as he stretched his palms forward and shouted in fright, "Pyro eruption." Bang! A fiery red magic circle flashed before him, and the next moment, a huge fiery flame shot forward like an endless torrent. Walls of fire after walls of fire flew forward and incinerated everything in their path. The power of this skill was undoubtedly a lot more terrifying compared to the power of the fire meteor skill, previously used by Mozan as it was focused in a single direction, while fire meteor was a weaker skill, focused on covering large areas at the same time. The crimson flames turned everything in their path to ashes and seemed to be unstoppable until they suddenly stopped dead in their tracks, as if they had finally met a wall that could not be overcome. This stalemate only lasted an instant as the next moment, the flames burst noisily with sparks flying everywhere, and began to burn even more of the forest, as if a large tank of fuel had been thrown into the flames that were already doing their work before. Swoosh! The purple-colored arrow dimmed greatly after piercing the power of the several crimson walls of fire. However, its penetrating power was clearly demonstrated, as without altering its intended trajectory, it continued flying forward. Mozan still had his hands extended forward, and the magic circle had barely disappeared when his expression froze. Bang! The purple arrow hit his right hand, and with a shrill scream, Mozan's body was sent flying more than 30 meters before falling heavily to the ground. Although he didn't die because the power of the arrow launched by he had weakened to over 70% after colliding with the crimson flames of the pyro eruption skill, launched by Mozan. The remaining 30% of power was enough to turn Mozan's right hand, along with his entire arm, into a blood mist. It was only after almost a full minute that, as he writhed in pain and his face distorted horribly, Mozan struggled to stand up. "You damned bastard, how dare you, an insignificant ant, I am the strongest," he muttered with a pale face as his eyes widened. Mozan really looked like a crazy person who had completely lost all signs of sanity. He, on the other hand, tried to pull his bow again, but unfortunately for him, he no longer had even 1 point of mana to activate the magic weapon. Even killing the enemy with a dagger became challenging as everything around him seemed to be spinning as his mana reserves hit the absolute bottom. In fact, he did not dare to leave the safety of the forest. In his current condition, if he left the protection of the forest, he would immediately become an easy target for enemy snipers. He would not even know how he died. Although the soul power of a level 45 existence was extremely tempting for someone level 39 like him, he knew that he needed to maintain his life to enjoy the privileges. Just as Chen He had made up his mind to turn around and return with the rest, while praying not to meet a beast halfway, a series of footsteps caused his expression to harden and his body to tense up. At this point, an unevolved level 25 soul evolver would have a good chance of killing him if it caught him off guard. What a mess you caused here. Hearing that ever-confident and slightly proud voice, Chen He unconsciously relaxed, and as a result his exhausted legs finally gave way. From the shadows, dimly lit by the ever-approaching flames, Bai Zemin came out first, being followed by several people soon after. Nangong Lingxin, Wu Yijun, Shangyuan Bingzu, Zhang De, Evangeline Nangong Yi Kai Jingyi, Kang Lan, Fu Zufeng, Xiao Ming, Luo Ning, Yan Tu, and many other soul evolvers came out of the shadows. There were even some soul evolvers that Chen He had never seen before. Some of them were still grunting in pain due to the wounds on their bodies. Others had directly fainted, so at least they were not suffering from conscious pain. Those less affected had several scratches, while those in worse condition were being supported by other soul evolvers after losing one of their limbs in combat. Only a few were apparently unharmed. Among them, Luo Ning's eyes were red from crying as she saw how people precious to her were injured and how they suffered. She grew up a lot after seeing the terrifying battle between two human factions and understood the reason why her beloved big brother Bai Zemin would never allow another faction to threaten him. Only through total victory could one live in peace. Otherwise, one would always be at the mercy of another, and injuries would always be something to worry about. Bai Zemin approached Chen He and looked at him. The talented archer's condition was quite miserable, to say the least. "Well, I guess you already let out all the anger or frustration you had built up," Bai Zemin said calmly as he saw that there were no serious injuries on his body. Chen He's pale face gained a slightly embarrassed blush when he heard Bai Zemin's words. Most of all, his embarrassment came from the fact that he was being seen by the woman he loved in such a pitiful state as this. "Are you okay?" Shangyuan Bingzu asked with apparent indifference, but the concern in her eyes did not escape Chen He's sharp eyes. "I'm okay." He nodded slightly as he felt warm inside. Even something so insignificant and small was enough for him. While looking at Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun helping Chen He, Bai Zemin suddenly sensed something, so he turned away and walked towards the flames. Wu Yijun's eyes were always fixed on him, so when he moved, she immediately noticed it. However, instead of following him, she simply stayed and helped her friend as he really needed support right now. Bai Zemin watched as the flames advanced further and further and fell into his own thoughts. However, before he could think too much, a casual voice sounded from behind him. "Let me handle this." Bai Zemin looked over his shoulder and saw that at some point Shangyuan Bingzu had approached. He looked over past her and saw that Chen He was resting quietly while recovering his lost stamina and mana. "Don't worry about it," she said as if she knew what he was thinking. Bai Zemin shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. Shangyuan Bingzu also said no more after seeing him stay silent, and instead decided to get to work before it gets too late. "The burning smell might end up attracting the beasts soon if we don't deal with this now," Shangyuan Bingzu said as she stretched out both hands in front of her. Then she activated her skill second order Ice Maker level 1 and gathered a huge amount of frost energy in her hands before explosively launching it forward with a powerful boost from her magic stat. The frost energy spread out at lightning speed far and wide in front of Shangyuan Bingzu. Every time the white-colored radiance with faint particles of blue-colored light touched the ground, the burning trees, or anything else, everything was sealed within a thick blanket of white ice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The frost sealed everything in ice, and as the cold spread, the heat began to plummet rapidly. The flames could do nothing against the ice. They did not even put up a fight before they were extinguished. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 429, Sit Down and Wait. It will be over soon. This woman really is a monster. One of the soul evolvers who previously belonged to the side of Baekwin camp muttered under his breath as he smiled bitterly. Those beside him could not help but smile bitterly as they heard the soul evolver's words, and as they looked at the scene before them, they felt extremely complex inside. The battle that had been waged several minutes ago between the soul evolvers of both factions was finally over. The outcome surprised everyone. Even the winner could not believe the relative ease with which they managed to defeat their enemies. There were approximately 370 enemy soul evolvers teaming up with around 3,000 armed soldiers. This large army, made up of a mixture of evolved humans and humans with modern weaponry, outnumbered the army of the Transcendent faction by a wide margin. However, they were still defeated. Of the army of approximately 3,000 men armed with modern firearms, about 70% were slaughtered by a force of about 500 soul evolvers belonging to the faction led by Bai Zemin, before the other 30% finally put down their weapons and submitted after realizing that there was no hope of survival if they continued to be stubborn. Among the 30% who submitted were a few who had been soldiers who had previously been part of Commander Jin Shun's troops, and there were also police officers. Bai Zemin was more than happy to welcome these kinds of people with real training. He had his ways of gradually pushing them to become powerful soul evolvers that, together with the tactical training they received in the past, would turn them into monstrous killing machines that would pave the way for him. Of course, in that 30%, there were also many normal survivors who, without a gun in their hands, were no different from a harmless child in this dangerous world. However, Bai Zemin did not intend to kill them just for this reason either. In fact, Bai Zemin did not hate these people, since the only reason this war had started in the first place was because they were all standing on opposite poles. Of course, defeating the army of 3,000 armed men was not something that had been accomplished loss-free. Of the approximately 500 soul evolvers belonging to the Transcendent faction who had fought, around 200 of them perished on the battlefield. Such losses were not small considering how valuable the soul evolvers were, more so considering that those soul evolvers possessed purer soul power than most of those at their levels. However, Bai Zemin and the rest of the Transcendent faction leaders were already prepared to suffer losses. Although most of them were young, they were not naive children to assume that they could win without human losses. Sure, if Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzu personally attacked the enemy camp, then it was highly likely that they would win without suffering casualties. However, if they did that, then Bai Zemin's goal, in which he aspired to train and forge an iron troop with blood, would never be achieved. What Bai Zemin wanted was fierce troops like lions that feared nothing, and not a bunch of hothouse flowers that looked super cool, but in reality could not withstand the wind of storms. When the army of 3,000 armed men fell, it wasn't long before the approximately 180 soul evolvers of the Transcendent faction claimed victory over the approximately 370 soul evolvers of the enemy side. Although the soul evolvers of the Transcendent faction were far fewer, the average strength and even the average level were above that of their enemies, so, in the end, they managed to take the victory after losing about 40 allies. Another great loss of soul evolvers, but also understandable. Considering that many of them were facing 3 or more enemies at the same time, the casualties were actually not that high if one looked at it from that perspective. Once the allied First Order soul evolvers killed, or forced the enemy First Order soul evolvers into submission, the battle between the evolved humans was finally over. In the end, apart from the approximately 900 armed enemy soldiers, as well as more than 30 modified off-road motorcycles, along with more than 2,700 rifles, machine guns, pistols, shotguns, and some other weapons that were recovered from the slain enemies, the Transcendent faction also managed to acquire 190 enemy soul evolvers, who immediately joined their troops under the careful observation of several First Order soul evolvers to avoid possible traitors in the midst of the chaos. In conclusion, the losses had undoubtedly been painful. However, the gains far outweighed them. Not only had they managed to make up a little for the loss of soul evolvers allied with enemy soul evolvers, but they had also gained nearly 1,000 men with a few thousand weapons and ammunition. If that ice woman would have joined the battle, I'm afraid it would have been over before it even began. Yi Jiao, the First Order soul evolver who had lost an arm after facing Zhang De, muttered bitterly. After receiving one healing from Kang Lan, her wound had stopped bleeding, and at least it no longer hurt to the point of being unbearable. It was worth mentioning that Kang Lan's lesser healing skill had finally advanced to the next stage no more than 3 days ago, now becoming a Second Order Level 1 skill. Even the name had been modified after evolving, now being called Recovery. Kang Lan's healing ability soared to another level not only due to the evolution of her skill, but also because she had finally advanced to First Order after completing the requirements that the soul record imposed on her. Now, she had officially received the venomous healer job. The skill Recovery could be used 5 times every 24 hours, and the power was multiplied by 3 times compared to her previous lesser healing. Above all, the biggest change was undoubtedly that recovery could make the body's cells work at twice the normal speed, as long as it was used once every 24 hours on the injured person, which meant that even when an injured person no longer received Kang Lan's healing their wounds, would heal faster than normal as a passive of the remaining effect of the recovery skill. Of course, Kang Lan was still far from being able to regenerate limbs with her skill. That was a realm that was beyond her reach at present, and would probably continue to be like that for a long time. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin after taking care of the flames that threatened to destroy everything in its path and asked in a low voice, "What will you do now?" Bai Zemin did not look at her. His eyes scanned the forest that previously suffered from the high temperatures now frozen, and he had no choice but to admit that the ice-like skills were indeed the most beautiful. The trees, the flowers, the grass, everything had been sealed into statues of semi-transparent white ice. This, in conjunction with the light frost particles surrounding the area, as well as the light mist, made for a scene worthy of a fairy tale. "It's time to put an end to all this," he said after a long time. He turned around to look at the Blood Spear Legion troops who were looking at him with determination as he announced loudly, "Many of you, like me, were once citizens oppressed by society. Some of you were factory workers, others were farmers, some businessmen, students, even ex-convicts. However, none of that matters now. Society has collapsed and today's world is no longer yesterday's world. We must make everyone understand that the rules of the past can no longer suppress us. North Camp was the first to fall, and the Bakwin camp behind my back will be no exception. Today, each of you proved that even those terrifying firearms are no longer invincible. Each of you proved to have an amount of courage that few possess, and that is something that I, Bai Zemin, admire from the bottom of my heart." They all stood in silence as they listened to his words. Some of them clenched their fists secretly. Others felt their bodies tremble uncontrollably as they felt that enormous rush of adrenaline and rejoicing coursing through their veins. The look of pride in their eyes was impossible to hide. 2 months ago, most of them were just citizens of the lower rungs. But only 2 months later, they were powerful and proud, evolved humans who, together with a magnificent leader, were heading for absolute conquest. No one knew whether they could achieve it or not. None of them knew whether this seemingly crazy goal would lead them to glory or destruction. Many were just going with the flow. However, if there was one thing they all had in common, it was that under the leadership of the young man before them, they had never lost a single battle, and today seemed to be no exception to this rule. Many brothers and sisters died here today. Their bodies will be properly buried, and those with families will receive the support of the faction to ensure that they do not suffer after losing the livelihood that fed them. As for the corpses of our enemies, Bai Zemin's eyes flashed coldly, and after pausing for a moment he said cruelly, "There is no need to show mercy to them even in death. Their heads will be split open, and the soul stones inside them will be stripped. Even after death, the fall of our enemies will only make our path to the top even more paved. We will use their soul stones to grow the strength of our skills in order to never again have to see our allies fall before us." Many soul evolvers immediately became excited upon hearing Bai Zemin's speech. They had seen him pierce the heads of enemies to take soul stones, so some feared that he would not spare even fallen allies. Now that they not only knew that their allies would be able to rest in peace and their families would not be left stranded, many could not help but let some tears fall silently down their faces. Some of them felt guilty after remembering how right before their eyes one of their precious brothers or sisters was killed by the enemy. That feeling of helplessness and weakness was something they had rarely experienced until now, as in the past, there was always someone overwhelmingly powerful beside them to get the trouble out of the way. That kind of feeling that squeezed the heart tightly as if it wanted to crush, it was one they never wanted to feel again. Bai Zemin noticed the emotions in his subordinate's eyes and felt extremely satisfied in his heart. With this battle, he had achieved his main goal by far, which was to train his troops to face other humans and intelligent existences. Moreover, as an additional reward, the loss of loved ones would only serve to boost everyone's desire to become stronger, which would eventually end up benefiting Bai Zemin himself as well. As for the matter of not piercing the heads of the bodies of his fallen subordinates, although it was a pity, that was a line that Bai Zemin could not step over no matter how strong his heart was. Those people died for him and for his cause. Even if they were receiving payments and benefits in return for their services, Bai Zemin was not capable of treating those who fell following him like pigs. This was an absolute boundary for him, one that, regardless of the circumstances, he could not afford to cross, since if this were the case, Bai Zemin might no longer feel human. It was those little bindings that held Bai Zemin firm, and reminded him that even though his heart was closed by a stone shell, he was still, for better or worse, a human. "You have all fought enough for today," he said in a deep voice. Then, with a slightly arrogant look on his face, he announced, "Now just sit back and rest. It will all be over before you realize it." Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 430, Arrogant Bai Zemin and Anxious Shangyuan Bingzu. Then, Legion leader Bai will face the enemy troops together with Legion sub-leader Shangyuan, and together with the leader of the Legion Blood Whip Chen. A level 22 soul evolver named Yan Yang asked. Approximately 2 minutes had passed since Bai Zemin had finished his speech. After giving some simple orders and leaving Wu Yijun in charge along with the rest of his trusted people, Bai Zemin, along with Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen, he set off towards the south with leisurely and carefree steps. They were very close to the outer perimeter of the forest, about half a kilometer. With the speed of those three, they could have arrived immediately, but apparently they were in no hurry. "Why, do you doubt our victory?" Xiao Ming asked with an arrogant smile on his face. He had reached level 23 in a short time, and even though he did not possess a prominent position within the Blood Spear Legion, his title of Noble Level 3 was something that could not be ignored by anyone, as it was proof not only of the trust the highest leader had in him, but also proof of his achievements to date. "Well, the other side has battle tanks and a lot of IFVs. The situation is very different from when we faced the enemy, as thanks to the protection of the forest, they were not able to use the real power of their weapons," Yan Yang said with some concern, and a few soul evolvers couldn't help but nod. They were all mainly soul evolvers who had recently joined the faction, so they didn't know how powerful Bai Zemin was, and only recently witnessed Shangyuan Bingzu's power. The Transcendent faction not only received normal survivors every day, occasionally there were also soul evolvers who came to the walls seeking refuge. After all, even if one was strong, what a person could do alone in this world was limited. It never hurt to have powerful allies protecting your back. "Yan Yang, you say that because you've only been in the faction for 2 weeks, so you haven't seen our king in action," Xiao Ming patiently explained. "Let me tell you, even if the number of enemies multiplied by 5 times, and even without anyone's support, our Legion leader Bai himself could easily crush them." Xiao Ming was loyal to Bai Zemin even in death. He would rather commit suicide than betray him, and anyone who dared to badmouth him would definitely receive his anger. Xiao Ming's loyalty to Bai Zemin was so high not because Bai Zemin was a possessor of great powers, but because Bai Zemin was the person who made his and his family's life better. It was he who gave Xiao Ming honor, and it was he who opened Xiao Ming the opportunity to raise his head high. Before Bai Zemin came to the establishment, Xiao Ming was nothing more than a dog in the faction led by the 4 big bosses. He and his family struggled to survive another minute, often eating dried tree bark to kill the hunger, and going to bed with a completely empty stomach was not uncommon at all either. The arrival of Bai Zemin was like the arrival of God in the eyes of Xiao Ming and his loved ones. It was this young man who gave them a new life when they thought it was the end of everything for them. Moreover, Bai Zemin was responsible and worked harder than anyone else to support himself and his people. He never let the fact that he was the most powerful existence in the entire faction become a reason to loaf around or to lose himself in carnal pleasures and luxury. Therefore, even though Xiao Ming was already almost 30 years old, he was steadfastly loyal to Bai Zemin. In his eyes, Bai Zemin could achieve anything he set his mind on, and it was precisely for this reason that Xiao Ming was the first person to stand up and agree to continue following Bai Zemin that day, when he decided to unify all of China under his reign and become king. Forget about a couple of war tanks and several IFVs. Xiao Ming blindly believed that even if an army of fighters arrived, Bai Zemin would take them all down with ease. "Is that so?" Yan Yang and the rest were not quite sure despite hearing Xiao Ming say those words. "You guys will see it with your own eyes." Wu Yijun approached with light steps and said with a faint smile, "Bai Zemin cannot be defeated. Numbers are of no use against him." At her words, everyone was silent. All those who had already seen Bai Zemin's power naturally agreed. As for those who still had their doubts about it, had no choice but to rethink the question again, as Wu Yijun used to be very reasonable in most situations, so her saying something like this naturally made that feeling of doubt waver. Even those soul evolvers who previously belonged to the Baekwin camp, but had submitted due to circumstances, had no choice but to rethink several things. If the normal soul evolvers were already so powerful, then how strong was the one who led them all? Be that as it may, their doubts would soon be cleared up and the truth would come out in an instant. Pei Pei, could you please activate your skill? Wu Yijin looked at a girl next to her and asked with that little cheerful smile characteristic of her. Yes, the young girl named Pei Pei responded loudly and immediately got to work. She was 21 years old and in the past, she used to be spoiled by her parents. Her life before the apocalypse was quite luxurious. At the very least, she didn't have to worry about not having a safe roof over her head, clothes, or food. However, when the world changed, the mana wave turned her father into a zombie, and he bit her mother shortly after losing his sanity. In the end, Pei Pei's mother was forced to kill her husband to protect her daughter. And finally, before losing what little sanity she had left, the woman committed suicide. The young Pei Pei saw her world devastate and collapse before her eyes. Her entire life had gone from rainbow-colored to black and white in an instant. Fortunately or not, the deaths of her father and mother granted Pei Pei 2 skill scrolls, and it was those 2 skills that kept her alive until she was finally found by an exploration group led by Wu Yijin herself. From her father's scroll, Pei Pei obtained the passive skill First Order Boosted Senses. This skill was the main reason why she managed to avoid zombies and other creatures, barely surviving while maintaining her weak existence. Finally, from the scroll she obtained when her mother committed suicide, Pei Pei received the active skill First Order Shared Projecting Eyes. This skill allowed Pei Pei to release from her eyes a projecting light that amplified the image seen by an ally. It was a seemingly useless skill, but in reality, it was very good depending on the circumstances, for example for espionage and information gathering. The only downside was that in order to see what another person saw and to be able to project it, Pei Pei first needed the indicated target to allow her to share the vision, or else the skill would not activate. Pei Pei sent the connecting link to Shangyu and Bing Zhu, who had departed together with Bai Zemin, and a few moments later a bright light shot out of her eyes before turning into a transparent energy screen. Amazing! We can actually see what the leaders see. The scene immediately became quite heated as everyone discussed what had just happened. The soul evolvers who were once part of the Baequin camp were dumbfounded. One of them couldn't help but shake his head and said wryly, "No wonder we lost this battle. These kinds of skills are looked down on in Baequin camp as priority is given to combat skills. However, these people make the most of even a seemingly useless skill." Kaijingi looked at that person and chuckled as she said, "Even though Pei Pei is weak and her level is barely 9, she is highly valued by our Legion leader because of the strange characteristics of her skills. As he always says, there are no useless skills, only useless holders or incompetent leaders." The soul evolver remained silent as he pondered Kai Jingi's words. Soon, however, his attention was drawn to the same thing that everyone's attention was drawn to. The group of 3 finally emerged from the forest, and on the energy screen they could all see the ruined city slowly appearing. What is that? Watch out! However, everyone became agitated as they saw a huge ball of burning fire appearing out of nowhere. /////. On the other hand, the group of 3 composed by Bai Zemin, Chen He, and Shangyu and Bing Zhu finally arrived outside the forest. Just as the group came in sight of the ruined city and were moving forward to reach the edge of the mountain to descend, a tremendously badly injured person entered their line of sight. Shangyu and Bing Zhu narrowed her eyes and her gaze flashed dangerously. She could sense that even in such a miserable state the man before her was truly powerful and nothing to scoff at. Bai Zemin simply looked curious, but Chen He had the biggest reaction. "It's you." One could imagine how shocked Chen He was to see the enemy who was supposed to be out of action on his feet before him. Even if Mo Zan had not died after receiving his most powerful arrow, Chen He estimated that he should have at the very least fainted. He. Mo Zan laughed weakly and his eyes glittered viciously as he slowly said, "You finally came out, little vermin. All of you. Cowards who only know how to run away. Weren't you and your broken arrows brave? At the end of the day, you're not much. Just a dog running with your tail between your legs." Chen He's face turned livid and his body trembled from anger. When had he ever been treated and mocked the way Mo Zan was doing now? Never. However, regardless of whether he was at that moment not in his prime, Mo Zan's words were the irrefutable reality. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan, Bing Zhu's eyes flashed with understanding after hearing the young man's words before them, and seeing the ugly expression on Chen He's face, it was not difficult to assimilate what had happened. Bai Zemin did not say a word and began to walk forward. His eyes looked past Mozan as if he was nothing but invisible air to his eyes. Bai Zemin, fight with me. Mozan shouted loudly and raised his left arm towards the sky before activating his most powerful skill. Fire-like energy began to form rapidly along with burning mana, and in a few blinks of an eye, a huge bright yellow fireball whose diameter exceeded 50 meters appeared floating in the sky. However, Mozan did not get any response from Bai Zemin. "How dare you ignore me?" Mozan shouted angrily and frustrated. His mood was already terribly bad after losing a limb while chasing after the enemy archer, so he directly spent all his remaining mana to boost the power of his skill. Bai Zemin. The fireball grew to 100 meters in diameter, but it still showed no signs of stopping. "Are you also a coward just like that pretty face back there?" "Eh?" Mozan roared with a pale face at the same time as the fireball, hovering several meters in the sky, grew explosively, reaching 200 meters in diameter in an instant. The temperature rose abruptly, and even the ice that had frozen the outer perimeter of the forest began to show signs of giving way. This surprised Shangyu and Bingzu a little, however. Upon understanding the level of the enemy in front of her, that surprise soon disappeared. If she was providing mana to the ice behind her back, then Mozan's flames would definitely not be able to casually melt it. But since it was now just ice slowly losing its energy, it was no longer so surprising what was happening. Mozan bellowed and roared like a wild beast in an attempt to make himself heard. However, Bai Zemin's expression remained unperturbed as he advanced at a steady pace, seemingly oblivious to the heat coming from the flames that illuminated the area as if it were a small artificial sun. When the distance between Bai Zemin and Mozan closed to only 100 meters, the latter finally felt something break inside him. With bloodshot eyes like those of a demon, he waved his hand and shouted, "Go to hell, you arrogant bastard." This was undoubtedly the most powerful attack Mozan had ever performed. The 250-meter diameter fireball advanced at a snail's pace but steadily forward as it gained more and more speed. At a distance of 100 meters and considering his current condition, Mozan definitely could not avoid the damage of his own destructive attack. However, at this point, he was no longer thinking at all, and it seemed that his only goal in life was to kill the person before him. 90, 70, 50, 30 meters. The fireball advanced, and finally Bai Zemin stopped for a moment. When the huge fireball was 1 meter away and was about to swallow him whole, under Shangyuan Bingzu's slightly worried gaze and under Chen He's stupefied eyes, Bai Zemin extended his right hand forward. The movement of his rising arm seemed to be extremely slow, however. It was enough for his palm to come into contact precisely when the giant fireball entered his range. "Don't do it," Chen He shouted unconsciously. His words only served to make Shangyuan Bingzu's heart even more anxious, as she knew Bai Zemin's skills very well. He definitely did not possess any defensive skills that would allow him to evade damage from a tremendous magical attack like the one he was facing. Unconsciously, she stepped forward with an anxious look. For a moment, her rationality and natural intelligence seemed to have flown out the window. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 431, God of Fire. The flames from Mozan's skill were really powerful. At least they were flames more powerful than the flames coming from the blazing ring that glowed with a faint crimson glint on the index finger of Bai Zemin's hand. Bai Zemin estimated that perhaps only the power of the flames from the skill attached to the blazing ring, in conjunction with the skill attached to the hurricane necklace, could compare in terms of power to the heat of the flames that made up the huge sphere of fire before him. The heat of the flames was threatening to the point that even Bai Zemin was forced to admit that if he wanted to take this magical attack without any defensive measures, he would definitely come out with more than a few minor scratches, and even if he did not die, his injuries could probably cause his battle prowess to decline by at least 30%. Even though Mozan was a level 45 soul evolver, it was clear that the purity of his soul power was considerably good. Just judging by the tremendous amount of magic power that the huge fire sphere contained, it wasn't too crazy to assume that Mozan's magic stat had broken past 400 points. Leaving aside existences on the scale of Evangeline and Shangyuan Bingzu, Mozan was probably the most powerful person Bai Zemin had encountered to this day. In fact, Speaking in terms of destructive power and leaving aside everything else, Mozan was undoubtedly the most terrifying human existence Bai Zemin knew of, even surpassing Shangyuan Bingzu by a wide margin. This was not to say that Shangyuan Bingzu's magic stat was necessarily lower than that of Mozan. The problem was that Shangyuan Bingzu's ability to create and use ice was not exactly focused on destruction, while Mozan's fire skill, on the other hand, was exclusively for destruction. Since time immemorial, whether in reality or in fantasy, the fire was one of the most fierce and destructive elements in existence. Of course, while it was a powerful element, it had many shortcomings. Just as the saying went, be careful when playing with fire or you might get burned. Bai Zemin's lips curved upward slightly, giving shape to a childish smile, pure like that of an innocent kid who had never seen the wickedness of the world and free from all evil impurities. It was an expression that he would never show before anyone. His heart would not allow it. As the leader and core, as well as the source of faith, of an entire faction, Bai Zemin could not allow himself to show weakness before anyone, as this could be used against him. The expression on his face could not be seen by anyone. Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen He were behind him, so they could only see his back along with his shadow projected by the huge sphere of burning fire that practically covered him completely. If a person who knew Bai Zemin saw this kind of expression, they would undoubtedly be very surprised. They might even wonder if this Bai Zemin was the Bai Zemin they knew. However, probably only his beloved mother, his cherished father, and his precious younger sister would be able to find nothing strange in that smile, since they were the only ones who knew his essence. No, he had also shown that kind of expression to Lilith when he obtained good treasures after hard, deadly battles. Wu Yijin had not been wrong about what she had told him several nights ago, even though the skill stone heart effectively caused certain personality features to stand out more, thus suppressing others. His essence remained the same as always. After all, Bai Zemin was still himself with or without the skill stone heart. As for the reason behind his joy, then the power of this little blue-colored scoundrel must at least be a high-quality second-order flame, or it might even turn out to be a third-order flame. Bai Zemin rejoiced as he looked at the little blue dot that blocked the fiery fireball from continuing to advance forward any further. This small blue dot was naturally the fire called Endless Blue Lotus Flame, with which Bai Zemin had formed a strange pact called Soul Pact not many days ago. The Endless Blue Lotus Flame had taken care of stopping the fire-like attack launched by the enemy, and thereby preventing Bai Zemin from getting hurt, or otherwise, his precious gloves might have started to slowly melt away by now. No, more precisely, instead of stopping the attack, what the Endless Blue Lotus Flame was actually doing was even more terrifying. The Endless Blue Lotus Flame was analyzing the enemy flame in the same way a child analyzes its plate of food before finally launching into action. The reason why Bai Zemin judged and analyzed the power of the Endless Blue Lotus Flame as a high-ranked flame within the second-order flames, or even a third-order flame, was simple. Since the skill Crimson Blood Judgment needed a flame whose power reached the second order before it could activate, and since the fire of the huge ball of flames possessed a power similar to the flame formed with the union of the blazing ring and the hurricane necklace, then it was natural to assume that the Endless Blue Lotus Flame was superior, since it could contain such a flame seemingly without any problems. As Bai Zemin rejoiced, time seemed to have stopped for those watching the events unfold. Regardless of whether it was the soldiers watching everything from several kilometers away with anxious expression after being attacked again and again by the mighty Chen He, regardless of whether it was the allied soul evolvers watching everything from inside the forest through Pei Pei's shared projecting eye skill, or regardless of whether it was Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen He, none of them seemed to understand what was going on. The heat burned high enough for the ice to slowly melt, the earth cracked and the ground burned. The temperature was so unbearable that Chen He and Shangyuan Bingzu had no choice but to retreat a few steps without taking their eyes off Bai Zemin's back. On the other hand, Mozan seemed to have seen a ghost. His bloodshot eyes slowly opened wider and wider. Why the hell wasn't the flames exploding? Why the hell wasn't his skill engulfing the enemy? Mozan's mind went into even deeper chaos than it already was at a scene that was happening for the first time. In the past, every time he threw his skill at full power, the enemy always died. Mozan had simply taken it for granted. He believed that it would always be like that. Therefore, when something outside of his comprehension showed itself before him, he failed to accept or assimilate it, even though the distance was short enough for his eyes to catch everything with details included. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and sent his will to the Endless Blue Lotus Flame that was deeply connected to his soul having made a pact seemingly similar in appearance to the pact he shared with Kai Jingyi and Kang Lan after making them both his loyal followers. Although the contract was similar, at the same time it was essentially different. As to what that particular difference was, Bai Zemin knew little or nothing regarding souls to understand anything like this at the current stage. After receiving his command, the endless blue lotus flame finally stopped playing, and like a machine obeying its driver began to expand its size rapidly. The huge bright yellow sphere measured very close to 300 meters in diameter. Its size was nothing to scoff at, and its brightness was powerful enough to illuminate an area of about half a kilometer noticeably, even though the sun was already shining high in the sky. Soon, however, something happened that blew everyone's minds. It all started from a small, insignificant-looking deep-sea blue dot. However, Shangyuan Bingzhu, Chen He, and all the soul evolvers watching the scene from the forest through the energy screen saw how that small blue dot quickly began to assimilate the huge yellow fireball. Like great sea waves engulfing entire cities, the blue color spread with Bai Zemin's palm as the center upward downward to the left, and finally to the right. In just a few moments, the huge bright yellow fireball had transformed into a huge, deep blue fireball that glowed very dimly, giving it a considerably ominous appearance to the point where the surrounding light seemed to be devoured by the blue-colored flame. What the hell is that, whatever it is? Chen He felt his blood run cold at such a sight. Instinctively, he felt that if he got too close his body would start to burn, even though, curiously enough, the temperature didn't seem to be high at all. In fact, it seemed to have fallen after the color of the huge fireball turned from bright yellow to deep blue. That's Shangyuan Bingzhu, on the other hand, had a shocked expression on her face as the dark blue flames reflected in her sky-blue eyes. The feeling conveyed by that fire, and the fire that was in the furnace in Bai Zemin's workshop, was similar to the point where it couldn't be more similar. But wasn't that blue flame a treasure to forge? How come it was now suddenly turned into an attack flame? Shangyuan Bingzhu suddenly felt the urge to grab Bai Zemin by the ear and take him to a corner to question him properly about it. Impossible. Mozan, on the other hand, couldn't believe what he was seeing. After feeling the connection between him and his fireball being lost, as if the fireball had been destroyed even though it was actually right in front of his eyes, Mozan roared his disbelief as he unconsciously took a step forward due to anger and shock. Bai Zemin did not respond. Instead, he grabbed onto the huge fireball with one hand, and as he pushed it over his head with ease, he sent out a wave composed of 200 points of his mana powered by his 900+ magic stat points. Bang! The giant fireball was sent flying into the skies, as if it were an inflatable ball that was hit by a truck, soaring in an instant several kilometers high, and breaking beyond the white clouds that soon disappeared without a trace. With his right hand still pointing skyward, Bai Zemin clenched his fist and shouted aloud, "Explode!" As those words left his mouth, the wind blowing from the four directions seemed to stop. The roar of the beasts coming from the depths of the forest stopped as if they had sensed something, and even the breathing of all the humans in the area seemed to stagnate. Inside the walls of Baekwin Camp, the survivors had already been informed about the impending war, so they were all inside their homes under the continuous surveillance of several groups of a few dozen armed men, covering the most important areas. However, they all seemed to have sensed something as they approached the window of their homes and automatically turned their gazes to the distant sky. The golden-colored sun was covered by what appeared to be a second deep blue sun. The rays of light covering an area of approximately 20 kilometers took on a slightly blackish hue, and for a moment it seemed that night might be about to descend, even though it was only close to noon. "Don't fuck with me." Bai Zemin felt his heart clench slightly as he watched the size of the fireball shrink rapidly until it reached the size of an invisible marble from the ground. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 432 Spatial Crack, Bai Zemin v's World. What happened could only be described with the word terrifying. Something that humanity was witnessing for the first time, and that from a certain point of view was even more terrifying than the amazing changes that the unknown entity that called itself Soul Record brought to the lives of all living beings on Earth. No one expected such a thing to happen. Even Bai Zemin did not foresee this. After all, this was the first time he had used the power of the endless blue lotus flame in combat. In fact, from a certain point of view, He wasn't even using it to attack anyone. However, it was precisely there where the main problem lay. Bai Zemin was not attacking a human. He was not aiming at a beast, nor was he aiming at a zombie or any other living being in sight. But he, due to the limits that his birth imposed on him, forgot that the world in which he lived also had its own rules. Rules that, if broken, unbelievable things would naturally happen. For example, one of the rules or limits of the Earth was the sound barrier, a barrier which with the constant evolution of the world became a lot more powerful and therefore more difficult to break. However, it was not as if mankind had not managed to overcome this barrier in the past, therefore. Everyone knew well what happened when this barrier was overcome. In this case, the breaking of the sound barrier by an object moving at high speeds was not dangerous to life as long as it happened at a considerable distance. However, there was a barrier that must not be destroyed no matter what, or else calamities would strike. Bai Zemin never expected something like this to happen precisely, because this kind of situation could only happen in light novels, science fiction movies, or fantasy books. Even the most advanced technology of mankind had not been able to do something like this, so he never thought that there would come a point when he would be able to do something of such magnitude. From the first moment, the huge deep blue fireball began to shrink in size. Bai Zemin for some reason sensed that something was not right, but everything happened so fast that he could not even react until the disaster happened. After contracting to the minimum possible, the now small blue fireball swelled up like a balloon, and in just a few blinks of an eye, its size increased to over 1,000 meters. It was so big that the sun had been completely covered and replaced in its entirety. When the slightly pale blue fireball after the expansion reached 1,500 meters, Bai Zemin roared towards the sky and shouted, "Blood barrier!" The small pearl that currently contained around 200,000 liters of blood immediately reacted to the received mana wave, and like an unstoppable gust, the stored blood shot skyward. In just an instant and under everyone's shocked gazes, a huge dark red gust flashed across the sky before taking on a faint bright crimson glow and spreading far and wide while still hovering above the sky, 500 meters above. "Bingzu, use your skill to reinforce my barrier. Hurry." Shangyu and Bingzu didn't understand what was going on, but this was the first time since they met that she had seen Bai Zemin so anxious and worried about something. Despite not knowing what was so bad, her face grew serious, and she raised both hands towards the sky. "Ice barrier." Swoosh swoosh. The crimson barrier and the semi-transparent white barrier quickly spread out at the same time. The semi-transparent white barrier seemed to reach its limit after reaching 2,000 meters, but the crimson barrier still seemed to have much more to show as it continued to spread across the battlefield, even reaching certain areas inside the walls of Baekwon camp. Bai Zemin had over 800 mana points in total. Despite having consumed 200 points just now, he still had over 600 points in his mana reserve, so there were many things he could do with that amount. Since the blood manipulation skill only consumed mana when activated, but did not actually consume extra mana to mobilize the element in contrast to Shangyu and Bingzu's Ice Maker skill, the amount of mana consumed by Bai Zemin to spread the blood as much as possible was an insignificant 1 point. When the blood barrier reached 9,200 meters in just a matter of seconds, Bai Zemin finally could no longer continue any further due to his physical inability, and because his magic stat did not allow it. "Strengthen!" Deep voice echoed throughout the battlefield, and at the same time as Bai Zemin spent the large sum of 500 mana points, the blood barrier glowed deeply. The sunlight had long since not been visible to anyone in the surroundings. All people could see were two different colored barriers above their heads. When the crimson barrier glowed, despite being half a kilometer high, that dark blood-colored glow illuminated the ground faintly, giving the earth an appearance similar to the hell described in the legends. It was just then that hell really broke loose. The huge fireball finally exploded after reaching a diameter of 2,000 meters, and the power united by the flames belonging to Mozan's skill, as well as the flames of the seemingly innocent but powerful endless lotus blue flame joined together to give rise to an explosion of warlike magnitude. Bai Zemin did not know how destructive a nuclear bomb could be, as he had never in his life witnessed with his own eyes the explosion of one. Videos that could be found on the internet could show the result of the explosion, but the oppressive feeling could never compare to living it in his own flesh and blood. However, he believed that the power of this explosion was definitely beyond what a normal nuclear bomb could do. Bang 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 bang. The gusts of wind struck and cut through the two magical barriers uncontrollably, and even though the survivors inside the Bakwin camp were being protected by the barriers, though they could not see what was beyond, they could actually hear clearly as the threatening blasts shattered one after another. But this was not the most frightening thing. The scariest thing was what happened next. Swoosh! The explosion was mainly concentrated in a single point, the center. When the concentrated magic power and mana broke outwards abruptly, the spatial barrier protecting the Earth that did not expect that kind of sudden assault shuddered for a moment before a 20-meter wide and 30-meter long crack appeared without warning high in the sky. Although normal humans could not see beyond the two barriers, soul evolvers whose levels and purity of soul power had reached a certain peak could, since when the barriers actually stretched out they became quite thin after stretching too far to the point where if not for the mana reinforcement received they would have been broken long ago. For the love of God, Chen he whispered under his breath, and his legs weakened before finally collapsing to the ground on his butt. Shangyuan Bingzu's face was as pale as the purest snow as her blue eyes quivered in fear. Were it not for the fact that she needed to keep her ice maker skill active to constantly supply mana to the ice barrier she had erected so that it would not lose defensive power, she might as well have collapsed like Chen he. Those inside the forest were also covered by the magical barriers, and very few could see beyond. However, thanks to the fact that Pei Pei's skill was projecting what Shangyuan Bingzu saw at that very instant, everyone saw that small but terrifying crack slowly appearing over the skies. "See crack, spatial crack," Kaijingi muttered in shock. Although her voice was soft and low, the silence inside the forest was deadly after the shockwaves resulting from the explosion disappeared, so everyone heard her words, and immediately thereafter the sound of gasps rang out. In the command center inside the Bakwin camp, Commander Jin Shun and Mayor Bai Yang had already basically lost any hope of victory they might have had after losing contact with the armed troops and soul evolvers sent into the forest to face the enemy. They had only fought for a little over 30 minutes, but the entire Allied army seemed to have been swallowed up by the earth. What hope could they even have against an enemy capable of defeating a force of several thousand men in such a short time? They had none. Even Mo Zan, the most powerful soul evolver in the entire Bakwin camp, and whose destructive power was well known, ended up being badly wounded by the archer named Chen He before he even saw the face of an even more powerful Bai Zemin. However, it was only after seeing how the enemy leader humiliated Mo Zan and dealt with him as easily as dealing with a small child that everyone thought they finally knew how powerful Bai Zemin was. Unfortunately, and to further fuel the deep despair felt by the Bakwin camp high command, the negative surprises were not yet over. As Bai Yang and Jin Shun's faces lost all color, Shen Mei felt her worldview change again and unconsciously muttered the question they were all asking. Breaking the world space. How powerful does an attack have to be to open such a spatial rift? Unfortunately or not, no one could answer that question. Even Bai Zemin himself was not capable. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The suction force coming from the space crack was similar to a black hole that wanted to devour everything as if it were the sin of gluttony. Had it not been for the fact that there were two powerful magical barriers covering an extension of several kilometers, and thus protecting the possible affected areas, the trees would have been uprooted and carried into outer space along with some houses. Even the humans and beasts in the vicinity would not have been spared. However, it was not easy to defend against the suction force coming from the space crack. The barrier erected by Shangyuan Bingzu began to shudder gently at first, but several seconds later the tremor grew so much that cracks began to appear on the surface of the defense. She bit her lower lip hard and provided as much mana as possible, but after about 40 seconds she finally ran out of energy, so her barrier exploded with a loud bang. Her body swayed gently and she looked at Bai Zemin as she regretted, "Bai Zemin, I'm sorry. I don't have any mana left." Bai Zemin did not respond, seemingly focused entirely on his current task. Seeing his back a short distance away, Shangyuan Bingzu saw for the first time his firm posture flinch slightly, and even though it was only an instant she didn't miss it. She unconsciously clenched both fists tightly to the point where she didn't notice how her nails dug into her skin, and self-inflicted wounds deep enough to turn her palms red in no time. Weren't they friends? Weren't friends supposed to help each other in times of trouble? But what was she doing now then? This was possibly the first time in her entire life that Shangyuan Bingzu felt so helpless, insignificant, and useless. That kind of feeling of only being able to see but not being able to do anything was like the bite of a snake slowly consuming her little heart. He looked out of the corner of his eye and watched as the red drops of blood trickled gently and dyed the shattered ground in crimson. His eyes flashed in a complicated way before he turned his gaze back to the man, who literally seemed to be fighting against the whole world. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 433, Blood Manipulation V's, Spatial Power. Apart from the terrifying suction force coming from the space rift, the explosions caused by the constant pressure and changes in the atmosphere due to not only the low temperatures but the abrupt change in the flow were also something to worry about and fight against. Bai Zemin could not and had no time to worry about anything other than the deadly battle he was silently waging against the world into which he was born. That's right, a battle to the death against the world. Shangyuan Bingzu's barrier was destroyed, and thus all the weight fell on his shoulders. The level of the challenge went from hell to nightmare mode in an instant, and Bai Zemin could swear that a third-order existence would not necessarily be able to sustain the frightening mana consumption he was bearing. In fact, had it not been for the fact that his mana stat was monstrously high for his level, Bai Zemin would have died long ago in this silent confrontation. This did not apply only to him, but all those at approximately 6,000 meters would be killed. The suction power of the spacecraft, despite its relatively small size compared to the blood barrier, was such that all life in the vicinity would probably be swallowed up by that black hole and ejected to some unknown part of outer space. If such a thing happened, regardless of whether it was human or beast, only an instant was needed for life to become extinct. Rumble! The blood barrier suddenly began to shudder, and the rumbling sound was deep to the point where it sounded like a monster roaring at the threat. Everyone's hearts immediately became tense as they noticed the cracks spreading along the barrier, as they were fully aware of what would happen if that single thin and seemingly weak, yet powerful defensive barrier collapsed. Bai Zemin's expression was ice cold, and his eyes looked at the sky above his head with lethality. The mana in his body circulated swiftly, and was injected into the rune representing his second-order blood manipulation skill constantly, which strengthened the blood barrier more and more gradually. Come on, you can. Hold on. Shangyuan Bingzu whispered to herself as she kept her eyes fixed on that back that now looked wider and firmer than ever despite occasionally hesitating. The cracks were constantly appearing and disappearing. At times it seemed that the barrier was about to be destroyed and collapse, but in the next instant the cracks would recede as if time were turning backwards. But before everyone could rejoice, the cracks would show themselves again, and the safety of their lives was put in mortal danger once more. Approximately 60 seconds later, the space crack that had opened after receiving a blast powerful enough to break through the Earth's defenses began to recoil. The world's mana was finally repairing the damage received. The allied soul evolvers hidden in the forest, and the enemy soul evolvers who could see what was happening beyond the crimson barrier, let out cries of joy, and the roar soon spread far enough for the citizens inside the walls to realize that something good must have happened, so they too began to cry out in joy as they tearfully hugged each other. Bai Zemin, just a little more and the crack will be sealed, Shangyuan Bingzu exclaimed in excitement at the sight. Bai Zemin nodded, but did not dare to be careless. His serious face had lost almost all trace of color, proof that his mana reserves were being completely drained at a rate that was far too fast. Although manipulating blood did not require Bai Zemin to consume more than a single point of mana, strengthening blood and the structures created from that blood did consume mana commensurate with the level of strengthening. After what seemed like an eternity, the suction force grew weaker and weaker until, with a strange, unpleasant screeching sound, the blue sky returned to normal. That dark fissure that resembled the mouth of a mythological monster, plastered across the skies, had finally disappeared. Bai Zemin waved his right hand to the side, and the blood barrier immediately deformed back to its liquid state. With another wave of his hand, the waves of blood flew back towards him, and with a thought the crimson pearl quickly stored each drop in an orderly fashion before returning to the pocket in Bai Zemin's pants. After the nerves in his body calmed down, and the adrenaline that flowed through his blood as a result of the imminent danger he faced just before disappeared, Bai Zemin felt the world around him spinning. It took everything in him to keep his body steady along with a sharp and confident look. His mana had dropped below 10 points at this point, and the consumption had been so explosive that his body was practically begging him to faint to be able to recover faster from the losses. But he could not fall here, nor was he allowed to show any sign of weakness, or else the enemy would use it against him immediately. Besides, although Bai Zemin felt nauseous and dizzy, this was because he basically could no longer use magic. But his physical battle power was still there. A single swing of his hands at this point could turn a normal person into flesh pulp, but if possible, he preferred to avoid killing more people, as soon these men would be his army and his allies. What's more, I can also use this to my advantage. An idea flashed in Bai Zemin's mind, and with great difficulty he took a step forward to look at everyone. As for Mozan, Bai Zemin didn't even give him a glance. In his eyes, Mozan was an insignificant existence, and an ant that he could easily crush with one hand. In fact, Bai Zemin was not even tempted to absorb his soul power at all, so he preferred to let someone else take care of it. However, this did not mean that Chen He felt the same way. Besides, by right Mozan's soul power should belong to him, since he was the one who fought the battle and who critically injured him. Therefore, after understanding the reason why Bai Zemin did not kill Mozan, he pulled the string of his bow and without a single word shot a magic arrow straight into the heart of the enemy. Mozan had not only exhausted all his mana, but was also in a state where his mind was swinging wildly between the limit of sanity and madness. First, he had been badly wounded by some unknown character, and to top it off, the enemy leader took his strongest attack with ease before performing a terrifying demonstration of power, as if to show him that in his eyes, Mozan was nothing more than a pile of air. Badly wounded, humiliated, and desperate, Mozan, who had lost his ability to use magic, at this point was even weaker than an average human. Therefore, from a distance of just over 100 meters, he could not even react when the blue arrow pierced past his shattered armor and through his heart. Mozan opened his mouth as he raised his head and looked at Bai Zemin. He seemed to want to say something. However, Bai Zemin again ignored him and treated him as if he were a piece of trash that just looking at him would stain his eyes before walking past him as if he did not exist. In the end, Mozan looked at Chen He, who was looking at him with cold eyes from afar and with his bow still pointed at him. Finally, the most powerful soul evolver of Baekwin Camp collapsed onto his own knees before falling powerlessly to the ground. A large orb of soul power came out of Mozan's body and entered Chen He's body, finally taking him to level 40 and granting him plenty of magic and mana stat points. Another orb of soul power, smaller and less bright than the previous one, entered Bai Zemin's body. Apparently, the soul record considered him as an assistant in the death of Mozan after having taken the final attack of the latter. With the death of Mozan, who was basically the only existence whose mass-destructive power could threaten Bai Zemin's faction, the Baekwin Camp no longer had a chance to make a comeback, no matter how hard they tried. Bai Zemin arrived at the edge of the mountain now, basically turned into a pile of flat land, and took a deep breath, preparing to bellow once again, demanding the surrender of the enemy troops. However, what happened next surprised him. The enemy soldiers and police officers threw their firearms to the ground before raising their hands in silence. Those operators of the only 2 functioning enemy battle tanks, leaving aside the 10 incapacitated before combat, emerged from the battle machines, and the operators of the IFVs followed not long after. The soul evolvers who were mixed into the army due to possessing skills that enhanced the firearms or the ammunition they used also presented no resistance, and obediently raised their hands before walking orderly into a clearing. Bai Zemin could not think clearly at this moment as his mind was still buzzing. Therefore, it was difficult for him to comprehend what was happening. It was then when, along with the arrival of that heavenly scent of delightful pure jasmine, a soft voice reached his ears. After seeing that earlier attack of yours, I think it would be weirder if the enemy camp continues to show signs of resistance. Who else could it be besides Shangyuan Bingzu? Bai Zemin glanced over his shoulder at her and noticed that her face was also pale. But what caught his attention the most was that her usually cold and indifferent gaze actually had a slight gentle touch that was hard to describe in words as she looked at him. However, soon Bai Zemin's attention was drawn to the smell of blood, and his gaze unconsciously automatically shifted downward. Seeing Shangyuan Bingzu's ever-pure white hands stained red with fresh blood, Bai Zemin's gaze changed and he quickly asked, "What happened to you? Are you all right?" "Why, worried about me?" Shangyuan Bingzu tried to joke, but seeing how Bai Zemin began to frown, she quickly added, "It's okay, don't worry. I inadvertently ended up injuring myself due to nerves. This kind of insignificant wound will heal by itself in an instant." Bai Zemin looked into her eyes for a moment, but it was hard to tell whether she was lying or not because Shang Yuan Bingzu was an expert at masking her facial expressions. Therefore, after thinking about it for a moment, and realizing that indeed that level of injury was nothing worth mentioning, he slowly nodded without pursuing the matter further. However, soon Bai Zemin was surprised after realizing that just now he was indeed worried about Shang Yuan Bingzu. Considering the passive effect of the stone heart skill, a skill which was twice as powerful against the other gender, the fact that he was concerned about her was quite surprising and worth emphasizing. It was probably because he had slowly begun to consider her as an important friend rather than a mere ally or subordinate. Bai Zemin felt that was a reasonable enough thought, so he didn't give the matter any more thought either, and instead began to pay attention to what really mattered at the moment. With the enemy's main troops surrendering, there was nothing and no one that could prevent Bai Zemin and his faction from taking control of the Baekwon camp. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 434, Defeating the Enemy. Bai Yang trying to flee. In the command center, Mayor Bai Yang and Commander Jin Shun looked at each other. Both men did not say anything, but just by the look in their eyes, they seemed to understand what they were both thinking, because as if by prior agreement, they turned around with pale faces and walked hurriedly towards the exit of the room they were using as a monitoring center. The two soul evolvers in charge of Jin Shun's protection followed him from the left, and Shen Mei followed Bai Yang from the right. "Mayor Bai, where are you going?" Shen Mei asked as she watched Bai Yang get into a vehicle. Bai Yang looked at her and said in a deep voice, "Shen Mei, now that the camp is about to fall into the hands of that dictator called Bai Zemin, I'm afraid that people like us will not meet a good end. How about coming with me and becoming my personal bodyguard? I have my next target in mind. It won't be long before I get back everything that rightfully belongs to me, believe me in that." Shen Mei was stupefied for a few seconds trying to process the words spoken by Bai Yang, but it didn't take her too long to realize what he meant. It was clear that Bai Yang had no plans to stay in the Baekwon camp anymore now that his forces were defeated. Both he and Commander Jin Shun knew of the letter sent by Bai Zemin a few days ago, which demanded the unconditional surrender of the Baekwon camp in exchange for him, allowing the top commanders to live and keep their personal properties along with some minor benefits. Since Bai Zemin's offer was rejected by the two camp leaders, then it was clear that when he took over the camp, he would show no mercy to these two. It was just that Shen Mei had no reason to follow Bai Yang now that he had practically lost everything. She only worked for him because she needed and still does need a steady livelihood and a safe place to rest. Even if she was a powerful soul evolver, Shen Mei was still a human being at the end of the day, and humans needed to live in society by default. Therefore, she simply shook her head and said with slight indifference, "Bai Yang, I have no interest in becoming a homeless dog." This time, Shen Mei no longer included the word mayor while referring to Bai Yang. Previously, it was necessary to show at least some respect, but that was no longer the case. With Bai Yang losing practically all his authority, the employment contract between him and Shen Mei had automatically expired. How could Bai Yang not notice the change in Shen Mei's tone of voice and the way she addressed to him? His expression changed slightly, but soon was back to normal. "I see, that's too bad." Bai Yang sighed theatrically and said with a farewell smile, "I really wish you good luck, Shen Mei. You are a mighty warrior, I'm sure with your talent you can shine anywhere." Shen Mei simply nodded with an expression that was neither joyful nor sad, clearly not caring too much about Bai Yang's words. Bai Yang also had no intention of staying to chat about life with Shen Mei, as every passing second was deadly for him. After sitting in the modified military vehicle, he urged the driver to drive back to his village, and soon the vehicle departed, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Shen Mei's eyes glittered uncannily, and a sly little smile appeared on her face. She looked at the defensive wall pointing in a northerly direction, and without hesitation dashed forward as fast as she could. That place was currently the most unstable, since a kilometer or two away from the wooden gates was the battlefield, which, although it seemed to have calmed down, no one knew what might happen the next instant. After all, the Baekwon camp team still had weapons and plenty of ammunition, so they could continue fighting if they wanted to. Unless they want to die, they will definitely behave like obedient children. Shen Mei whispered to herself and disappeared in an instant. She needed to send a message. Who knows, just a short walk along with a few words might get her on the good side of the soon-to-be leader and total overlord of the Bakwin camp. // City in ruins, approximately 2 or 3 kilometers away from the walls of Bakwin camp. After the defense army surrendered unconditionally, and without putting up a fight upon seeing the power of the enemy leader, they were all gathered in an orderly manner in a clearing inside the ruined city. In contrast to what these soldiers had expected, their weapons were handed over to them immediately and without so much difficulty. However, Bai Zemin had not been so naive as to allow the troops who were his enemies a moment ago to carry weapons just like that. What he did was to completely break the structure of the teams and ensured that the original soul evolvers who came with him to attack the Bakwin camp would take over the leadership of the different teams temporarily. Moreover, since the soul evolvers also underwent military training and tactical training with Fu Kigging at the base, they all had some knowledge about the war machines. After all, although Bai Zemin and his faction aimed to have as many soul evolvers as possible in the shortest possible period of time, this did not mean that they had given up on modern weaponry. Bai Zemin did not want to raise an ape army that only knew how to use swords and spears. Therefore, everyone was obliged to spend at least 1 hour a day on military machine training. In the future, mankind would definitely be relying on high-tech weapons, and the blueprint of the electromagnetic gun in Bai Zemin's possession was proof of this. In that case, acquiring modern knowledge was necessary for the troops to adapt faster when the time of change came. With the electromagnetic bombs removed, the 10 war tanks became operational once again, and these in conjunction with approximately 15 IFVs and around 40 mounted vehicles with heavy machine guns on them were more than enough to wipe out a team of around 4,000 men with ease. Therefore, by taking a small number of trusted soul evolvers, Bai Zemin made absolutely sure that the recently subdued enemy would not turn around and try to bite him in the ass. Even if it was a weak bite, a bite was a bite. Since it was possible to avoid being bitten by taking a bit of precaution, then naturally he would take it. Standing on top of a war tank which was sitting on top of a large pile of rubble, Bai Zemin surveyed the more than 4,000 men in front of him with cold eyes. Behind him, the soul evolvers who composed the Blood Spear Legion and who had followed him on a long ride from the north stood with their backs straight. Approximately 700 of them had arrived, but now less than 500 remained. The war was cruel, even the victors suffered in most of the cases. However, despite the sadness of losing many of their comrades, they all felt pride in their hearts. They felt proud of themselves and their comrades, proud that they could defeat such a large army with such low numbers even though they were losing in terms of armament. But besides pride, these soul evolvers of the Blood Spear Legion that only admitted evolved humans also felt that they learned many valuable lessons today. Not only did they gain valuable experience for future confrontations against other humans or any intelligent race capable of creating tactics and devising war plans, but they also understood in greater depth the feeling of helplessness of watching their allies dying before their eyes without them being able to do more than watch. This would only serve to make them stronger and fuel the desire to become even stronger. The army of armed men and the soul evolvers that submitted looked at the people in front of them with apprehension. Now they could only wait and see how they would be treated by this young leader. As for putting up a resistance, that was a thought they all hated, a thought none of them dared to have at this time. The opposition was simply too powerful. Their leader was even capable of causing explosions to catastrophic levels, and his magic was powerful enough to damage the world itself. A single attack like the one before, and the entire Bakwin camp would be razed to the ground completely. Of course, none of them knew that in reality, Bai Zemin couldn't launch an attack like before just like that, and even if he could, he didn't dare. As I have introduced myself before, I don't think it is necessary for you to hear my name again. However, I will repeat myself for the last time. Bai Zemin said slowly, and in a serene voice, "My name is Bai Zemin. I am the leader of the faction located about 40 hours away from this place in a northerly direction, and I am also the person who will be in control of this place from this moment onwards. I will be brief and concise with this, as I have no time to waste with any of you. My motto is very simple: submit to me and prosper, or oppose me and perish." Although his voice was serene, the slight coldness in his words was enough to remind everyone in depth of what he was capable of. He continued without altering the flow at all. "The first thing I will do is merge my faction located in the north with this faction. Since this camp is larger in size and is in a position that favors my main objective, it will be the other group that will be moving this way, And when that happens, you will all be reintegrated into different teams from the different legions that make up my combat troops." Seeing everyone silent, Bai Zemin decided that there was no need to stretch the matter any further, so he decided to end it there temporarily. "I know most of you are not loyal to me at all yet, and I honestly understand that. I will see to it that I gain the trust and loyalty of most of you in no time. I have faith in that. For now, I advise you that if you want to keep your heads attached to your necks, you should refrain from trying to cause me problems. I am considerably kind to my troops. I give them as much comfort and luxury as possible so that my subordinates live the lives of kings and queens. However, I definitely show no mercy to my enemies regardless of gender or age. Keep that in mind, and we can probably work well together." It was clear to Bai Zemin that it was impossible to gain the trust and faith of these people in such a short time, and with mere words. What he needed first was to let the fear they felt at his power subside a little, not disappear completely, but subside enough to let them think rationally. From then on, they would realize that having such a powerful leader only meant greater benefits. Then, Bai Zemin just had to continue doing what he had been doing so far. Crush his enemies and continue to move forward without stopping. Just as Bai Zemin was preparing to instruct everyone to head inside the walls that made up the perimeter of the Bakwin camp, a silhouette whirled in the distance and approached at full speed. Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes, and a small glint of murderous intent shone in his gaze, as he noticed that the incoming soul evolver was not just any soul evolver, but a truly powerful one. Surprisingly, this person possessed agility points almost comparable to Evangeline's. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 435, Evangeline v. Shenmei. Just as Bai Zemin was preparing to lunge at the approaching soul evolver, Shangyuan Bingzu reached out her right hand and gripped the hilt of her sheathed sword. Both Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu were slowly recovering all the mana they had lost, so unless they wanted to suffer from tremendous sickness and dizziness again, it was best for both of them to temporarily stop using magic. However, even without magic, the two were existences that could not be underestimated at all, as both of their melee prowess and stats allowed them to fight to the point of overwhelming those at their same levels. Wait! A voice filled with surprise sounded just then, halting everyone's movements. The soul evolvers were slightly tense, as their muscles had barely relaxed a little after resting for a few minutes. When they sensed the approach of a possible powerful enemy, they all prepared for combat, just as they were trained, without panicking. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at each other before looking at Fu Zufeng, who was looking at the person who was now approaching more slowly, until she finally stopped when she reached 50 meters in distance. A woman. Bai Zemin was not too surprised by the fact that there was such a powerful female soul evolver in Baekwin camp. After all, in his own faction, there were many terrifying women capable of making any man who dared to underestimate them suffer. What surprised him a little about this woman was that despite looking clearly overwhelmed by the numbers, there was actually no panic in her eyes. Facial expressions could lie and words were deceptive, but the eyes always told the truth, as they were the windows through which the soul looked at the external world, and thus the only place through which one could faintly see into another person's soul. Was she so confident in herself? If this was the case, then Bai Zemin could only say that this woman was stupid. However, he soon dismissed this possibility, as it was practically impossible for a soul evolver to climb so high in 2 months if one did not have at least some mental intelligence. The case of the now dead Mozan was different. Mozan was smart and had many good ideas. Unfortunately, the arrogance went too much to his head and completely clouded his judgment. It was precisely this that Lilith feared would happen to Bai Zemin because of how fast he was growing up and how overwhelming he was becoming. Lilith had seen many great talents fall into oblivion because of overconfidence, and as a consequence of the blindness caused by arrogance that did not allow one to see beyond oneself. Her main purpose was to prevent such a thing from happening to Bai Zemin. In any case, all the doubts of Bai Zemin and the rest were cleared up in the next instant. "It's you," Fu Zufeng unconsciously raised his voice in surprise. /////. Shen Mei had kept her eyes fixed on Bai Zemin, and the only exception to this had been when her gaze strayed for a few seconds to Shangyuan Bingzu and then to Chen He. She had seen through the monitors in the command center how powerful Chen He was. Someone like him deserved a second look from her point of view. As for Shangyuan Bingzu, Shen Mei had not seen her fight in person, but she had seen how her ice barrier stretched several kilometers across the length and breadth of this land. Moreover, judging by how beautiful the silver-haired woman was, and considering that prideful look and proud air surrounding her, Shen Mei naturally recalled Commander Jin Shun's words 20 minutes ago. What a beautiful woman! Shen Mei was truly amazed. She was beautiful in her own right and she knew it, but the beauty of the young woman before her eyes was truly dazzling. Shen Mei looked at the young man staring at her with wide eyes and frowned as she wondered where she knew him from. It was just that she had never seen that person's face in her entire life. However, something caught Shen Mei's attention right away. This person. He is as thin as a matchstick despite being a first-order existence. Generally, the body of human evolvers gains some muscle mass after reaching a certain evolutionary rank. At least, this seemed to be the norm until now. However, this young man who was probably not yet in his early 20s surprisingly didn't look anything amazing even though his appearance was a bit above average. Thin as a matchstick. A thought suddenly flashed in the mind of Shen Mei as a memory from 2 or 3 nights ago appeared in her mind. She looked at Fu Zufeng and unconsciously blurted out, "Oh, you're the messenger from the other night." The messenger from the other night. Fu Zufeng's face turned black when he heard this, and he almost fell to the ground on his butt after retreating a couple of steps as if he had received critical damage. Messenger? Everyone blinked dumbfounded and looked at Fu Zufeng blankly. Had he worked as a letter carrier or something similar in the past? But according to their understanding, he was a student at Beijing University before the apocalypse broke out. Bai Zemin's eyes shone with a flash of understanding, and finally all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. It was no longer a mystery who this woman was. An idea flashed in his mind, and he immediately acted on it. "So, you are the sole evolver who attacked my subordinate," Bai Zemin said as he took a step forward and looked at Shen Mei with indifferent eyes. Even though it was just a glance, Shen Mei immediately felt a horrendous pressure weighing on her shoulders. While she knew that this pressure was a mental thing of hers, she was actually surprised by the imposing manner of the young man in front of her. Bai Zemin was powerful without a doubt, but Shen Mei never expected that apart from powerful his attitude, and the aura of nobility that surrounded his entire body, would not lose at all to people like Bai Yang and Jin Shun, who had all their lives been in high positions. Was he part of a big family before? Such a thought flashed in her heart, and she immediately took it for granted. Of course, Shen Mei had no way of knowing that Bai Zemin was only born into an average family with nothing special. It was just that after everything he had experienced, and after realizing to some extent his own talent, as well as the constant encouragement of a higher existence as proud as Lilith, Bai Zemin had automatically begun to gain self-confidence in many aspects of life. "Attack him?" Shen Mei blinked and then smiled sweetly as she said, "I don't think what I did can be counted as attacking. I'm serious. I held back as much as possible." Although she was already 29 years old, Shen Mei seemed to be Shangyuan Bingzu and Wu Yijin's age, privileges of evolution, and possessing a pure enough soul power. Therefore, her smile did not look at all out of place on her despite her actual age. Of course, Bai Zemin already knew this without the need for Shen Mei to say anything. He simply wanted to prove something. "Evangeline, you do it." Shen Mei didn't understand at first, but when she saw a woman come out from the crowd of people, she didn't have too much time to think as her body immediately tensed up. Evangeline was only 23 years old this year. Normally, someone her age would either be studying at a university or working without a college degree. However, Evangeline had not lived a normal life at all. Due to certain circumstances, her life had been very hard from a young age, so she had had no choice but to adapt in order to survive. That's right, unlike most of humanity living their lives, she was trying to survive. Same world, same race, different living conditions. Every step she took was light and silent, her gaze lethal as 2 sharp daggers capable of cutting through steel itself. The lethality in her eyes was such that rarely did anyone dare to stare at her for long. When Shen Mei's dark eyes met Evangeline's emerald green eyes, she felt a shiver run through every part of her body as if warning her of impending danger. Swoosh! Before Shen Mei could even say a single word, Evangeline suddenly vanished from her previous position. Her body seemed to turn into the air. "She's fast." When such a thought appeared in Shen Mei's heart, she immediately jumped backward and with a swift movement of her right hand threw 5 sharp needles towards her left. Evangeline remained unmoved. Her body turned at an impossible angle as if made of rubber and continued to advance. All 5 needles passed beyond her, barely missing her by inches. Shen Mei's pupils constricted to the minimum possible. The surprise in her heart grew to tremendous levels as she did not feel any fluctuation of mana at all. This meant that the blonde-haired girl before her could actually control her body like that naturally. Shen Mei's gaze finally turned serious, and she activated her eye skill called Demon Eyes. This skill allowed her to not only detect invisible enemies, but also increased her battle sense by a small margin. Evangeline soon arrived in front of Shen Mei and slashed downward with her dagger, as if she really intended to kill her. Shen Mei gritted her teeth, and with a quick swing swung her left foot upwards. Clang! A dagger. Evangeline was surprised. In fact, as they watched a hidden dagger protrude from Shen Mei's left boot, they were all surprised. Not only was that a deadly hidden weapon, but Shen Mei's skill and reaction time had been top-notch. Shen Mei not only managed to block the attack, but in the next instant, she used the strength behind Evangeline's swing to turn her body in a wide circle, and kicked fiercely with her right foot straight into the solar plexus of the enemy before her. Considering the strength of a soul evolver, unless one possessed a defensive skill or surprisingly high stamina and vitality stats, Evangeline would definitely end up kneeling on the ground due to the loss of oxygen. Evangeline scoffed in her heart. Her expression did not change at all, nor did she back down. She threw her dagger into the sky and quickly grasped the hilt again before fiercely stabbing downward. If Shen Mei decided to continue with her move, the consequence would be even more severe, as her knee would be pierced from side to side by Evangeline's dagger. Terrifying reaction and reckless judgment. Shen Mei was getting more and more shocked with each passing second. She had belonged to a family of martial artists, so from a very young age her parents had trained her in self-defense. In her generation, she had always been invincible, and even a group of 10 burly men were no match for her, not to mention after evolving. However, this woman in front of her had barely passed 20 and already possessed such combat skill. Shen Mei had no choice but to admit that the young woman in front of her was more skilled in close combat, probably the most talented person she had met so far. Realizing that she had no room to retreat as the tip of Evangeline's dagger was already mere inches from her leg, Shen Mei was forced to activate a second skill. Swoosh! Evangeline's dagger effectively pierced Shen Mei's leg. However, her eyes flashed with surprise as instead of feeling that familiar feeling of flesh being pierced, what she felt was as if she was cutting through a cloud of smoke. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 436, New Member. Shen Mei took the opportunity to retreat and with a deadly backflip quickly moved several meters back. Instead of continuing to attack Evangeline, Shen Mei simply stood and looked at her with surprise shining in her eyes. "Who are you?" she asked unconsciously. Although there were all sorts of brilliant skills, Evangeline's combat ability clearly did not come from a scroll. Her movements were too fluid to possibly have obtained such a fighting prowess from a scroll, since if it had been, then it would need to be a really high-level skill, or else it was impossible to move like that. In fact, as far as melee combat was concerned, and leaving aside all other aspects, Bai Zemin was still a bit behind Evangeline despite having a passive trap skill like his Special Forces soldier skill. "Evangeline," the lethal assassin replied. Her voice was flat without much emotion, just like in most cases for unfamiliar people. Even when talking to Bai Zemin, it was rare times when Evangeline showed any sign of latent emotion. Hearing the young woman's reply in front of her, Shen Mei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She only asked that question before purely because of the surprise she felt and honestly didn't expect an answer, but to receive an answer so funny like that was a bit too much, wasn't it? All those who saw the confrontation of the two women were dumbfounded. To the eyes of normal humans or most soul evolvers present, Evangeline and Shen Mei's movements were agile and swift like two flickering shadows. The confrontation between the two women lasted only an instant, 2 seconds at most. However, the life-threatening situations were several. It was just that it was impossible for the eyes to follow the movements of these powerful women, as the agility they both possessed was simply monstrous. There were only 2 people who managed to see with clarity everything the events. These 2 people were Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu. Even Chen he failed to see precisely everything that happened during that brief but deadly exchange completely. something that surprised him greatly since one of his main stats was specifically agility. What happened? Fu Zufeng was stupefied. Someone of his level did not have the ability to comprehend Evangeline and Shen Mei's movements unless he activated lightning movement. Only then could he have a chance to see more than two shadows flitting across the battlefield or hear the sound of metal clashing against metal. However, Fu Zufeng did not understand Bai Zemin's thoughts, so he hurriedly said anxiously, "Big BR Legion leader, wait a moment please. This is the person I told you about before. She allowed me to flee alive even though she could have captured me or even killed me if she wanted to." Bai Zemin looked at him and almost laughed out loud. Fu Zufeng was that kind of person who always felt indebted unless he somehow returned the favor. And since Shen Mei had done him a favor regardless of what her true motives were, he naturally wouldn't feel good if he saw her die before his very eyes. "Don't worry, I have no intention whatsoever of killing this woman," Bai Zemin said indifferently before looking at Shen Mei with a smile that was not a smile as he calmly said, "You are a really smart woman. I like to be friends with intelligent people rather than having allies with ape-level intelligence." Shen Mei sighed a sigh of relief in her heart, and the weight she felt finally disappeared. When the nervousness suddenly left her body, her legs abruptly felt weak, and if not for her willpower she would have collapsed to the ground by now. Just standing before Bai Zemin was frightening enough, let alone facing his entire faction who were like wild beasts watching her from the side, waiting for the right moment to pounce on her and devour her until they left nothing but her bones. Worse yet, there was even a young woman whose battle prowess surpassed her by a wide margin. Shen Mei didn't know if the leader of the Transcendent faction would take her act of the night before well. Even if she let Fu Zufeng go alive, what Shen Mei was doing was a gamble on Bai Zemin's character. A gamble that was indeed very risky, as a single misstep would have cost her the life. Fortunately, she was not wrong. On the contrary, she was right in a big way. Shen Mei smiled playfully and said quietly, "What can I say? I will do anything to survive. Without harming you and without harming the Baequin camp, I simply stayed out of all the trouble. Is that wrong?" "No, no, not at all." Bai Zemin smiled slightly and shook his head. "As I said, you strike me as a smart woman, and that pleases me. There are many remarkable women who fight in one way or another alongside me every day. I'm sure you'll get along well with them if you decide to join us." Since the other party did not mention anything about Evangeline, then Bai Zemin did not say anything either. However, it was clear to those who managed to keep up with the two women that the winner had indisputably been Evangeline, and that Fu Zufeng's judgment really was flawed, probably skewed by nervousness and the lingering fear of potentially having been killed that night. Shen Mei was undoubtedly strong, but Evangeline was on another level. Just now, Evangeline fought without activating even one of her skills. She only used nothing but her melee experience and agility, but was still able to overcome Shen Mei, who only managed to get out of the confrontation unscathed thanks to the activation of two of her skills. If Evangeline really wanted her dead, Shen Mei would possibly not last more than a few rounds. "Join you guys, huh?" Shen Mei looked at the people behind Bai Zemin and couldn't help but feel terrified. Leaving aside Bai Zemin himself, there were many existences that could not be ignored, such as Shangyuan Bingzhu, Chen He, Wu Yijun, Evangeline, Yantu, Kang Lan, Fu Zufeng, Zhangde, Kai Jingyi, Nangongyi, and a few more. Even that little girl who rode that huge black cat at the beginning of the battle was terrifying despite her age and cute face. While there were few who could really present a challenge to Shen Mei, what terrified Shen Mei was not this, but the potential of these people. Worse yet, they were all first-order beings whose power would allow them to live as proud leaders of any faction, but in reality, they were all willing to follow a single man gladly. This was something Shen Mei could not understand, so she looked at Bai Zemin as if searching for answers. Was this young man in front of her so charismatic? Sure, he was tremendously handsome and terrifyingly powerful. But this alone was not enough to make such powerful people willing to stand behind you with a smile. He needed more than that. "If I join your fight, what will I get in return?" Shen Mei asked curiously. Tactically, both she and Bai Zemin had accepted that the favor of allowing Fu Zufeng to leave intact had been settled at this point, and Bai Zemin would not seek trouble with her for attacking Fu Zufeng and putting him in danger of being discovered. So, since a favor was settled, Shen Mei was not obligated to join Bai Zemin's faction. She could continue to live comfortably within the camp walls as long as it was allowed to her, and could even hunt beasts on her own to survive, so she didn't need to worry about food either. Naturally, Bai Zemin was aware that attracting such fighters to his side was important, and therefore he could not be stingy. However, he also could not be partial regardless of how strong Shen may prove to be or how high her evolutionary talent proved to be. Otherwise, many would complain about this. Therefore, Bai Zemin put on a serious face and said in a deep voice, "The rules in my establishment are quite lax. If you don't want to join any of the battle legions, then that is also fine. However, as a soul evolver, you will naturally have to fulfill a certain purpose considering the current situation of mankind in general. If you do not want to fight on our side and prefer to fight for yourself, then do not worry as you will not be expelled in any way. In return, however, half of every beast you hunt and half of the number of soul stones you obtain must be handed over to the base. This will be strictly checked, and if we find that you deceive us, then you will be forcibly expelled and all your personal property will be confiscated." Mankind was in danger of becoming extinct, and this was no time to try to current righteousness. If Shen Mei did not want to join them despite the power she had to keep her freedom and avoid future trouble, then that was her decision. However, it was impossible for Bai Zemin to allow someone so powerful and dangerous to live under his roof for free. Bai Zemin had not yet finished, and then he continued, "As long as you do not kill for pleasure or just because you feel like killing, as long as you do not rape, as long as you do not steal, as long as you do not try to stab my back or that of my subordinates, you can live a good life. I can guarantee that. In return, if you decide to join at this point, you will obtain the title Noble Level 5 and immediately join the Blood Spear Legion, or otherwise you will receive the title Noble Level 7. The members of the Blood Spear Legion are all top-tier soul evolvers, and as I assume you have already noticed, they all possess much purer soul power than those of the same level, so even the weakest can fight two enemies of the same level at the same time." Shen Mei looked quickly at the people standing behind Bai Zemin. They were all standing in an orderly fashion. They looked like soldiers who had experienced years of training, and this was what surprised Shen Mei a little, as she was fully aware that it was impossible for all these people to have been soldiers before the apocalypse. It was hard in itself to gain the loyalty of soldiers unless one proved to be a truly worthy leader, not to mention the difficulty of pushing so many men and women to evolve despite the danger involved regardless of the benefits. Straight back, firm posture, fierce eyes like those of wolves, bloodlust that oscillated occasionally. Each and every soul evolver behind Bai Zemin was like a killing machine waiting to be ignited. Even the lowest level, who was currently level 14 after the death of all those at lower levels, and evolving after acquiring soul power from various enemies, was a being that could definitely do what Bai Zemin said just now. "Noble of level 5, may I ask what kind of scale is that?" she asked quizzically, as it was the first time she heard of such a strange social system. "My faction has a very simple but definitely effective and organized structure," Bai Zemin explained slowly. "From level 1 to level 7, everyone is categorized as nobles, with level 1 being the most privileged, and level 7 being the one with the least luxuries and benefits. Regardless of whether it is soul evolver, soldier, police officer, or intelligence personnel, all nobles within the same level receive the same treatment, as this means that the existence of such a person is equally appreciated by me, the highest king, and the one who has the most say in making decisions." He culminated and looked at Shen Mei with a strange glint in his eyes. "King?" Shen Mei thought she had misheard. Backslash 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 backslash. "Really, thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 437, Stoneheart has been weakened. "King?" Shen Mei blinked in surprise, and while looking Bai Zemin straight in the eyes asked, a little lost, "Excuse me, but I don't understand what you mean with that." She understood the matter of the division of levels by means of a single title, something that was indeed simple and without too much structure, but definitely organized and clear enough to avoid problems. It was a scale of divisions that could undoubtedly work for a long time, and only when the faction wanted to take a huge step would it be necessary to make adjustments to polish the overall structure in order to move forward without staggering in the process like an old machine and losing several crucial pieces. However, Shen Mei did not understand the matter of king. No, rather than not understanding it, she simply didn't want to think about it. "Just as you heard," Bai Zemin said without changing his tone of voice. "The initial goal of our transcendent faction is to control the entirety of China and unify all these lands under a single standard. Although there will be a government cabinet, and those holding high-level noble titles will be able to give opinions and even interfere in decision-making, the final say will always be mine. Basically, I aim to become the king of these lands, and subsequently emperor once all enemy races are expelled." Shen Mei gawked at him and after several seconds of silence whispered, "Are you crazy?" "Who knows?" Bai Zemin chuckled, and his eyes glittered strangely as he pointed behind him and calmly said, "That question was asked to me many times until now. You are not the first and several of those here thought the same as you. For all of them, it hasn't even been 1 month since they received the news of that target of mine. But tell me, what do you see in their faces now?" "What do I see in their faces now?" Shen Mei repeated the question as it caught her off guard. Still, she looked into the eyes of those she could see. Confidence, faith, pride, anxiety, desire, greed, certitude, cunning, etc. Shen Mei saw many emotions flashing in the different soul evolvers, emotions that were as clear as sunlight for all to see. They all seemed to be confident about the future, to have faith in something or someone, proud of their own strength and position, anxious to try something, desirous to achieve a certain goal, greedy for the benefits they will receive, certain that something will happen, cunning enough to take advantage of the opportunities they were given, etc. If all these emotions were there because of what Bai Zemin had just said, Shen Mei was frightened at the same time as her heart thudded. Her dark eyes met the dark eyes of the transcendent faction leader, trying to find what it was that others saw in him to follow him practically blindly, even though they probably all knew that a single mistake would mean the end of their paths. A single mistake would mark the end, an end even more severe than the one brought by the changes of the soul record, since this end would not mean the end of an era, but the end of their lives. "You don't need to think about it too much." Wu Yijin stepped forward and stood a step behind Bai Zemin. She looked at Shen Mei with a small smile on her beautiful baby face and said word by word, "Earlier, you were probably able to see what Bai Zemin's power can do. His current power has reached a realm that honestly even I am surprised, even though I have been following him practically from the moment the world changed. However, even though his personal power reached a level that someone like me cannot comprehend, he never misused that power. There are many beautiful women willing to be with him, but for the sake of finding his loved ones, and for the sake of building a safer world for them, he never even stopped for a day to rest, let alone flirt. All of us here believe that following such a leader is not that bad despite the danger that failing in our path represents." "That's true." Little Luo Ning suddenly rushed out of the lines and stood next to Bai Zemin as she said loudly, "Big Brother Bai is really good. Unlike that old man named Lei Su who had many wives and mistreated them, Big Brother Bai doesn't even have a single girlfriend." Luo Ning's words immediately caused the original soul evolvers of the transcendent faction to burst into laughter. Of course, rather than mockery over Bai Zemin's situation, the reason they were all laughing was because Luo Ning had actually done it again one more time. After all, everyone was more than aware that if he wanted, forget about having a girlfriend. Even having 2,000 girlfriends wasn't difficult at all. He wouldn't even have to look for them, and 90% of the female soul evolvers of the faction, which were mostly beauties after evolving and absorbing soul power purer than theirs, would line up to join him. "These bastards." Bai Zemin looked behind him and muttered through gritted teeth. Soon, however, his expression relaxed and he shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. It was naturally impossible to get angry over something as childish as this. Besides, Bai Zemin felt that it wasn't so bad to let his subordinates relax a little after experiencing so many abrupt emotional ups and downs. Bai Zemin blinked in shock. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have thought like this. Even if he didn't care, at least he wouldn't worry about the mental state of subordinates who were just a means to an end, no matter how slight and insignificant that concern was. Is it because of this title? His attention focused on a certain record, attracted by the title Bright Mind he had just received. Apparently, the title Bright Mind judged by itself that Bai Zemin's practically inhuman thought was detrimental to him, so the effect of the skill Stone Heart was suppressed by 10%. As to whether it was only the thought of slight concern that would appear or whether more would appear was yet to be seen, as this title had just been born. While Bai Zemin was lost in his own thoughts, Shen Mei watched the relieved and smiling expressions of the original members of the Blood Spear Legion. As she watched everyone laugh nonchalantly, as she watched the little girl who could summon strange cats from the shadows narrow her eyes cutely and laugh next to the leader of the transcendent faction, for some strange reason her heart shuddered strongly. For the first time, Shen Mei's heart and emotions completely overwhelmed her ever-rational brain and mind. Rational enough to make wise and optimal choices in times of need, as it happened after deciding to let the then-enemy Fu Zufeng go alive. So, this is the faction these people call transcendent. she thought to herself before resting her eyes on Bai Zemin. Even though he was nothing more than a 20-year-old college student in the past, how did he manage to unite all these people under his standard? At this moment, rather than a leader guiding his subordinates, the members of the Transcendent faction looked like a family more than a military unit composed of soul evolvers. I hope getting carried away by the emotions of the moment won't make me regret it later, Shen Mei muttered to herself. Although Bai Zemin's senses were very sharp, amidst the chaos he did not manage to hear the words of the woman in front of him clearly even though she was only a couple of meters away. Therefore, he looked at her and asked serenely, "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I couldn't hear you. Did you make a decision?" "As a matter of fact, I made a decision." Shen Mei nodded and approached him step by step, stopping only when their bodies were close enough that only a space of a palm remained between their two leather armors. As she smiled weakly, she said in a clear voice, "You arouse my curiosity, Bai Zemin. Let me see what all these people see special about you, since at this moment in my eyes, you look no different than a lunatic who aspires to achieve the impossible." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3. Chapter 438, Officially Joining. As Shen Mei smiled weakly, she said in a clear voice, "You arouse my curiosity, Bai Zemin. Let me see what all these people see special about you, since at this moment in my eyes, you look no different than a lunatic who aspires to achieve the impossible." Bai Zemin chuckled as he heard the words pronounced by Shen Mei. He made a small hand gesture to indicate to his subordinates and reliable soul evolvers that there was no need to worry about Shen Mei's proximity. Although at this distance it was practically impossible for a first-order existence to respond if taken by surprise by another first-order existence, which would result in death or serious injury to the ambushed, that only worked with normal beings. But who was Bai Zemin? An anomaly among anomalies. An existence that had been granted a title that allowed him to traverse space and travel between worlds to allow his own world to grow at ease, as his own power began to surpass that of the world due to his fast speed of evolution and the purity of his soul power. In that case, if someone like Shen Mei wanted or believed it was possible to hurt him just because they managed to get close enough and catch him off guard, then they were in for a great and rude awakening, one from which ironically they would never wake up. Besides, Bai Zemin believed that a smart person like Shen Mei would not do something as foolish as that, knowing that her life would be over not long after, since even if she really managed to hurt Bai Zemin, by a miracle, there were still more soul evolvers that could kill her soon after. Regarding Shen Mei's words, Bai Zemin not only chuckled but also said calmly, "You probably won't regret your decision. Although you will start with a level 5 noble title, with your strength and battle prowess you can easily enter the top 5 soul evolvers of our faction. It won't be difficult for you to climb the ranks while making significant contributions." This time it was Shen Mei's turn to chuckle. She looked Bai Zemin straight in the eyes and said in a strange voice, "Level 5 noble. No, I'm not starting from that low." The expression of many people changed when they heard Shen Mei's arrogant words. She hadn't even spent 2 seconds as a member of the Transcendent faction, but she was already yearning for a higher position. Wasn't she being too greedy? One needed to know that a level 5 noble could enjoy a lot of benefits, among which was a monthly salary enough to buy 100 kilograms of food. Precisely because these noble titles were too beneficial to anyone who received them, Bai Zemin only awarded them to those who held really important positions within the faction he established. There were only about 20 to 30 level 5 nobles in the entire faction and far fewer level 4, 3, 2, 1. In fact, there were only about 50 people who had received a noble title to date. The rest of the members of the Transcendent faction were considered normal citizens and received different salaries depending on how valuable the work they performed was or how many hours a day they put in. So the fact that a new member coveted such a high position naturally attracted the discontent of many who hoped to climb the ranks of power and privilege. Bai Zemin's dark eyes also glittered dangerously for a second before returning to normal. Shen Mei had been able to devise a truly perfect plan that allowed her, and those close to her, to get away from any kind of danger. Such a person would definitely not be so foolish as to get on his bad side when they were just beginning to engage in some kind of relationship. "I suppose to say such bold words you must have something in return for a higher position than the one I'm offering you now," he said with narrowed eyes, and that slight smile still shaped on his face. Before I say anything, I want you to promise me the title level 3 noble. I think the information I'm going to give you now is worth so much, Shen Mei said after thinking about it for a moment. However, Bai Zemin didn't even hesitate and immediately shook his head. No way. The title level 3 noble is much more valuable than you think, and there are only a handful of existences that have received that level of title so far. Most of them are people who have followed me since the early days of the apocalypse and have contributed astronomical amounts of resources. If that's all you have to say, then forget it. Bai Zemin didn't expect Shen Mei to have a mouth as big as a lion trying to devour everything. Noble level 3. That level of title was only held by people like Zhang De, Fu Zufeng, Kang Lan, Kai Jingyi, etc. These people had not only entrusted their lives to Bai Zemin from the very beginning, but had also helped him in countless cases to lighten the burden on his shoulders. It was absolutely impossible for him to give Shen Mei, who was no more than a newcomer, such a high title. To do this kind of thing would only cause disaffection in his troops, and none of his soldiers would feel good in their hearts, even if no one said anything out loud. Shen Mei frowned slightly as she did not expect such a firm rejection. However, after considering it better for a moment, she realized that perhaps she was really demanding too much about something she had no idea how it worked. Since Shen Mei did not know about the structural functioning of the Transcendent faction in depth, it was naturally difficult for her to know what level of benefits she would receive depending on her title. That was why she immediately demanded to be a noble level 3, since she was at least around the middle, between the highest privilege level and the lowest privilege level. Noble level 4, I will not accept less than this, Shen Mei said after a moment. She added, believe me, you will regret it soon if you refuse this offer from me. Noble level 4, no problem. Bai Zemin nodded easily this time, since that level of title was received by those people at Xiao Ming's privileged level. Besides, considering how powerful and smart Shen Mei was, she would definitely not take long to climb between the different privilege levels. On the other hand, Bai Zemin felt that he would really regret it if he continued to waste his time here. Shen Mei nodded slightly and then looked Bai Zemin deep in the eyes as she said in a serious voice, Mayor Bai Yang and Commander Jin Shun will take advantage of the fact that you are in charge of the armed troops to escape. I have no idea what Commander Jin Shun's plans might turn out to be, since I don't know him well enough, but I know that Bai Yang keeps in the basement of his villa a large amount of supplies. He will probably take some of his trusted men and sneak out through the west gate, as it is the closest to the area where he is staying. Bai Zemin's expression sank when he heard this. It seems I overestimated this Lord Mayor. Bai Zemin's eyes flashed coldly as he spoke these words before looking behind him and casually giving an order. Who wants to go and take care of this? Honestly speaking, Bai Zemin sincerely expected Bai Yang to put up some more resistance. After all, the fall of Baekwon Camp meant losing everything for Bai Yang. However, little did Bai Zemin expect that the former mayor of Baekwon Subdistrict actually possessed a personality decisive enough to abandon everything to plunge into the dangerous and mysterious outside world. Big Brother Bai, let me go. Luo Ning leaped forward and raised her tiny little hand. You, Bai Zemin frowned and said earnestly, forget it. Seeing Luo Ning make puppy eyes and looked as if she was about to cry, Bai Zemin waved his hand and said impatiently, it's okay, I already said no. If I say you're not going, then you're not going. Luo Ning grunted and kicked the ground while puffing out her cheeks. Big Brother Bai, you're too mean. No matter how much you complain, Bai Zemin ignored her and looked at the rest with a frown. Just as he was preparing to say something else, a slightly cold but with a slight tinge of closeness voice sounded a short distance away from him. Let Luo Ning take care of capturing Bai Yang. I'll go with her to make sure nothing bad happens to her. Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu, and the frown on his face slowly relaxed. If that's the case, then I guess it's okay, he said, nodding. Arg, Big Brother Bai, stop treating me as if I'm a 9-year-old girl. Luo Ning stomped the ground beneath her feet again and complained loudly. But you're 9 years old, little Ning. Wu Yijin put a hand over her mouth to suppress her laughter, even though her shaking shoulders exposed her. Everyone immediately chuckled and looked at Luo Ning affectionately, as the little girl clung tightly to Wu Yijin's arm and swung it from side to side as if she was retaliating. Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and said to her in a low voice, Bingzu, be careful. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes shone strangely when she heard his words. However, she suddenly thought of something and unconsciously looked at Shen Mei. It was only then that she finally realized the reason why Bai Zemin said such words to her, though she could not help but shake her head while laughing at herself. Shagyuan Bingzu said nothing more and instead walked towards Shen Mei before saying in an authoritative voice, "You lead the way." Her voice was not only authoritative, her words were cold, as was the look in her sky-colored eyes. Shen Mei did not know what to say about such a noticeable change in attitude. While chatting with Bai Zemin, this young, silver-haired woman looked like an ordinary girl. But when she spoke to her, her first words were thick with orders and even well-hidden arrogance. But seeing the normal looks on everyone's faces, as if they didn't notice anything strange with this, Shen Mei assumed that either this girl was arrogant as hell with those below her position, or perhaps her personality was cold and aloof with those she didn't know. Shen Mei was more inclined to the second option since she still remembered Commander Jin Shun's report while they were still in the command center. But if the reason behind Shagyuan Bingzu's attitude was her first theory, then Shen Mei could only secretly shake her head in disappointment. Soon and under everyone's eyes, Shen Mei charged into the distance and disappeared in a whirlwind of wind and dust in the direction of the walls of Baekwin camp. Not far away, Luo Ning was galloping furiously on one of her shadow cats with an excited expression and seemingly undisturbed by the blood and destruction in the area. As for Shagyuan Bingzu, her expression was cold and indifferent, and she simply took it upon herself to watch Shen Mei as she protected Luo Ning. After the three ladies completely disappeared from everyone's line of sight, Bai Zemin turned to look at his trusted troops and said loudly, "From now on Wu Yijin will be in charge of leading the Blood Spear Legion temporarily. Chen He, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Kang Lan, Zhang De, and Evangeline will be the people to support her when needed. The rest, I think you already know how things work, so I won't waste time explaining anything else." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 439. The Miserable Fate of the Once Arrogant Bai Zemin. After the three ladies completely disappeared from everyone's line of sight, Bai Zemin turned to look at his trusted troops and said loudly, "From now on, Wu Yijin will be in charge of leading the Blood Spear Legion temporarily. Chen He, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Kang Lan, Zhang De, and Evangeline will be the people to support her when needed. The rest, I think you already know how things work, so I won't waste time explaining anything else." Wu Yijin, who was only 2 or 3 meters distance away, looked at him in surprise and quickly asked, "Are you going somewhere?" Although the war had ended with the overwhelming victory of their faction, a victory in which the opposing camp could barely do anything about, the truth was that there were still a lot of things to be accomplished. While the power of the base seemed to have fallen firmly in the hands of Bai Zemin, the reality was very different from what outward appearances suggested. All it took was a little push from anyone with some prestige within the army of soldiers or soul evolvers who had surrendered, a small flame to start a forest fire. The only real reason why these people were acting so obediently at this moment was solely because of the overwhelming power displayed by Bai Zemin, since the only 2 times he personally made a move. On both occasions, chaos spread throughout the entire war zone. One of those times, he even put the lives of each and every living being in the area in danger. Therefore, if Bai Zemin disappeared just now without first establishing his rule better, and despite the fact that there were several modern firearms among which were included devastating machines such as IFVs and war tanks, there was some probability that some minor problems would arise. Problems that, while minor, would in no way benefit the transcendent faction, considering that, ironically or not, this was not their territory even though they had already conquered the lands. "Don't worry, I don't think these people are foolish enough to try anything funny," Bai Zemin said calmly as he looked Wu Yijin in the eyes. The woman in love found herself lost in those deep black eyes, practically letting her soul be sucked into those 2 black holes that she never wanted to escape from. "Besides," Bai Zemin continued, "with you here, even if someone tries to do something, I doubt they can raise waves, but mostly I can go quietly and leave you in charge since I know what you are capable of." Bai Zemin was not joking with what he said. While he really trusted the power of his subordinates to keep the situation at bay, the real reason he could go off to do his business was because he trusted Wu Yijin's intelligence. He trusted that she would find a way to keep each cat in its cage in an orderly fashion, and without allowing them to fight each other. Wu Yijin felt sweet as if she had eaten honey when she heard the words of recognition from the man she was in love with, her first love, and the only man to whom she was willing to give her all. In the past, She was the proud second greatest beauty of the prestigious Beijing University, the favorite of the heavens belonging to one of the most influential and powerful families of a world superpower like China. The chosen one of the heavens endowed not only with innocent beauty and seductive body, but also with enough intelligence to make her stand out among thousands with ease. Whenever she walked the streets or the university campus, she was the focus of attention in most cases, and her gooseneck was always straight as her head was raised confidently before the world. Little did she expect that at some point in her life, a few words from a man would be able to decide and rule over her heart and her mood. At this point in her life, Wu Yijin had no choice but to be realistic and accept the reality. To accept that a single sentence from Bai Zemin had the ability to make her heart pound and her smile blossom, or cause her heart to die like a wilted flower in the middle of winter, and her tears to fall disconsolately from her beautiful shining eyes. "Leave it to me," she said, unwilling to disappoint the trust he had given her. "I'll see to it that there's not even a shot between us, and that when you come back everything will be easier for you." Since he trusted her so much, Wu Yijin felt she should reciprocate accordingly. After all, a man such as Bai Zemin was destined to be surrounded by women of all kinds, among whom there would definitely be no shortage of outstanding ones. If Wu Yijin ever wanted to break through his heart that was surrounded by a stone wall and earn a place next to him, then she will have to work hard to achieve it, or else it would all end up in nothing more than a pretty friendship. In that case, I feel more at ease. Bai Zemin chuckled before putting on a serious expression on his face and saying, "I'll go hunt down that fellow named Jin Shun." Then, as if thinking about something, he looked at some specific people, and noticing the complicated look in the eyes of these few, Bai Zemin sighed in his heart. There were a few soldiers who joined his faction together with Fu Qiging and became soul evolvers. These soldiers were probably the ones who were suffering the most emotionally, as they had not only seen some of their comrades fall in today's war, but many of them killed many soldiers with whom they had fought side by side on the battlefield in the past, carrying out different missions. For better or for worse, left behind or not, betrayal or no betrayal, the truth was that Jin Shun and the rest of the soldiers had once been the family of these men. Therefore, even though they knew they were doing the right thing since they were taking revenge on people who betrayed them like dogs, it still did not help to make them feel better. Bai Zemin was about to leave without saying much more, but just then, a person came out of the crowd dragging a wagon. The wagon was quite large, about 4 meters high and approximately 10 meters long and wide. There were 4 wheels that had been forged using the bones of some mutant beasts at the bottom, and around the wagon were many thick bones that acted like bars harder than steel, which sealed the wagon as if it were a prison. There were many of these types of wagons in Bai Zemin's faction, some tougher than others as they were built with better materials, but at the end of the day they only had one purpose: to trap mutant beasts or any other creature alive. Mainly, the reason why Bai Zemin and the others were interested in trapping mutant beasts, zombies, goblins, or any other mutated living being was because in that way they might be able to study the specialties of different races, understand weaknesses, strengths. They might even be able to use these creatures to train soldiers and future soul evolvers in combat to slowly take away their fear of war. However, this particular wagon looked too large to contain the one living being that lay sprawled on the platform made of bone. This living being was a human, a man. His hair was a mess, and instead of hair it looked like straw from a wild bird's nest. His eyes were bloodshot, and the dark circles under his eyes made it clear that this person had not slept well for the last few days. His face was covered with dirt, and his limbs were completely crushed as if a heavy machine had run over them. This person's condition was so miserable that it was a miracle he was still alive. "Legion leader, what should we do with this guy?" Zhang De gestured towards the wagon with his head while using his right hand to pull the string made of mutant bear tendons. Bai Zemin approached the wagon without saying a word and observed the captive person with indifferent eyes. A slight smirk adorned his face, and after several seconds of silence, he calmly said, "Do you remember what I told you a couple of days ago? Or maybe I should refresh your memory." The young man raised his head slightly, but even that seemingly insignificant movement caused his face to contort in pain, as a slight grunt escaped from his mouth, along with the air in his lungs. After taking a deep breath for several seconds, the young man used his bloodshot eyes to look at Bai Zemin with a gaze of hatred but mostly horror and disbelief. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Bai Zemin said in a manner that was neither too fast nor too slow, "Bai Jian, I told you that I would destroy before your eyes the Baequin camp and crush the forces of your uncle and that traitor surnamed Jin. Do you remember?" Do you remember I told you that before me? Your arrogance and pride were nothing but the jokes of a worthless brat. Right? This young man was none other than young Master Bai Zemin, who had lived a life of luxury and pampering since birth. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin believed that because his uncle Bai Yang was one of the supreme leaders of a large survivor camp, he could still continue to act rampantly even after the world changed and the old rules fell. This led to Bai Zemin offending Bai Zemin without return, so Bai Zemin was forced to experience the bad way that this new world had truly ceased to be what it once was. Bai Zemin was forced to realize how stupid he had been to blindly believe in the modern weaponry created by mankind of the past. He was forced to open his eyes to the power of evolving humans absorbing large amounts of soul power. For the past 4 or 5 days, Bai Zemin lived a life worse than hell, and many times tried to commit suicide. But in the end, he did not have the courage to do such a thing no matter how much pain he experienced. With his broken limbs and open wounds, Bai Zemin did not receive any medical or magical treatment, so his body slowly began to fill with maggots and other foul-looking larvae that slowly wriggled and ate away at his rotting flesh. The pain was so great that often Bai Zemin would roar in pain to the point where his throat would often begin to bleed. If anyone who knew him in the past saw him at this moment, they would undoubtedly refuse to believe that the ever-arrogant and proud Bai Zemin, who abused his family's power to do as he pleased and take advantage of beautiful young girls, had fallen to such a miserable state as this. However, one thing was certain. Those people who had suffered at the hands of Bai Zemin, those innocent victims who were forced to live through hell because of his inhumanity, would definitely be more than grateful to the person who unwittingly avenged them. Shangyu and Bing Zhu went to hunt your uncle. I think you know what that means, don't you? Bai Zemin's eyes trembled when he heard this, and his heart finally died completely. All hope had disappeared in its entirety. He had seen the power of the woman named Shangyu and Bing Zhu during the past few days while she was hunting beasts or zombies, and was terrified to discover that this woman he had lusted actually possessed such terrifying skills. If she had gone after his uncle and his family, then there was really no hope for him anymore. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3. Chapter 440. It is never too late to take revenge. Bai Zemin did not waste too much of his time with someone as insignificant as Bai Jian was to him and to the world as a whole. In fact, had Bai Jian not made him angry after treating him as if he were an ant when in fact the only ant was him, Bai Zemin might not even have bothered with someone like him. Therefore, after letting him see clearly how all the troops had surrendered to him and slowly began to enter the camp walls again under his command, Bai Zemin let someone else take care of Bai Jian. This arrogant young master who put no one in his eyes did not live for more than 2 months in this new world. This was another definite proof that those who relied too much on their past backups could meet miserable fates if they offended someone who in the past had nothing but in this world managed to acquire amazing power after evolving by themselves. When the world changed, times and circumstances also changed. Soon, Bai Zemin left everyone behind and disappeared in a matter of seconds. He needed to hunt down Commander Jin Shun because even though he was not afraid to let this man escape, he did not want to let him go so easily. Regardless of how weak Jin Shun might be, an enemy was an enemy and Bai Zemin was not a merciful person. Wu Yijin watched as he disappeared, raising a cloud of dust before the explosive waves of his fast movement, with a dreamy look on his face. "Yijin, you are really lost, huh?" Chen He walked up to her and chuckled. Wu Yijin looked at him and snorted. "You're not the one to talk, don't you think?" Chen He coughed uncomfortably when he heard this and blushed slightly. Then he justified himself. "Bing Zhu and I have known each other for almost 20 years. It is completely normal for me to develop feelings towards her considering how excellent she is. However, you've only known Bai Zemin for less than 2 months, and during that time, the number of times you've actually seen him probably doesn't exceed 30 days considering how busy we all are with different tasks." "Bah," Wu Yijin waved her hand and joked. "That also means I've been lost for about 2 months while you've been lost for almost 20 years. The corner of Chen He's mouth twitched and he said quietly, "Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore." "He," Wu Yijin laughed self-satisfied. "It's good that you know what's good for you." From a very young age, Chen He often tried to tease her about anything. Unfortunately for the young archer, Wu Yijin was not as innocent as her baby face suggested, and her tongue was quite sharp when it came to making remarks when she wanted it to be. Wu Yijin let out a sigh of relief in her heart as she saw that her childhood friend seemed to be back to normal. She was still worried about him and about his attitude earlier inside the mutated forest, but apparently Bai Zemin's tactic had worked on him. "I'm glad you're okay now," Wu Yijin said as she watched the armed army begin to enter through the gates of the camp. "I'm really sorry about earlier, I really am." Chen He sighed and apologized for his attitude towards her an hour or two ago. "Don't worry about it. It's not the first time you've acted like a brat anyway. I'm used to it, Tilda." "You? He Tilda." While Wu Yijin and Chen He were chatting, they were actually also paying attention to their surroundings just like all the soul evolvers. The armed troops began to retake the critical defensive points of the wall in the northern direction, and after leaving about 1/4 of the troops stationed there, the huge army split into 3 groups before departing in different parts while being led by trusted powerful people. These 3 groups were destined to protect the other 3 walls of the camp, to prevent any enemy creature from sneaking into the settlement, or at the very least to buy time for the more powerful ones to arrive on the scene. The reason Wu Yijin felt safe letting these people go was not only because there were people such as Evangeline, Chen He, Fu Zufeng, Yan Tu, and many more personally leading one of the 4 areas, but because she had given a small but important speech that had left all the soldiers who were previously loyal to Commander Jin Shun speechless. "This time, I will stop holding back," Wu Yijin whispered to herself as she walked through the streets and watched as the survivors whispered and pointed whenever they saw a modified military vehicle passing by them. What Wu Yijin had done was to expose her real identity as the granddaughter of the Chinese Prime Minister. Of course, although her words surprised all the enemy soldiers who had submitted with no other choice, they were still far from being enough to make them listen to her. After all, words were carried away by the wind and were nothing more than empty sounds with no real meaning. However, when Wu Yijin showed proof that she was not lying, those soldiers were forced to admit that before them was a member of one of the most powerful and influential families in the country, and they immediately became a lot calmer. "At the very least, now they won't cause any big trouble," she chuckled as she looked at a small snapshot in her hand. "Grandpa, I hope you and the others are doing well." In that snapshot was a beautiful young woman of about 19 or 20 years old next to a rather old man of about 60 or so. However, even though the man was clearly an old man, the vigor in his posture and the air of power in his gaze was more than enough evidence to show that he was no ordinary person. It was not difficult to recognize this person as Wu Jianhong. Anyone who had watched the news at least once should have seen him on television giving a press conference. Therefore, the soldiers naturally recognized him easily. Wu Jianhong's position was basically supreme in China. A person such as Jin Shun was important, but only within his military settlement, unlike the premier whose influence extended throughout the country. Therefore, these soldiers unconsciously began to listen more to Wu Yijin without so much prejudice. Although Wu Yijin was not Wu Jianhong, as the latter's granddaughter, she had certain privileges that others did not. At the very least, knowing that she came from that Wu family, the men who were formerly subordinates of the military commander Jin Shun were no longer so reluctant to obey. "It seems that there is also a lot of work to be done at this base," Wu Yijin sighed as she surveyed the surroundings. There was a group of 5 level 20 evolvers beside her acting as her bodyguards. All of them were observing the surroundings and unconsciously felt pleased with themselves as they compared this camp to the camp set up with the effort of all of them together. The sparkle in the eyes of these survivors had disappeared. There were some of them who were still wearing bad clothes, and there were areas that were smelly to the point where it was unbearable to even go near there. Although there seemed to be some trade in a few areas, it could not compare to the Transcendent Factions camp. This was because, unlike Bai Yang and Jin Shun who were preoccupied with secretly fighting each other and maintaining their forces, Bai Zemin really gave his all for the betterment of his people. This was because, unlike these two, Bai Zemin did not need to fear anything. Suddenly, while still standing at the north gate of the camp making sure everything was in order, Wu Yijin heard explosions coming from the distance, and her expression changed. She gave some quick orders to the people next to her, and then activated lightning movement, dashing into the distance at lightning speed. The other survivors did not notice anything strange temporarily. Unlike a first-order soul evolver, these survivors were just normal unevolved human, so while Wu Yijin was able to faintly hear the explosions coming from several kilometers away, the survivors were unable to do so because the camp was extremely noisy in itself. /////. On the other hand, in the core of the base, Bai Yang and his younger sister had anxious expression as they watched the maidservant and some soul evolvers quickly move supplies toward the modified military trucks. Big brother, little giant, Bai Wei inquired in a low voice. Give up, Bai Yang said in a deep voice. Since the enemy is so tenacious, it's not possible for little giant to stay alive, at least not in good condition. Bai Wei gritted her teeth and said angrily rather than sadly, that brat son of mine never listens when I talk at him. If he hadn't been so stubborn about going to that camp to try to negotiate, he wouldn't have met such a fate. HMPH, Bai Yang snorted and said with some indifference, he has only himself to blame for his stubbornness. Besides, Wei, you and I both know that little giant's attitude hasn't been good over the past few years. Do you really think he tried to negotiate with the enemy? Most likely that brat tried to force the enemy camp to surrender using sharp words, which finally ended up infuriating that dog Bai Zemin. Forget it then, Bai Wei sighed sadly. Although she really was sad and furious about her son's death, the enemy's strength was too great at this moment for them to do anything about it. Some might call it cruelty or indifference, but growing up in a political family, Bai Wei had learned from a young age to hold back and look for the right opportunities before going on the attack. What could she do at this point against her son's murderer? Nothing. She would only be sending herself to her own death. Bai Yang naturally knew his sister well, so he looked at her with gentle eyes and promised in a serious voice. Wei, don't worry. That dog Bai Zemin is indeed strong right now, but he is definitely not invincible. If we manage to reach the center of Beijing after creating our own armed forces and manage to communicate with a missile base, it won't be hard to send him and his whole bandit gang to hell. By then, little giant's death will be properly avenged. Bai Yang still counted about 15 soul evolvers, among whom there was a first-order existence. With this kind of lineup, it would not be difficult for him to make his way to other villages and find more resources and survivors. Then, he would just have to slowly start arming these survivors in exchange for food, and in a few months, Bai Yang believed he would be able to gather a force of 500 or 1,000 men. It was never too late to take revenge. A man who knew how to wait for his moment would always succeed sooner or later. However, this time I will focus on raising soul evolvers. I won't make the same mistake a second time, Bai Yang secretly thought as he clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. This defeat had been one of the greatest humiliations Bai Yang had ever suffered in his lifetime, and it had been at the hands of a young brat no more than 20 years old. But Bai Yang had quickly realized that the problem lay not only in the strength of the enemy leader, but that the enemy in general was tremendously strong. Soul evolvers, I guess I'll have to put in a little effort myself too. Bai Yang made up his mind to fight his fears and evolve properly as well. That dog Bai Zemin is tremendously powerful, as hard as it is for me to admit. If at some point I manage to obtain that kind of strength or even surpass it, who in this world could even oppose my words? Even Xuanyuan Wenchen himself would have to listen to my opinions. Bai Yang already imagined himself reigning over the new China. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 441. If someone attacks you, how do you respond? Of course, you must attack them. After the important things were moved from the basement of his villa to the various military trucks that Bai Yang had traded with Jin Shun, and then modified before finally hiding them in the case, at some point situations arose where he had no choice but to run away. Bai Yang ordered everyone to get into the vehicles. A small group of vehicles departed in a westerly direction, directly towards the exit. The people at the base really still had no idea that the war had been lost, and except for a privileged few, the rest were completely uninformed about the fact that the previous lords of the Baekwin camp had been overthrown by the faction several kilometers to the north. Therefore, when the survivors who were beginning to leave their homes after things calmed down saw the military vehicles appearing for a moment before disappearing again at full speed, they immediately panicked and went back into hiding, thinking that the war had now spread from the northern area to the west as well. Although the news that the war was over was slowly beginning to spread after the survivors living in the northern area of the base saw the army returning, it was still some time before the news reached the rest of the base. After all, most survivors could only walk to get around, and only those with good salaries were able to perhaps have a bicycle for transportation. It would still take more time before the news spread far and wide, and since neither Bai Zemin nor anyone else really tried to publicize the defeat of the local camp. Even the survivors had little idea of what was going on or what had already happened. "Big brother, you really are brilliant," sitting in the back of a modified jeep, Bai Wei sighed in admiration. "You even prepared enough supplies for 2,000 people to survive for 2 whole months, let alone a few dozen like us." "Even though this battle was my defeat, that doesn't mean the war is completely lost," Bai Yang said calmly. "We don't have to worry about having no fire as long as we have some firewood. Losers and winners, they are nothing but words, as in a second the victor and the defeated could change their positions. From a young age, Father raised me to prepare for the worst-case scenario, and it was only because of this that I made it to where I am now." Bai Wei nodded silently as her eyes flashed with bloodlust. She was a soul evolver whose level hovered around 20, and her strength could not be underestimated. She vowed to herself to become more powerful to get her revenge. She never wanted to be forced to abandon what she believed belonged to her in her own right again. As the vehicles sped forward without worrying about whether they would hurt anyone or not, an eerie silence reigned in the area, and for some reason, Bai Yang suddenly began to feel uneasy. Hypothetically and theoretically speaking, Bai Zemin should be having a headache reorganizing the troops right now, so it should be temporarily impossible for him to worry too much about other things, unless he were willing to cause mass genocide without worrying about those who decided to surrender to him. However, even if it pained him to admit it, Bai Yang had no choice but to accept that Bai Zemin was a talented and intelligent young man. This was proven by how he not only knew how to seize every opportunity that came his way from the moment the world changed, but also how he managed to establish his own firm ground in the middle of this raging ocean. If Bai Zemin really did kill each and every one of the soldiers and soul evolvers of the Baequin camp, then it would be no different from marking his own end. After all, the Baequin camp had a total of around 20,000 survivors. This was a lot, and certainly not a number that could be handled by just a few hundred people. Moreover, the extension of the Baequin camp was at least 3 times the extension of the village in which Bai Zemin's base was located. Therefore, he needed a lot of manpower if he wanted to cover all possible areas and keep watch over the area at all times. However, why do I suddenly feel that something is not right? Bai Yang began to grow impatient, and after a moment he ordered in a serious voice, "Quicken the pace. When we get to the west gate, don't bother waiting for the gates to open and just have an advance truck break it down." Roger," the driver nodded and immediately passed the order over the military radio. The speed of the caravan of vehicles immediately shot up to new heights, and a truck advancing in the rear made its way to the front of the group. This truck had been modified in such a way that it not only possessed defenses sturdy enough to withstand the impact of ammunition used by Type 78 machine guns. In addition, at the front was an object similar to a giant shovel of the kind that machines in charge of scattering pebbles or sand carried. "Big brother, is something wrong?" Bai Wei asked as she felt her heart squeezing tightly. "For some reason, I don't feel calm," Bai Yang replied so that only his younger sister could hear his words. "Although in theory Bai Zemin shouldn't have time to think about the army commanders, I think I'm overlooking something, but I can't figure out what it is." It had to be said that Bai Yang was really smart and his instinct top-notch. If he had not let his reasoning be clouded by the mentality of the past when the world had already proven that it had ceased to be what it once was, it was highly likely that he would have decided to join Bai Zemin's faction after a little more investigation, and thus, at this moment, he would be enjoying great benefits. After all, if Bai Zemin could make Bai Yang surrender to him, then everything would be easier for him. This was because controlling an enemy camp without the support of an enemy commander was extremely laborious. Therefore, the difficulty of actually controlling the Baequin camp would be much more difficult than when Bai Zemin got his hands on the North camp, because at that time he was supported by Liu Yan, who was one of the 2 leaders of the North camp at that moment. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret. Now that the war had broken out and culminated not long after, it was impossible for Bai Zemin to allow Bai Yang to join him. Precisely because he knew this, Bai Yang seized the opportunity to flee as soon as he saw how the small army of enemy soul evolvers managed to crush the combined forces of the Baequin camp. Bai Yang frowned tightly as he scrambled his brain trying to think of where the great uneasiness he felt was coming from. However, no matter how much he racked his brain in thought, he could not get any answer. Never in his wildest dreams could Bai Yang have expected or imagined that the reason behind his uneasiness was based on the fact that one of his trusted soul evolvers who had worked for him not so long ago had actually sold him out to the enemy for some extra benefits. Just then, the military radio switched on, and a somewhat strange-sounding voice rang out from inside the vehicle in which Bai Yang was traveling. "Mr. Mayor, there's a small girl dressed in leather armor and with a giant sword blocking the road ahead. What shall we do?" Bai Yang's expression changed when he heard these words as the image of a small girl riding a giant black cat at the beginning of the war flashed in his mind. He leaned over and snatched the radio before shouting loudly, "Don't slow down. Continue the forward march even if the world ends. Do whatever it takes to force that brat out of the way or shoot her dead." Not even a second later, the soul evolvers traveling in different vehicles thrust their firearms out of the small openings left by the defensive shells and began to fire a hail of golden bullets at the girl, who was 200 meters away, a distance that was quickly being closed. Luo Ning was standing on the road, the only road along which large vehicles could advance together and the fastest way to reach the west gate. She didn't even have time to say a single word when a yellow barrier lit up around her body and bullets began to bounce off. However, the barrier was clearly not in optimal condition as cracks quickly began to appear. Since Bai Zemin's broken bronze bell had already lost all of its daily energy earlier, and Shangyuan Bingzu's had withstood a large number of bullet hits during Luo Ning's escape, naturally, the energy of the latter's broken bronze bell was somewhat worn out. However, it was still enough to keep Luo Ning safe for a few seconds without a problem. "Arg, don't you people know how to talk and only know how to attack people?" Luo Ning shouted angrily before pointing forward with her little finger and ordering, "Blackie number 1 and 2, attack." The main advance truck, and the one in charge of leading the way, was only 100 meters away from Luo Ning. If the little girl's small body took the blow from this mechanical beast that was practically completely surrounded by materials of a first-order beast, it would be a miracle if her body had any healthy bones left. Without the driver noticing, two creatures whose size was capable of scaring any human appeared silently from the natural shadow of the modified truck and were easily able to advance at the speed of the vehicle. Those traveling behind the advanced truck naturally saw the beasts come seemingly out of nowhere. However, they did not even have time to warn of the danger when the two Black Panther-like creatures made their move at the same time. With wonderful timing, the two Luo Ning summons raised one of their paws and slashed the giant wheel of the vehicle in a swift motion. Bai Yang had not thought as far ahead as Shangyu and Bingzu, so the wheels of the vehicles they used were still normal. The ones on this specific modified truck were especially tough because they were the wheels of an agro-tractor. However, in the face of the claws of the summoners from a first-order scroll, they were not worthy of mention. Bang bang! There was no surprise on Luo Ning's face when two explosions completely broke the silence in the area. The two shadow cats were sent flying as the shockwave released by the pressure of the air contained within the tires was abruptly expelled, disappearing into the shadows of a building once again. The power of shadow cats lay in ambush, so by nature they were more comfortable hidden than in the light. The driver of the advance truck had an immediate change of expression when he lost control of the vehicle. The man's eyes went wide, and he hurriedly tried to turn the steering wheel in the opposite direction to the direction. The weight was leaning in a desperate attempt to avoid hitting the buildings on the side of the road, however. His movement only made things even worse. The vehicle leaned to one side first, and when the driver turned the steering wheel abruptly all the weight shifted immediately, which resulted in the wheels not being able to stay firmly on the ground. Surprisingly, despite the weight of the modified truck, the wheels separated from the ground, and the truck spun through the air heading straight towards Luo Ning. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 442, Luo Ning scared and in danger. Luo Ning watched as the giant truck flew through the air as it came flying towards her swiftly. If it was in the past, she would have definitely frozen in place due to fear, however. The current Luo Ning was a soul evolver very close to the First Order, only lacking one more level to receive her breakthrough quest. She had seen death before her eyes many times. Luo Ning had witnessed with her own eyes how many people died before her. Therefore, death somehow no longer felt fearful and became more routine. The change in the world with the interruption of the soul record in everyone's quiet life had caused even a young girl as young as 9 years old to experience such a great change. While Luo Ning could have dodged without much trouble by activating lightning movement, she snorted, and with an amused glint in her large eyes, she extended her small hand forward. Ice barrier. The girl's high-pitched voice, was soon suppressed by the steady firepower that even now had not stopped. Swoosh! The frost power gathered right in front of Luo Ning, and from her feet, a platinum-colored magic circle lit up for an instant before a thick wall of ice, 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, rose up in a second. Boom! The giant truck, flying out of control, slammed hard into the wall of ice that was firmly protecting Luo Ning behind it, and a thunderous explosion resounded all around. The wall of ice shuddered along with the cracked ground, while the truck suffered no apparent damage, even after falling to the ground, having collided with the defensive barrier. Phew! Luo Ning patted her chest as she saw that the barrier was only slightly cracked, but showed no signs of breaking at all. The caravan, consisting of about 10 vehicles, mostly loaded with supplies, was forced to stop abruptly after the turn of events. None of them expected that, in a matter of seconds, what appeared to be a simple drive would turn into an agony. The soul evolvers got out of the vehicles and gave up their ranged weapons. Some of them drew swords from their waists and began to slowly circle the truck as they looked at Luo Ning cautiously. Be careful, this girl can not only summon those cats that disappear and appear from the shadows, but she also seems to be able to control ice. A level 23 female soul evolver warned loudly. Inside the vehicle, Bai Yang's expression was dark as he watched the events unfolding. Even Bai Wei, who was a powerful soul evolver, did not dare to come out to confront Luo Ning, even though she was just a little girl. What a joke! That harmless-looking little girl could actually raise a defensive barrier, capable of withstanding the impact and weight of a truck modified with materials from a first-order creature, so there was no way normal attacks would work against her. Finding herself surrounded by soul evolvers in possession of melee weapons, Luo Ning couldn't help but become nervous. This was the first time the girl had faced humans attacking her with melee weapons. In the past, although there were confrontations where some people tried to kill her using firearms, she always managed to escape from danger thanks to various treasures and her defensive equipment. However, against melee weapons, probably only her rank 1 armor could save her, but even then, her head was not protected. Luo Ning saw and identified some of the swords in the hands of these soul evolvers. There were Xunyuan sword, crocodile tooth sword, heavy saber, and also some spears that Luo Ning didn't know if they were treasures or equipment made by some blacksmith. Swoosh! A soul evolver of level 25, and about to break the first order, finally couldn't take it anymore. Driven by the shame of being held together with his companions by a girl young enough to be his daughter's daughter, this middle-aged soul evolver charged forward and slashed down fiercely with his crocodile tooth sword. Luo Ning could see from the man's eyes the murderous intent, though she knew that if she wasn't careful enough she might actually die. Not wanting to exhaust the remaining energy of the broken bronze bell on weapons she could block on her own, and preferring to save the power of the defensive treasure to protect against attacks she couldn't naturally react to like bullets, Luo Ning raised her own crocodile tooth sword, and with a cute battle cry tenaciously slashed upwards. Clang! The clanging metallic sound echoed as the giant blades of the 2 rare-grade swords met in the middle of both warriors. Luo Ning blinked in surprise, as she realized that the adult male's slash before her wasn't as powerful as she thought it would be. This was the first time Luo Ning had faced a soul evolver in a battle to the death, so even though she had trained close combat alongside the other soul evolvers at the base in the past, it could be said that she was inexperienced in gauging her enemy's strength properly. After all, allies always had restrictions on each other since they did not want to hurt other allies. Moreover, the soul evolvers of the Transcendent faction were more powerful than the soul evolvers of the Baequin camp due to the difference in purity of soul power. So, Luo Ning was another one who was used to fighting elites and not normals. The veins on the male soul evolver's forehead swelled, and his face began to turn red at the same time as his hands began to tremble along with his sword. Seeing the sudden stalemate between the clearly muscular body of the adult male against the tiny body of a girl who was not even 10 years old, the soul evolvers working for Bai Yang could not believe it. At first, they had not wanted to attack together since as soul evolvers they all had a modicum of pride present. Unfortunately, it seemed that they would have to drop that pride soon. Long Chen, you bastard, what the hell are you doing? You think we have time to play around here? Finish the brat off once and for all, roared the team leader, a level 29 soul evolver. This soul evolver was the only first-order existence remaining of Bai Yang, and the reason why he decided to stay behind was because, like most of those present, they had received Bai Yang's support, when in the past they were nothing more than survivors of the lowest caste, people who starved to death on the roadside in one of the lowest areas of the camp, and only fortunately managed to meet with one of the highest authorities of the establishment. Damn, the man named Long Chen shouted and roared as he used the weight of his body to try to force the girl back. Luo Ning finally became very annoyed, and with the expression of an enraged little tigress, shouted her own battle cry as she used all her strength to slash forward with her sword. Bang! The stalemate that had lasted for a couple of seconds was finally broken, and under everyone's astonished eyes, the level 25 soul evolver named Long Chen was forced back a dozen steps, barely avoiding falling to the ground on his butt. Moreover, Long Chen's hand with which he was holding onto his sword was shaking fiercely as if he was suffering from some kind of disease. "Uncle, I'm warning you. I'm really strong." Luo Ning pointed her sword forward and shouted loudly, "If you surrender now and hand over the person named Bai Yang to me so I can hand him over to my big brother Bai, then all of you will be able to work for him in the future. You will even be able to have beautiful houses and eat delicious food." At the end of the day, no matter how powerful Luo Ning had become or how much evil she had seen, it was still difficult for someone her age to comprehend how evil human beings could become. Her pure mind was not able to assimilate what the race known as humanity could do when faced with a situation they did not like. Luo Ning hoped that her words would be enough to make the enemy surrender. She had not only offered her hand in peace, but had also given them a way out that, in her opinion, was very easy and simple. However, in the eyes of these soul evolvers, what Luo Ning had done was no different than mocking and humiliating them. Delicious food, beautiful houses, all this was something they could obtain with their own hands. When did they need a brat to tell them what they had to do to survive? Damn it, let's all attack together. The level 29 soul evolver finally realized that this girl before them was not as simple as it seemed, even though her soul power was clearly lower than his, so he decided to attack immediately after receiving a certain command from the intercom. The 14 soul evolvers, including the one who had been forced to retreat in the face of Luo Ning's superior strength, followed the first order soul evolver, and with roars charged over with fierce expressions to attack the girl. Luo Ning's expression changed and a flash of panic shone in her eyes. She hurriedly took several steps back and shouted in a trembling voice, "Stop now." However, she was not heard. Seeing the terrifying expressions on the faces of the people in front of her, Luo Ning unconsciously sent a thought to the rune that represented the skill First Order Summon Shadow Cat. Swoosh swoosh. The two shadow cats leaped out from around a corner, and like ghosts rushed at the group of 15 soul evolvers as they let out terrifying roars. Scram! The First Order soul evolver wielded a green long spear, and after roaring towards the skies stabbed forward several times while activating the skill air bullet. Bang 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 bang. Fist-sized spheres of air were formed at the tip of the spear, and flew towards the shadow cats, creating explosions wherever they passed. The shadow cats moved nimbly and managed to avoid several air bullets. The power of the skill proved to be powerful enough to create holes of about 20 centimeters in the earthen floor. Although the shadow cats were fast and agile, at the end of the day, they were facing a First Order soul evolver that had killed many enemies, among which there were a few initial First Order. Therefore, after a bit of fighting, several air bullets hit the body of both shadow cats and the two summons writhed. Although they were not immediately destroyed, they were sent flying more than 3 meters before hitting the ground hard. The two shadow cats tried to stand up, but apparently, the summons had suffered some damage as it took them some work to get up. Since the distance between Luo Ning and the enemy First Order soul evolver was no more than 10 meters, it was absolutely impossible for the two creatures to return in time to protect Luo Ning. Luo Ning pointed forward and cried out in fright, "Gee, go!" A third shadow cat emerged from the shadow of her and rushed at the soul evolver with its mouth open, bearing sharp fangs. The First Order soul evolver's face went white as he felt the beast's fangs about to touch his neck. He did not expect a third one. Swoosh! Just when it seemed all was lost for him, an earthen spike rose from the ground and struck the beast directly in the abdomen. Bang! The third shadow cat exploded into a pile of dark lines that disappeared like black smoke. Losing a summoning in an overwhelming manner, Luo Ning had no choice but to take the counter slash, and with a pale face clutched at her chest as a look of pain flashed across her face. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 443, Bloodthirsty Shangyuan Bingzu. As Luo Ning wailed in pain, her guard naturally dropped and her reflexes, as well as reaction speed, suffered a tremendous decrease. At a distance of no more than about 5 meters, a single second was all that a soul evolver needed to claim the life of another, or at the very least inflict serious injuries on the opponent. In this type of battle, where the movement and attack speed had reached a certain level, distances could be closed in the blink of an eye, therefore precisely a momentary blink of an eye could cost the life of anyone. The First Order Soul Evolver arrived before Luo Ning, and taking advantage of the fact that his spear was about 2 meters long, he leaned forward slightly and stabbed towards the latter's chest with vigor. Die! The man was clearly frustrated, as in the midst of his roar, he let out his anger in its entirety. Luo Ning, frightened, activated lightning movement, and taking advantage of the movement speed boost after increasing her agility by plus 70 points, she managed to take several steps backwards while slashing with her sword diagonally. Clang! The edge of the crocodile tooth sword met the tip of the green spear of the First Order Soul Evolver, causing a metallic clang that shook the eardrums of those closest to them. The shockwave caused the ground to sink slightly, and the nearest houses were involved as chunks of wall began to collapse, frightening the residents inside. The First Order Soul Evolver was about to move forward to continue his attack, but suddenly, his expression changed, and he stabbed his spear towards the ground while activating air bullet again. Bang! A fist-sized air bullet shot out from the tip of the spear, just in time as a yellow magic circle glowed on the ground, followed by a long, thick earth spike emerging from it. Boom! The earth spike and the air bullet met as one ascended and the other descended, causing a loud explosion that ended with the destruction of both attacks. Fragments of magic-hardened earth flew everywhere, shattering several crystals in the process. Meanwhile, small-sized air blades spread out and caused 2 soul evolvers to receive minor cuts to their limbs. Sorry, the First Order Soul Evolver apologized loudly before looking at Luo Ning with red eyes as he cursed. This brat has several treasures on her, be careful. Luo Ning had a pained expression on her face, and as she pointed with her right hand towards the ground, the earth bracelet on her wrist lit up for a moment before losing all of its luster. She could no longer rely on the skill attached to the treasure to force the enemy to retreat. She secretly wondered why the 2 elder sisters hadn't appeared to help her yet, but Luo Ning didn't have much time to analyze things, since the enemy soul evolvers weren't kind enough to wait for her to recover. Most of the soul evolvers Luo Ning faced possessed active skills that boosted one of their stats for a short period of time, and those with special attack skills were rare. Therefore, the vast majority could only charge forward and slash with their weapons, using their physical abilities to the fullest to defeat the enemy in the shortest amount of time possible. Luo Ning knew that she could not take on so many enemies on her own, much less considering that there was a first-order existence among the enemies that could defeat her. Therefore, she seized the opportunity and jumped onto one of her 3 shadow cats, and with the boost of agility, she began to jump between the nearby buildings as she fought against the enemies. Whenever the enemies tried to surround her, the girl used the feline's agile movements to jump to the roof of another building, and when the opportunity to unleash an attack appeared, she would immediately command the creature to leap forward to allow her to swing her sword. The battle went on for about 10 minutes. During this period of time, the sound of metal clashing against metal echoed relentlessly through the surroundings. The shockwaves caused by the fighting had alerted and frightened the survivors who, despite their fear, did not dare to leave the illusory safety their homes afforded them. Although Luo Ning managed to resist the chain attack of 15 soul evolvers who were clearly trying to kill her, her current situation was not good at all. Her chest was rising and falling continuously, sweat was running like a waterfall down her little face, her hair was disheveled with several strands sticking to her face, and her right hand with which she held her crocodile tooth sword occasionally trembled, as if it was difficult for the current her to keep her grip firmly. Why? Such a thought appeared in the girl's mind, as her frightened eyes flashed with pain. But the enemy was cruel. The adults had learned that they could no longer trust anyone but themselves, so, regardless of whoever it was that dared to block their ways to survival, they would have to pay the consequences. Why? Luo Ning raised her sword to block the enemy attack and quickly counterattacked. Just as her sword was about to slash the enemy's neck, Luo Ning's hand trembled and the course of the slash abruptly changed. Slash! Arg! A level 19 soul evolver cried out in pain, as his left arm was sliced clean off by the girl's sword. However, while one was writhing in pain, the others seemed to have turned into mindless zombies, as the only thing that could be seen in their eyes was murderous intent, as Luo Ning's image was reflected in their pupils. Bang 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 bang. The First Order Soul Evolver was beyond furious. He unleashed all his attacks in an instant, exhausting almost all his mana not long after. The air bullets hit several roofs, walls, the ground, etc. Many houses collapsed, burying the survivors inside, their fates unknown. Two soul evolvers who focused more on the path of magic threw earth spikes or ice picks whenever the opportunity appeared, which also made it difficult for Luo Ning to move freely. Finally, after another 120 seconds, Luo Ning's stamina stat reached a critical point. Fighting against 15 enemies at the same time, enemies whose levels were similar to hers, and among whom there were some who even surpassed her, was a feat truly worth mentioning. If Lilith were present, she definitely could have praised the girl for being able to endure well for so long. In the panorama of a universal whole, there were few existences that could do what Luo Ning had managed to do despite being only 9 years old, and despite the fact that it had only been about 60 days since the world changed. Unfortunately, there was no use in achieving great things if at the end of the day one could not defeat the enemy they faced. As Bai Zemin said on more than one occasion, the winner is the king and the loser is the thief. It was no use if you ended up dying in the end. With her stamina depleted, Luo Ning's vision blurred and her movements faltered. If not for the shadow cat she was riding, and if not for the creature being sustained by mana instead of stamina, Luo Ning would have collapsed long ago. However, luck would not always be on her side. After dodging several air bullets as best as it could, the shadow cat finally failed to dodge 2 of them and was hit hard. Luo Ning flew out of the shadow cat's back, falling heavily to the ground, and while grunting softly tried to get back on her feet. The girl's little legs were shaking gently, and it was only by using her sword as a cane that she finally managed to get back on her feet. However, when she raised her head, the spear of the First Order Soul Evolver was there, right before her eyes. The protective barrier of the broken bronze bell was no longer available at this point, as the energy inside the treasure had been completely drained a few moments earlier, while protecting the girl inside a cracked magical barrier that after receiving dozens of magical impacts finally collapsed. The skill lightning movement could give Luo Ning the boost she needed, but not only was she out of mana to activate the skill for the 3rd time, but her currently depleted stamina did not allow her to make any sudden movements. As for the Summon Shadow Cat skill, Luo Ning's mind was slightly blank. Between fear, physical, and mental exhaustion, they filled the girl's mind with confusion, and thus, her commands would not be very correct when it came to controlling 3 creatures. Luo Ning only had these 2 skills active at the moment. Although she could have more if she wanted to, she was also being careful with her choice of skills after listening to the advice of Bai Zemin and other soul evolvers. Therefore, she really had nothing left to rely on to save her life. Tears appeared over the tired and sorrowful eyes of the little 9-year-old girl. She did not want to die here. She still wanted to see her big brother Bai, big sister Bing Zhu, big sister Yijin, and all the other big brothers, big sisters, and all the uncles and aunts in the army. Suddenly, a gentle breeze containing a slight cold air blew at Luo Ning's side, and before she could even comprehend what was happening, her eyes saw a thin and small, but at the same time, incredibly, big back protecting her behind. Ah, that's right, Luo Ning thought exhaustedly. She had forgotten. She had forgotten that she wasn't alone. She had forgotten that the person who had activated that ice barrier at the beginning of it all wasn't her. It had been someone else. A person Luo Ning admired greatly and hoped to one day become as beautiful and powerful as her. Luckily, when such a thought appeared in her heart, Luo Ning's exhausted eyes finally began to close as the nerves and muscles in her tense body completely relaxed. She knew that now, everything would be all right. As the exhausted body of an unconscious Luo Ning fell, Shen Mei appeared like a ghost behind the little girl and gently caught her, letting the crocodile tooth sword break the terrifying silence that for an instant reigned over the battlefield. The eyes of the First Order Soul Evolver contracted to the size of a needle at the sight of the person in front of him. No, rather, the shock in his heart at that instant came from the fact of what this person was doing. The tip of the green spear, which was actually a rare grade treasure, was being stopped by a small and beautiful pale white hand. Surrounding the hand was a thin layer of ice that completely blocked the cutting edge of the spear, and no matter how hard the man tried, he was unable to advance any further. A air bullet. The First Order Soul Evolver screamed in a panic attack, and the respective rune in his soul lit up. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes were cold and indifferent like those of death itself. She activated her skill silently and calmly, sending a blast of cold energy into her palm, and soon turning it into ice. Crack, crack, crack. The ice spread over the surface of the spear of the First Order Soul Evolver, and under the man's terrified eyes, the air bullet that was forming was frozen to the point where a small empty sphere inside it fell softly to the ground without making a sound. Swoosh! The First Order Soul Evolver felt a breeze pass past his body, and an instant later he felt a stinging sensation on his forehead. Then, a thick liquid began to run from his upper body, and just as he wondered what it was he saw his eyes being covered by a viscous dark red liquid. Blood, such a thought popped into the man's heart. However, before he could think more or comprehend what had happened, a red line appeared right down the center of his body, from the top to the bottom. Then, under the terrified and disbelieving eyes of the other 14 Soul Evolvers, the First Order Soul Evolver's body was cut perfectly in two. Blood splattered everywhere uncontrollably, and organs were scattered all over the ground. The characteristic metallic smell of blood filled the air immediately, and those who were watching could not help but writhe in fear in their places, while the more timid ones directly fainted on the spot at the bloody scene. All of them had killed in the past, but the way the woman before them had just killed their teammate and team leader was bloodthirsty and cruel enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 444, Beautiful Way to Slaughter and No Mercy. While blood had splattered everywhere and still continued gushing from both halves of the severed body of the enemy First Order Soul Evolver, not even a drop of blood stained Shangyuan Bingzu's existence. Every drop of blood that flew in her direction was met with particles of cold air that froze that blood into tiny ruby-colored crystals that, as they fell to the ground, glittered in the sun's rays like precious jewels. It only took a few moments for all the blood in the area to freeze due to the low temperature, and as Shangyuan Bingzu stood on a platform of ice, the area around her was filled with these ruby-colored jewels created from the enemy's blood and her ice maker skill. As Shen Mei watched from the back, she could not help but be amazed at such a sight. Initially, the place seemed to have turned into a living hell, but a few seconds later that living hell slowly began to become more like a beautiful heaven of precious jewels. This was probably the first time Shen Mei thought that death and slaughter were so beautiful. There was no doubt that Shangyuan Bingzu's way of killing was extremely elegant. This, coupled with her natural beauty that seemed to come from another world as the sunlight shone on her, made her look like a goddess who descended from the heavens to the mortal world. Her cold and emotionless eyes looked at the 14 people before her, and without uttering a single word her body swayed gently as she still clung to the hilt of her frozen winter sword. The 14 Soul Evolvers only saw the beautiful but thorny rose before them disappear, and then all they managed to see was a flash of bright light glinting before them. A moment later, what these Soul Evolvers managed to make out was the world around them begin to spin before finally realizing that it was not the world spinning but their heads. How horrifying was it to see your own headless body while blood gushed from your neck like an endless torrent? No one could ever imagine themselves in such a situation, let alone get an idea of how horrifying such a sight was. These decapitated Soul Evolvers were no exception either. However, they had just experienced that feeling for the first and last time in their lives. The 14 heads fell to the ground making thudding noises, followed by the lifeless bodies of the 14 enemy Soul Evolvers. Before the blood could spread any further, Shangyuan Bingzu waved her hand gracefully, and the frost energy gathered beneath her feet, casting a silver-colored magic circle. Bang! The frost-like energy spread outward with her as the center, and in a second everything 20 meters in front of her was completely sealed in layers of crystalline white ice. Shen Mei's eyes twitched as she saw how excellent control over her own mana Shangyuan Bingzu had. This was probably the most perfect magic and magical activation Shen Mei had seen since the Soul Record arrived on Earth. What a beautiful and talented woman, Shen Mei exclaimed in her heart as she watched the moonlight silver hair of the young woman in front of her sway gently as the frozen air particles danced around her. Shangyuan Bingzu glanced icily towards the vehicle 50 meters away, easily noticing the presence of some people inside. She did not bother to go there immediately and instead turned her body slightly to look behind her. There, Luoning was resting in Shen Mei's arms. The girl's eyes were closed tightly, and there was a slight frown on her face that made her look extremely pitiful. The occasional trembling of her body made one believe that she was having an ugly nightmare from which she could not wake up, which generated a need to hug her to relieve her lament. Seeing Luo Ning in such a state, Shangyuan Bingzu's heart was not too affected, because while it looked like the girl was suffering, it was actually nothing compared to what she would experience if she fell into the enemy's hands. Earlier, while they were on their way here, Luo Ning was very cheerful and did not seem to take all this matter seriously at all. In fact, the girl even asked Shangyuan Bingzu to help her put on a show in which it would appear that she could control ice as well, since Luo Ning always liked Shangyuan Bingzu's skill. At that time, Shangyuan Bingzu had frowned and her heart was discontented, so she was about to scold Luo Ning when suddenly an idea came to her. Then, her frown disappeared in an instant, and with a weird glint in her eyes, she decided to play along with the girl. Therefore, the woman who was unwillingly given the title Ice Princess by the survivors and fighters of the Transcendent faction set a trap using the second activation of her skill Second Order Ice Maker Level 1, in a way that only needed a pinch of her mana to activate. This trap was placed in front of Luo Ning, so that when the girl sent the signal, Shangyuan Bingzu could easily activate it and protect her from the enemies. In the end, everything turned out just as Luo Ning expected. At first, the enemies were indeed surprised to see that she could use ice magic other than summoning magic and agility magic. However, it was here that things got out of control. It was here that Luo Ning learned that the battlefield was no joke, and this was precisely what Shangyuan Bingzu wanted to do. She wanted to let her see Luo Ning and make her experience the cruelty of the world firsthand. She wanted the girl to see that zombies and mutant beasts were not the only enemies she faced, but humans were as well. There were several occasions when Shangyuan Bingzu had to restrain herself from stepping forward and making a move personally, as she knew that the girl's suffering would be over in an instant with a single wave of her hand. However, it was precisely her natural coldness and indifference that allowed Shangyuan Bingzu to reason clearly and negate those emotions of pressure. This little girl. I don't think a girl should be on a battlefield like this one. Shen Mei voiced her opinion in a low voice as she sighed inwardly. She looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and asked, "May I know why you let her continue fighting? Considering how powerful you all are, I don't think you don't have the power to protect her anyway." Shangyuan Bingzu looked at her indifferently, and after a moment of silence said emotionlessly, "When we first met Luo Ning, rice was a luxury food for her, and even though her elder brother worked in the camp militia, which was then led by 4 petty bandits, there were many times when she was not able to eat her fill. When her elder brother left, Luo Ning was always alone in a small house on the outer perimeter of the camp, with a lingering fear of knowing that she might soon lose her only loved one, her only family, and the only person she could rely on to survive. Do you think a girl who watched her parents die before her eyes would willingly let go of the possibility of becoming more powerful?" Shen Mei was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly in her heart and shaking her head. Of course, the girl would not be willing to stand still and wait for death anymore. Our faction is indeed powerful, but most of that power is focused on a handful of soul evolvers. The rest is not that surprising. Shangyuan Bingzu added before turning around to look at the vehicle in the distance and saying, "Luo Ning is yet young and inexperienced, therefore, it will be better for her to learn how this world works early if she doesn't want to leave the battlefield. Neither Bai Zemin, nor I, nor the others will always be there for her. And in such situations, she can only rely on herself." Shen Mei sighed and said quietly, "I see, I understand." During the previous battle, Luo Ning had the opportunity to take the lives of several enemies which, in the end, would have resulted in less burden on her, and thus might have led to a completely different outcome than the current one. She might even have one. However, every time Luo Ning was about to strike the fatal blow, her movements would falter, which gave the enemy time to react, or, as in the last case, she would redirect her attacks to non-vital areas. This was proof that she did not yet dare to take human lives despite the fear she felt, or the knowledge that they were her enemies. Such a thing was not necessarily bad, as it was proof that Luo Ning's heart was still as pure white as the feathers of angels. Unfortunately, this behavior could not be categorized as good either. Without another word and without further explanation, Shangyuan Bingzu slowly walked towards the vehicle. Shen Mei watched her back, and after several seconds followed her closely as she hugged Luo Ning with one arm and held the crocodile-toothed sword with the other. In the interior of the vehicle, the faces of Mayor Bai Yang and his younger sister Bai Wei were pale as cartoon ghosts with no trace of red in them. "Be big brother, that's not Shen Mei. Why is she with the enemy?" Bai Wei stammered in complete terror after seeing the silver-haired woman's power. She had not witnessed Bai Zemin's destructive attacks, so, to Bai Wei, Shangyuan Bingzu was no different from a monster with human skin. Undoubtedly, the most horrendously strong existence she had ever seen. Bai Yang did not respond to his sister Bai Wei's questions. Instead, he just stared at Shen Mei's face for what seemed like an eternity before he finally let out a heavy sigh and plopped down on the back of the back seat of the vehicle. "I see. Now I understand where that uncomfortable feeling from earlier was coming from." Bai Yang sighed again, with a deathly pale face as his lifeless eyes stared at the roof of the vehicle. Never, not even in his wildest dreams, would Bai Yang have expected that the person who would betray him would be Shen Mei. He might expect it from Mo Zan and indeed guarded against him, however. Shen Mei never showed strange behaviors, nor did she prove to be an overly ambitious woman. She seemed comfortable with her place and position. "So that's how things are," Bai Yang smiled bitterly. Since Shen Mei was not ambitious, then it was only natural to try to protect what she had. A person who had already seen all kinds of plots like Bai Yang did not take long to realize what Shen Mei had done. Shangyuan Bingzu arrived next to the vehicle and looked inside through the window. Her eyes were cold as she asked, "You are the former mayor of Baekwon Subdistrict, Bai Yang." Bai Yang looked at her, unable to care less about the great beauty before him, and with a heavy heart said quietly, "I guess that's me. I give up, miss." Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and pointed her finger towards the inside of the vehicle as she said with murderous intent, "We don't accept scum in our group." Bai Yang's eyes widened, and before he could say anything else the frost energy gathered inside the vehicle, freezing everything inside and turning even the driver into ice statues. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 445, Wen Yun and Wen Yan, Anger that Clouds Rationality. Overwhelming silence reigned immediately after Shangyuan Bingzu froze to death everyone inside the vehicle, in which the former mayor of Baekwon Subdistrict and one of the two leaders of Baekwon Camp was traveling. The breeze blowing from the nearby woods contained a slight hint of coldness that was hard to tell if it came from the cool wind, if it came from the ice particles floating in the freezing air, or if it came from the slight murderous intent that surrounded the world as a whole. Why did you kill him?" Shen Mei asked in a state of shock as she looked at Bai Yang with wide eyes. Bai Yang's expression showed no fear in the face of death. In fact, his expression showed that his only emotion in the face of death was surprise and disbelief. It was clear that he never expected that the silver-haired woman who had blocked his path and thwarted his escape would kill him without further ado and regardless of his surrender. From a certain point of view, everything happened so fast that Bai Yang did not even have time to feel pain before his heart stopped and his blood froze inside his veins. On the other hand, Bai Wei's expression showed terror. Her eyes were wide open as she stared in the direction of the window where Shangyuan Bingzu was standing outside. It was just that this terror eternally embodied in her expression was not born out of the fear of death, but rather a fear that had already been creeping in with this whole unfavorable situation for her, as well as the fear of seeing such a powerful enemy blocking the path of escape. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at Shen Mei indifferently and did not answer the question she asked. Instead, she did not give a second glance at the corpses inside the vehicle, and with a wave of her hand accompanied by a soft whisper, several ice spikes were fashioned and then flew towards the various vehicles and their drivers. The drivers of these vehicles were just normal humans working for Bai Yang, so there was no hope for them to avoid the attack of such a powerful and talented soul evolver as Shangyuan Bingzu. Consequently, their fates were sealed from the instant she targeted them. Shangyuan Bingzu's expression was as cold as the ice she created using her mana and magic. She was not perturbed at all at the massacre she was carrying out. From the point of view of many, what she was doing might be evil or even cruel. After all, what Shangyuan Bingzu had just done was to kill the drivers who to some people had nothing to do with the acts committed by Bai Yang. However, from Shangyuan Bingzu's point of view, the accomplices were just as guilty as the ones who carried out the acts, and all excuses were useless in her eyes. As for why Shang Yuan Bingzu was so angry as to carry out such acts, she silently walked to the different trucks and opened the container boxes one by one. Although she found a large number of supplies inside these trucks such as large bags of rice, frozen meat, pure bottled water, milk cartons, cigarette packs, bandages, assorted medicines, soul record treasures, a few forged swords and armor whose rank still needed to be studied as well as some strange plants. None of this was what Shang Yuan Bingzu was looking for, so, although she felt slightly happy at the discovery, she did not stop and continued on. It was in the 9th cargo truck that she found what she was looking for. The doors that kept the box sealed had been reinforced with bones of some unknown creature, and when they opened, what entered Shang Yuan Bingzu's range of vision was initially darkness. When the rays of sunlight did their job of illuminating the interior completely as the doors were pushed sideways, Shang Yuan Bingzu's blue eyes flashed with a hint of pity, but even more so with murderous intent. There, inside the container, were two girls of about 14 years old dressed in clothes that should definitely not be worn by girls of such an age, as this style of clothing was usually worn by belly dancers in ancient times. The two girls were practically identical, and had it not been for the sharp eyes of an evolver soul, even Shang Yuan Bingzu would not have noticed the slight differences between each girl despite considering herself a details-observant woman. Both had ink-black hair that reached halfway down their backs, and the scanty cloth that barely covered their bodies showed that they were slowly beginning to grow properly. However, what attracted Shang Yuan Bingzu's attention the most was the incredibly high fear in the girls' eyes as they looked outward. The fear in those girls' eyes was such that even Shang Yuan Bingzu was shocked, and for a moment even thought that perhaps there was a terrifying monster behind her. However, as she recalled the cruel things these girls probably suffered in their lives during these short 2 months, the shock she felt disappeared, and her usually cold and indifferent heart was filled with pain and regret. On the way here, Shang Yuan Bingzu heard from Shen Mei that these two twin girls had been saved by Bai Yang at some point after the apocalypse broke out. As for the exact timing, Shen Mei had no idea since when she arrived at Baekwin camp, these two girls were already together with Bai Yang. The problem was that inadvertently and perhaps without realizing it, Shen Mei told Shang Yuan Bingzu that these two pretty twins were actually not together with Bai Yang just because they wanted to be, and that it could not really be said that they were saved by Bai Yang in an act of kindness. You two should be Wen Yun and Wen Yan, Shang Yuan Bingzu asked in a tone so soft that it could melt the bones of any man who heard her heavenly voice at that moment. Maybe it was her beauty that was able to lower their defenses and attract good intentions. Maybe it was the softness with which she spoke that contained the power to please anyone. Maybe it was because the girls did not sense malicious intent coming from her, or maybe it was for some other reason. But after hearing Shang Yuan Bingzu's question and looking at her silently for more than 10 seconds, the fear in the eyes of the two girls receded a little. I am Wen Yun, said the girl on the left side in a soft and careful voice as if she was afraid of offending someone. She, unlike her sister, had a small beauty mark under her left eye almost invisible to the naked eye. The other girl said nothing, and simply clenched her sister, Wen Yun's hand tightly, as she looked at Shang Yuan Bingzu cautiously. I see. Shang Yuan Bingzu nodded softly and found herself in a complicated situation as she did not know what to say or do next. To begin with, Shang Yuan Bingzu was never too good with words, and even less so in this kind of situation, as due to the fact that in the past she kept her distance from everyone, and even in the present she kept her distance from the vast majority of people. It became difficult for her to read the atmosphere. The two girls in front of her had suffered abuse that no child should ever experience. They should be attending their first years of high school, enjoying life. But not only was everything destroyed with the arrival of the soul record, but even after losing their parents Wen Yun and Wen Yan lived a life worse than hell at the hands of Bai Yang. It was precisely because Shang Yuan Bingzu learned of the heinous acts committed by the seemingly intelligent and steadfast Bai Yang that she did not even give him time to finish his words or the chance to surrender. How could she let such scum of life continue to pollute the air she breathed? Therefore, she did not even hesitate to freeze him into an eternal ice statue. In fact, if it were possible, Shang Yuan Bingzu would have liked to kill Bai Yang several hundred of times. Unfortunately, due to the current situation, she did not even have time to make him slowly pay back for all the suffering he made these two girls go through. Just when Shang Yuan Bingzu and the two girls were looking at each other silently, one carefully thinking of what to say and the other two with their vigilance up, Shen Mei appeared after leaving Luo Ning resting on the ground and looked at the two girls with complicated eyes. However, what happened next caused things to get completely out of hand. When the two girls saw Shen Mei, it was as if they saw the devil's servant in person. Terror once again appeared in their eyes, and as they held hands tightly, tears immediately began to appear. Wen Yan, it's all good now, we. Shen Mei wanted to say something, but she didn't even have time as she suddenly saw Shangyuan Bingzu turn her body nimbly and strike with her left leg straight towards her head. Shen Mei's expression abruptly changed, and her face turned slightly pale as she realized that the agility of the opponent was so high that even she could not compare at all. Unconsciously, and thanks to her experience, Shen Mei hurriedly raised her right arm to head height in an attempt to block the unexpected attack. But Shen Mei underestimated Shangyuan Bingzu too much. Boom! Shangyuan Bingzu's leg was covered by her treasure boots that reached just below her knees, and when her kick connected with Shen Mei's wrist guard, the explosion caused the air to boom and the ground to crack. Shen Mei felt as if she had been hit by a giant wild beast instead of a human kick. Her head momentarily went blank, and her vision dimmed as her body flew backwards like a kite whose string had been cut. Boom! Her body slammed hard into one of the container trucks, causing the giant vehicle to nearly tip over. Something that would have happened had it not been for the large amount of weight that the modification had added to the natural weight of the truck, plus the contents it was carrying inside. Shen Mei coughed up blood several times, and her arm with which she had tried to block Shangyuan Bingzu's kick was fractured in no less than 3 pieces. If not for her high level as well as the purity of her soul power, that kick alone would have killed her instead of injuring her to such an extent and leaving her brain in a daze. Big Sister Mei. Luo Li, who was hiding in the shadows, cried out in panic. Then, with bloodshot eyes, she pulled out a long sword from her waist and slashed towards Shangyuan Bingzu with the intention of slaughtering her. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes flashed coldly, and with a move that Luo Li could not see at all, she unsheathed her sword and slashed with all her strength in a downward-upward motion. Bang! Luo Li had barely surpassed level 25, so even Luo Ning could beat her if she did well, let alone Shangyuan Bingzu, who had already reached level 46 and could take on enemies above her level easily. When the two swords clashed, Luo Li's sword broke into countless pieces, and the resulting force was enough to break the bones of both her arms into several parts. Her body was sent flying tens of meters before crashing into a house and collapsing part of the wall that received the impact. She never got back on her feet. It was unknown whether she was alive or dead. As the two pretty girls looked on stunned at the scene, Shangyuan Bingzu walked towards Shen Mei and pointed her hand towards her. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3. Chapter 446, Sadness and Heartbroken Crying. As the two pretty girls looked on stunned at the scene, Shangyu and Bingzu walked towards Shen Mei and pointed her hand towards her. As she looked at Shen Mei with cold and dim eyes, frost-like energy began to slowly accumulate in her hand as she used her magic to convert the mana into power and supply that power to her skill. Soon, the air before her began to shimmer with a slight crystalline brilliance, and the dust particles froze, floating like snowflakes around Shangyu and Bingzu and giving her the appearance of a true ice goddess. Perhaps she sensed the danger of imminent death before her. Perhaps it was the abrupt drop in temperature surrounding her. Or perhaps it was just that the dazing effect she had received after her brain was fiercely shaken from being hit so hard. But Shen Mei raised her head to look Shangyu and Bingzu in the eyes. Why are you attacking me? Shen Mei asked in a low voice. She grimaced in pain and her heart sank as she realized that not only had her arm been fractured, but her internal organs had been slightly shaken when her body slammed against the truck protected by shells and bones of mutant beasts, which ended up causing her slightly serious injuries. Recovering from the fractures suffered by her left arm would take Shen Mei at least 3 weeks, and could even take up to 1 month if she did not receive magical treatment, and only depending on her vitality stat. As for the internal injuries, Shen Mei did not know since this was the first time she was in this kind of miserable situation. Let me ask you something. Shangyu and Bingzu ignored Shen Mei's question and inquired, why didn't you do anything despite knowing the situation of these girls? If you dare to lie to me, believe me or not, but our faction has ways to find out thanks to a treasure called Inner Heart Mirror that Bai Zemin possesses. If you lie, I will personally take it upon myself to peel your skin off inch by inch and give you the cruelest death you could ever imagine. Since the apocalypse erupted 2 months ago with the mysterious and sudden appearance of the entity known as Soul Record, this was probably the second time Shangyuan Bingzu had been enraged to the point where she lost the ability to dominate over her emotions. The first time was when she learned that a Beijing University student named Kaio Long was using his back, then newly acquired strength to abuse female students and teachers as well as to kill or enslave male students. Now, the case of the two twin girls surnamed, when had become the second occasion when her murderous intent overpowered her. Shen Mei did not know whether what Shangyuan Bingzu said regarding possessing a treasure capable of debunking people was true or not. But she did not want to risk her luck as she could feel death looming over her with such pressure that it was difficult for her to even breathe after being wounded to such a magnitude. The reason I didn't even do anything is because I simply couldn't do it even if I wanted to, she said, still feeling somewhat dizzy. Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes grew cold, and the frost energy turned into an ice spear that, with a thought on her part as well as a wave of mana, approached Shen Mei's neck. Shen Mei felt the coldness of the ice spear on her neck, and her face turned even paler. A drop of blood slid silently from where the frozen tip touched as if to demonstrate the sharpness and danger posed by the weapon aimed at her. If you think I won't kill you just because Bai Zemin already gave you his word, then let me tell you that you are being too naive. Shangyuan Bingzu sneered in an indifferent voice and pointed out. Forget about me. I'm sure with the affection that man has for helpless children who were not granted the opportunity and time to grow up to be able to fend for themselves, death would be the last thing you would have to worry about if he gets to know about this. As for who that man was, Shen Mei instinctively understood who Shangyuan Bingzu was referring to when she said those words. I'm really not lying, she said, and used her eyes to look Shangyuan Bingzu straight into hers. Although I am indeed strong, one of the soul evolvers who worked for Bai Yang possessed a skill that was useless but served to make no one dare to take these girls away from him. Even the god of the heavens wouldn't do it unless he wanted to cause more harm than good. What skill is that you speak of? Shangyuan Bingzu asked with a frown. I don't know the name of that skill. Shen Mei shook her head without realizing it, causing a grunt of pain to slip out of her mouth. After a moment of silence, she said in a low, pained voice, I only know that if someone moved the two twins more than 1,000 meters away from Bai Yang, they would both experience shuddering pain. I know because I saw it in the past, and you can also ask them if you don't believe me. My estimation is that the skill must be something similar to a seal that is set on the twins with Bai Yang as the key to the seal. Shangyuan Bingzu frowned harder the more she listened. Indeed, just as Shen Mei had said just now, that was a rather useless skill that was of no use in combat nor to save a person's life. However, it was an effective skill to restrain someone. Then why not kill Bai Yang and that soul evolver? Don't tell me you weren't able to do that either. Shangyuan Bingzu pursued. So far, everything Shen Mei had said was reasonable, but this did not mean that she believed her completely. Kill Bai Yang? Sure, that's easy. Shen Mei laughed and coughed up some blood before slowly saying, but do you really think a person like him, who was in the world of politics for so many years, is such a fool? Bai Yang hid that soul evolver somewhere unknown along with 60% of the resources of the whole camp, resources that, by the way, only he and probably his sister Bai Wei know where they are. What Bai Yang had with him this time was nothing more than emergency resources that he had kept for himself in case situations like today's happened. For lack of time and fear of being caught, he had no choice but to abandon all other resources temporarily, and had planned to infiltrate subordinates who had family to slowly move those resources to the place where he would settle later. Unfortunately, he was killed by Shangyuan Bingzu, and with the death of his sister Bai Wei added to the equation, those resources were somewhere unknown within the establishment. Bai Yang had many enemies plotting against him, but in the end none of them dared to make a move. This was because those 60% of supplies that Bai Yang controlled were what mainly kept the camp afloat, and if those foodstuffs disappeared overnight, then chaos would spread everywhere once the survivors discovered the situation. In this apocalyptic world, food was the most valuable resource, and only by having large quantities of food would the survivors behave obediently. Without this food, everyone would starve to death sooner or later, and in fear of having to go out into the outside world in search of food, the wrath of these people would first fall on the base government. Shangyuan Bingzu gritted her teeth, completely frustrated. She waved her hand, and under Shen Mei's relieved eyes the ice spear turned into small ice shards that fell gently to the ground. If Shen Mei killed Bai Yang to save the twins, In the end, she would only be causing harm to them since it was impossible for Shen Mei to carry two girls while carrying Bai Yang's body around. Besides, no one could guarantee that nothing bad would happen to the girls if Bai Yang died, and since that soul evolver was in an unknown place, no one could do more than watch even if they didn't like the sight or just look to the side to pretend nothing was happening. But you don't need to worry, Shen Mei said as she slowly stood up. What do you mean? Shang Yu and Bingzu asked in a dissatisfied voice. She didn't like this woman at all from the first moment she saw her, and her impression of her was only dropping lower and lower. Shen Mei pointed at one of the corpses that had been decapitated by Shang Yu and Bingzu and said in a somewhat weird voice, "That soul evolver was already killed by you before, so I assume the effect of the skill he casted on Wen Yun and Wen Yan should have dissipated by now." Shang Yu and Bingzu followed Shen Mei's eyes and saw the head of a suspicious-looking man looking up to the sky with frozen blood on the bottom. She sighed in her heart and did not give Shen Mei a second glance before walking towards the truck where the twins were. Shen Mei smiled bitterly at the sight. She clearly sensed Shang Yu and Bingzu's enmity towards her, so without saying anything and without waiting for an "I'm sorry" for what had just happened, she walked towards Luo Li to check her condition. Shang Yu and Bingzu looked at the twins, who were staring at her with wide eyes, and said slowly and in a low voice to avoid scaring them, "Wen Yun, Wen Yan. My name is Shang Yu and Bingzu, and I am an evolved human who belongs to an enemy camp to this camp that was previously ruled by the man who harmed you." The eyes of the two twin girls shone faintly as they heard these words, and their fear as well as their wariness towards the beautiful woman in front of them dropped quite a bit as they waited for her next words. "The person named Bai Yang and all of his men were already killed by me and my teammates, so you two no longer need to fear. We will take care of you from now on." Shang Yu and Bingzu paused as she didn't know what else to say before continuing. "This place practically fell completely into the hands of the leader of the group I belong to. Both he and I, as well as the rest of us, follow very strict rules regarding child care. So you girls won't have to worry about experiencing painful experiences like this anymore." Both Wen Yan and Wen Yun stood silently with wide eyes staring at Shang Yu and Bingzu for a long time. Even after almost a full minute, the two girls still did not seem to wake up from the fantasy they thought they were living in. Right, to these girls, what they had just heard was no different from a fairy tale, a beautiful story similar to the ones their parents narrated to them when they were still alive. For Wen Yan and Wen Yun, the arrival of the soul record had been the end of their lives and the beginning of a seemingly endless suffering. Like many others, the two girls suffered, but the suffering they went through, despite not having to worry about food or being eaten by a wild beast or a zombie, was in some ways worse. Deprived of their freedom, deprived of their dignity, deprived of everything that made a human. Many times Wen Yan and Wen Yun secretly thought that it would be better to die than to continue living a hell like the one they lived through every day. However, both girls gritted their teeth and endured. Wen Yan did not do it for her own sake. Wen Yun did not do it for her own sake. Both sisters, apart from sharing similar appearances to the point of being difficult to distinguish, also seemed to share similar feelings and thoughts. While Wen Yan endured for the sake of not leaving her sister, Wen Yun, alone, Wen Yun also endured because she knew that if she left this world her sister, Wen Yan would have to suffer her portion as a consequence of her selfishness. "Be beautiful, big sister," Wen Yun mumbled in her angel-like soft voice. Her eyes shone with hope just like Wen Yan's as she asked in still disbelief, That words you said? We, really?" Shang Yu and Bingzu's heart stung as these two girls found it hard to believe the reality before them, to the point where they could not even utter words properly. How much had they suffered? Neither Shang Yu and Bingzu nor probably any other person would probably be able to imagine. In the end, all Shang Yu and Bingzu could do was nod without another word for fear that her voice would falter in the face of her uncontrolled emotions. Seeing her nod, the two twins finally couldn't take it anymore. All the grievance they felt, all the pain, the hatred in their hearts, the fear that still overwhelmed them, and countless other emotions, finally completely debordered the hearts of the two girls. The place where death reigned had now become sadder with the sharp and heartbroken cries of two beautiful little girls. Even for a cold and indifferent person like Shang Yu and Bingzu, it was hard to bear the urge to burst into tears at the heartbreaking sight. Even now, the two sisters held on to each other as if in fear that one of them would disappear. Even as the tears spilled uncontrollably down their soft faces like those of a newborn baby, they were both unconsciously trying to protect the other. It was the kind of life they had been living since the world changed. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 447 Invasion 1 vs 20 million, Part 1. After about 10 whole minutes, the two twins Wen Yan and Wen Yun finally stopped crying. Seeing how the two girls cried disconsolately for so long without their tears stopping as if their tear glands had an infinite amount, Shang Yuan Bing Zhu could not help but sigh in her heart. Crying for 10 whole minutes and even longer was something that probably many people had experienced in their lives. However, the way Wen Yan and Wen Yun cried those 10 minutes was really agonizing to the point that the two girls choked countless times. To see innocent children who were robbed of the peace and happiness they should rightfully and naturally enjoy crying like that was not exactly pleasant or enjoyable to witness. During those 10 minutes, Shangyu and Bing Zhu saw some armored vehicles moving from the north gate of the camp to the west. The faster ones even drove past them, and some soldiers and soul evolvers came down to help with the situation. So Yijin got charge of these people, Shangyu and Bing Zhu whispered to herself after hearing a soldier's report. A faint, proud smile appeared on her face for an instant before immediately disappearing, causing everyone to think it was nothing more than an illusion. In about half an hour, Wu Yijin had managed to gain some trust and obedience from the soldiers and different troops of the base. Even if she had to use her family's identity for this, belonging to the Wu family was also in a way a privilege that was there to be used in times of need. It was just that Shangyu and Bing Zhu did not understand the reason why a proud person like her childhood friend would use her family's power when in reality she rarely did such a thing. Approximately 1 or 2 minutes later, the troops set off again and began to position themselves in the critical areas for the defense of Baekwin camp on the west gate. Only about a dozen armed men remained behind, and under the command of Shangyu and Bing Zhu, they began to move the rubble of the houses destroyed by the previous battle and to help the survivors who had been buried alive. Although there were some injured, there was nothing too serious, and after hearing that they would even receive food compensation, these survivors even wished they could be reburied alive a second time to get a little more. At that moment, Wen Yun and Wen Yan jumped down from the truck they were in and looked around nervously. The two girls were still frightened of the people, and even more so to see such a large crowd gathered. The survivors had begun to leave their homes, and slowly the news of the defeat of the Baekwin camp army began to spread through the western area of the establishment. These normal survivors were not particularly concerned about who lost or who won the war. From their point of view, it did not matter who the ruler was since they did not have the power to do or change anything. Therefore, all they really cared about was what kind of treatments they would receive now that the government was about to change of hands. After all, regardless of the time or situation, governmental transitions always brought change. The survivors of the Baekwin camp could only hope that these changes would be for the better. At the very least, and given that the other side managed to defeat the camp's armed troops, their strength should naturally be quite superior. Then, the safety of the survivors should increase quite a bit when the two armies joined together. This aspect alone served to leave many satisfied and relieved. The twins saw Shangyu and Bing Zhu standing away from the rest of the people and quickly walked towards her, as at this moment they could only rely on this beautiful elder sister, who had rescued them from the clutches of that demon in human skin named Bai Yang, and who had promised to protect them from today onwards. Shangyu and Bing Zhu immediately sensed the girls, so instead of waiting for them to arrive at her place, she took the initiative to approach as well. Elder sister, Wen Yun didn't quite know what to say, therefore she looked at Shangyu and Bing Zhu with evasive eyes. Wen Yan seemed to be quieter, the type of girl who let herself go. Shangyu and Bing Zhu noticed this from the start as she had not uttered a word so far and simply let her twin speak for her. Shangyu and Bing Zhu was about to say something when suddenly her face changed, and she looked in a different direction. Elder sister. This time it was Wen Yan who spoke, her voice as soft as her sister's but clearly shyer. Seeing the serious expression on the face of the beautiful elder sister who had rescued them, the expression of fear threatened to return to the two girls' faces. Both were still mentally fragile, and from a certain point, it was difficult for them to believe that everything would be all right. Therefore, any slightest change could alter the mood of both of them for the worse. You come here. Shangyu and Bing Zhu pointed to a Blood Spear Legion soul evolver whose level was 23. The man hurriedly approached, which caused Wen Yun and Wen Yan to step back several notches as they hugged each other. "Legion Sub-Leader, do you need anything?" the Soul Evolver asked in a respectful voice. He did not dare to look directly at the woman in front of him for fear of losing himself in her beauty and for fear of being frozen to death. There was a false rumor that had spread within the faction that if you stare at the Ice Princess, then your soul would be frozen forever. Then, there was a second rumor that your heart would be taken away by her, then you could never look at another woman again. This second rumor was quite popular among the soldiers who had seen Shangyuan Bingzu's beauty, since many of them had fallen madly in love with her charm, so they could no longer look at other women. Therefore, the men had a certain fear of falling head over heels for a woman who, regardless of her strength, would never look at them due to her natural indifference, especially so to men. Shangyuan Bingzu did not care what this man was thinking. She simply ordered while pointing at Wen Yun and Wen Yan, "Take care of these girls with the rest of them and wait for orders. Make sure nothing bad happens to them or otherwise you will suffer the consequences." The Soul Evolver looked at the two girls strangely for a moment before looking at Shangyuan Bingzu and nodding. "You understood." He, a Soul Evolver on the verge of evolving to First Order, was downgraded to a babysitter. The man did not know whether he should laugh or whether he should cry over this. However, when Wen Yan and Wen Yun heard Shangyuan Bingzu's words, both of their faces turned pale and they immediately cried out in panic. "No. No." Shangyuan Bingzu looked at them for a moment uncomprehendingly. The male Soul Evolver was also dumbfounded, as he did not know the history of both girls. Therefore he was wondering if he had ever offended them or something. However, Shangyuan Bingzu soon understood what was going on. "Indeed. Beautiful elder sister, let us go with you please," Wen Yun pleaded urgently as she looked at Shangyuan Bingzu with teary eyes. Wen Yan held onto her twin sister's right arm and looked at the Evolver soul cautiously. In fact, she was looking at everyone cautiously, and it seemed that she could only place her trust in the beautiful silver-haired elder sister who had actually rescued them earlier. Shangyuan Bingzu frowned slightly as she realized that a huge headache might be approaching her. It was only natural that with the twins' past experiences, they would not trust anyone and would become attached to her. This distrust was naturally especially higher towards the opposite gender. From a certain point of view, Wen Yan and Wen Yun were similar to Shangyuan Bingzu herself. She looked at Shen Mei, who was resting next to the woman named Luo Li still unconscious. However, the idea of leaving the twins with Shen Mei was soon dismissed by Shangyuan Bingzu. Wen Yan and Wen Yun clearly did not trust and feared Shen Mei regardless of whether she had ever done anything to them or not. Both girls would definitely not want to stay with her, and if they were forced to obey, they might return to their previous state and even completely lose the trust Shangyuan Bingzu had built up. In the end, Shangyuan Bingzu gritted her teeth, and before the two twins could react, she clung onto them by the waist. "Ugh." The two girls shrieked in surprise and were a little frightened at first, but Shangyuan Bingzu's next words calmed them down. "Wen Yan, Wen Yun, I need you to be good and stay quiet. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to leave you here with other people as I have something important to do now." The soft voice in conjunction with the little threat worked wonders as the two twin girls immediately became obedient like little puppies and snuggled into Shangyuan Bingzu's embrace without giving trouble. Shangyuan Bingzu called out a couple of commands, and after giving Shen Mei a meaningful glance, she jumped up vigorously, at the same time raising a thin semicircular ice barrier around her to protect the two girls from the wind pressure since they were both just normal humans. Rising several meters in the blink of an eye, Shangyuan Bingzu ignored the twins' screams and jumped from rooftop to rooftop as she charged swiftly southward. The distance between the north gate and the south gate of the Baekwin camp was approximately 70 kilometers long, so with Shangyuan Bingzu's agility, it wouldn't take her more than a few moments to get there. The closer she got, the louder the sound of explosions became, so she finally confirmed that a battle was raging there. What happened? Shangyuan Bingzu was dumbfounded. Considering that Bai Zemin had headed to the base earlier, and so far there was no sign of him, her first thought was that he was fighting against someone, but she immediately dismissed that thought as in Shangyuan Bingzu's eyes. It was impossible that anyone or anything could contend against someone at Bai Zemin's power level for so long unless a second-order creature appeared, which she believed was not very likely. "Bingzu." A worried and surprised voice sounded from behind her, and when Shangyuan Bingzu looked over her shoulder she got surprised. "Yijin," she muttered under her breath and slowed down to let Wu Yijin catch up. You felt the explosions from the north gate too? She asked once Wu Yijin stood next to her. The two continued to move forward in a southerly direction, but Wu Yijin did not answer her friend's question. Instead, she said in anxious voice words that shocked and worried the Ice Princess a lot. Backslash backslash backslash. Several minutes earlier, while Wu Yijin gained control over the armed and evolved army of the defeated Baequan camp, and while Shangyu and Bingzhu stopped Bai Yang's escape and saved the two twins. Bai Zemin's speed could only be described as monstrous at this point in the apocalypse. If it wasn't for the constant evolution of the world, at this point, and with almost 1,100 points of agility thanks to his treasures, Bai Zemin would have already managed to break the sound barrier long ago. In fact, he could feel an invisible barrier to the naked eye very close, and he was very near to being able to tear it to pieces. All that was missing was a small momentum that Bai Zemin did not know if he would reach with the activation of lightning movement. For him, the travel of about 9,100 kilometers between the ruined city, where the war between the two factions took place, and the central part of Baequan camp took no more than around 15 seconds even without running at full speed for fear of losing too much stamina. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all who give gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 448 Invasion, 1 vs 20 million, Part 2. And now how am I supposed to find this fellow with the surname Jin? Bai Zemin muttered with a frown as he stood at the top of a 7-story building and the tallest in the area. The central area of the camp was undoubtedly the most luxurious in the entire establishment. Bai Zemin could associate the luxurious villas in the area, as well as the police security that had been left behind to protect the relatives of high commanders, soul evolvers, or people of power in general within Camp Baequan. If even in wartime a few dozen armed troops were left behind, it did not require one to be a psychic to realize that the people living there were too important and possessed a certain measure of power. However, Bai Zemin did not care about any of this as soon the vast majority of people who enjoyed undeserved privileges would be stripped of their villas and given an ordinary house at best and a somewhat broken hut at worst. Only by working in a dignified manner could they have a better place to live. After a moment's thought, Bai Zemin activated lightning movement and then put into effect the second activation of the skill. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A thick flash of lightning detached from Bai Zemin's body, and an instant later 3 clones that looked exactly like Bai Zemin appeared before him. All of them even had that indifferent expression that characterized him, with flashes of lightning flickering on their bodies. Disperse. Bai Zemin waved his hand, and the clones nodded before charging at full speed in different directions. Each clone possessed 10% of all of Bai Zemin's natural stats. Simply put, each of the 3 clones he had created with the second activation of the skill lightning movement had 1/10 of Bai Zemin's total agility. Bai Zemin's agility stat, without taking into account the treasure bonus, was currently 970 natural points. This meant that each clone had 97 agility points. While 97 points was an insignificant number in comparison to Bai Zemin's actual power, considering that a newly evolved first-order existence had just over 100 points in its highest stats, then those 97 points could no longer be considered insignificant. I'm practically summoning 3 first-order existences. It really is insane. Bai Zemin forced a smile at the thought of what kind of rarity he was turning into. One needed to remember that a first-order existence could bring doom to a small camp, and only camps with many normal soul evolvers or heavy weaponry could face. Even if Bai Zemin's clones could only fight with their fists and did not have the ability to access his active skills, they had the effect of passive ones. But this was not the scariest thing of all. The scariest thing was that as long as Bai Zemin was willing to invest several stamina points, he could summon a clone infinitely if he did not exceed the limit imposed by the skill. While Bai Zemin was rambling, he was actually paying attention to his clones as well. While it was currently impossible to see what his clones were seeing, it was actually not much different since he could sense what his clones were sensing. After all, lightning movement was his skill, and it was connected to his soul itself, which meant that the clones also had some sort of connection to his soul. Therefore, even though Bai Zemin didn't quite know how the soul worked, he could at least understand that much. One of the clones charged east, one charged west, and the other charged south. Bai Zemin left the northern area free since that was precisely where he came from, and it was absolutely impossible that Commander Jin Shun could have escaped from under his nose. The movement speed of the clones was naturally slower than Bai Zemin's ability to move. Therefore, it took the clones a few minutes to get from the central area to the different areas of the base. The first clone to reach the target ordered by the main body was the clone that went to the east gate. On the way, it found nothing strange, and when it reached the gate, Bai Zemin sent the clone a mental command. The clone climbed the wall, and when it reached the top it looked around but failed to find anything. Once Bai Zemin confirmed that Commander Jin Shun had not fled through the east, he simply cut off the supply of stamina needed to keep the clone standing, which made clone number 1 disappear in an instant amidst the crackling of lightning. Clone number 2 was dissolved by Bai Zemin even before it arrived at the gates of the western area. The reason Bai Zemin did this was because halfway there his clone detected Shangyuan Bingzu's and Shen Mei's auras nearby, so there was no need to continue advancing any further. After all, with Shangyuan Bingzu there, it was absolutely impossible for Jin Shun to slip by without her noticing. There's only clone number 3 left then. Bai Zemin muttered and closed his eyes, focusing his all on the last clone standing. Not long after, the last clone reached the north end of the base, and after a bit of searching found the area where the gates were located. However, Bai Zemin saw something that made his expression change, and without even hesitating, he cut off the clone's stamina supply before launching himself forward like an arrow that had left the bowstring. The ground beneath his feet cracked, making craters several centimeters in diameter, and the air traversed by his moving body blasted out in constant minuscule explosions. In just a few seconds, Bai Zemin reached the north gate and his face turned pale as he surveyed the scene before him. Bang, 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 bang. A team of about 20 people made up of soldiers and soul evolvers was firing continuously using heavy machine guns, assault rifles, and the weapons mounted on modified military vehicles. The soul evolvers were few, only about 3. However, they were all quite fierce as each of them was claiming the lives of their enemies despite the continuous fighting. However, this was not what caught Bai Zemin's attention. What really caught his attention and frightened him were 2 things he had never seen in his entire life. A rift as dark as a wolf's mouth towered above the ground like a giant standing upright. From the ground up to 7 meters high and approximately 100 meters long, the rift released a strange reddish aura that was extremely ominous. The smell of blood coming from that fissure made even the heart of someone like Bai Zemin, who had extinguished millions of lives with his own hands, tremble. This dark rift was the first thing that caught Bai Zemin's attention. However, there was something else that shocked him. From the rift, there were hundreds of humans that came out non-stop one after another. They all had blood-red hair, blood-red eyes, fierce and arrogant expressions, sculpted and muscular bodies, pale white skin. In addition, the men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. The males wore exposed upper bodies and plate mail pants, while the females had leather armor covering their upper bodies, along with leather pants of some unknown creature. Some carried spears, others swords, maces, halberds, daggers, and all manner of melee weapons. Surprisingly, none carried weapons similar to bows or crossbows to deliver ranged attacks. Ha 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 ha, to think we'd find a space rift to leave that damn boring world. A handsome man laughed out loud as he decapitated a soldier. An extremely beautiful woman with fiery red hair like fire decapitated another soldier and completely ignored the bloody wounds the bullets had inflicted on her body. She lunged forward with her spear and was about to swing her weapon to kill her second target when her head suddenly flew into the air. Ha 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 ha, that was my prey, you little bitch. A man standing next to that woman laughed like crazy and after killing her also took it upon himself to take the soldier's life. The battlefield was a mess and Bai Zemin could make out from afar the corpses of several soldiers and soul evolvers who were presumably killed before he got there, which meant that the group of now less than 20 men was larger several minutes ago. Even though the soldiers made stupendous use of firearms and killed thousands of enemies, these human-like beings did not seem to fear death at all as they maintained mad, wild grins as they charged forward speedily, as if they were afraid that the rift they were coming out of would close with them still inside. The enemies quickly began to circle around, and it did not take long for them to overwhelm with their numbers several times greater than the circular formation that the soldiers had formed using the armored vehicles as the first and only defensive line. Therefore, although they tried to retreat, it was impossible for them. As he looked on as his men fell one after another, Commander Jin Shun's face turned pale to the point where his lips turned purple at the loss of blood. Although his heart was beating, his current appearance was no different from that of a dead person. No, A shrill scream attracted Jin Shun's attention, and when he looked in that direction, he was even more horrified to see one of his two strongest soul evolvers being stabbed in the heart by the spear of a young man who looked no more than 16 years old. Seconds later, the other two soul evolvers, including the last man who was previously protecting Jin Shun in the command center, were also killed. After fighting and giving more than their 100% for almost 30 minutes, the stamina of these soul evolvers was depleted to the point that, although it allowed them to continue fighting, it was no longer possible for them to move as at the beginning. Therefore, in a series of carelessness, and with accumulated bloody wounds, their enemies, who did not give them time to breathe, jumped on them like bloodthirsty tigers and pierced their bodies while laughing contentedly. How could this be? How could this happen? Jin Shun muttered with a dazed and terrified expression. Swoosh! Jin Shun was shocked as he watched his headless body while the world around him spun. A second later, everything went black for him. Like this battalion commander who was cruel and decisive finally fell on the battlefield. Perhaps, the only positive thing in his death was the fact that he died fighting, and even if it was not voluntarily, he died while fighting invaders. Ha ha ha, I got the enemy commander's head. The man who killed Jin Shun picked up his head and lifted it up before shaking it several times while sneering. I really don't understand. What race of shit is this? How do they allow such weak trash like this pig to lead them? Ha 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 ha. Then the man crushed Jin Shun's head and took out a small stone the size of a grain of rice, before throwing it into his mouth and chewing on it. Bai Zemin's expression was extremely serious, and seeing this man's action he realized that, even though the existences before him had a human appearance, it was clear from the fact that they were eating soul stones that they were not human. Bai Zemin was not surprised by the fact that Jin Shun had a small soul stone in his head at all. After all, soul stones were the crystallization of the mana and soul power of an existence. Since Jin Shun managed to withstand the initial mana wave, then it was not impossible for him to form a soul stone even if he had not yet evolved. As for how such a process worked, Bai Zemin had no idea. What surprised him was actually that the aura of the man who ate the soul stone really rose. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 449 Invasion, 1 vs 20 million, Part 3. As Lilith had explained to Bai Zemin several weeks ago, soul stones were not to be consumed by any means. Although soul stones could grant the soul evolver of any race a great power boost depending on the quality of the soul stone consumed, the risk was too high. Since the mana contained within the soul stones was mana that could not be controlled by the fleshly body, the soul would suffer the consequences while trying to withstand the assault of foreign mana, and therefore at best the soul would end up damaged, which would consequently weaken the soul evolver for a period of time, corresponding to the severity of the damage the soul received during the process of assimilation and consumption of the soul stone. Then, after knowing all this, one could try to imagine the shock that Bai Zemin felt when he witnessed with his own eyes how the existence in front of him consumed a soul stone as if he was eating a candy. Not only did he not suffer any kind of consequence, but his power actually increased. The most terrifying thing was that it didn't seem to be a temporary power boost that would disappear after a certain time. It seemed to be a boost that was here to stay. Swoosh! While Bai Zemin was shocked by what he had just seen, one of these human-like beings that could even be considered more beautiful than the average human by a wide margin, were it not for how bloodthirsty they were charged at him. By the time Bai Zemin regained his senses, this being was already in the midst of swinging his sword. The ferocious grin on his face and the blood stains from the bloody wounds caused by the shots he received was enough to make anyone freeze in fear. Clang! The man's eyes widened slightly, and a small sound of surprise automatically came out of his mouth. His sword had effectively struck the neck of the small human in front of him. However, the head was not severed as it should be. In fact, there wasn't even a drop of blood coming out of this person's neck. You're just a level 26 piece of trash, but you have the nerve to attack me. I really don't know whether I should call you brave or call you mentally retarded. The otherworldly man looked Bai Zemin in the eyes when he heard the slightly mocking voice, but packed with murderous intent, and froze for an instant. The feeling of death overwhelmed him, and before he could say anything his body began to swell like a balloon receiving pressurized air. Ha ha ha, the man burst out laughing. Interesting, really interesting. His voice sounded strange as his body had swollen to the point where it was hard to associate it with a human-like being. He didn't seem frightened at all, even knowing what his fate would be. Indeed, it's interesting, Bai Zemin sneered. Now go tell the joke to the king of the underworld. Bang! Hot blood splattered everywhere along with pieces of broken organs. Shredded flesh and skin flew into the sky before falling swiftly to the ground with unnaturally terrifying sounds. You have received the soul power of First Order Juseshro level 26. Juseshro? What a shitty name. Bai Zemin spat on the ground and with one hand wiped away the blood covering his face as he said in a low voice, I've got enough trouble already, but more keeps coming. I guess I might as well let loose a little here to show everyone that a pack of rabbits shouldn't bother a lion who just wants to rest in peace. Hadohasa. A beautiful woman laughed like crazy and charged towards Bai Zemin, followed by dozens of others of her fellow rabbits. Interesting. Soul power so pure. Damn soul record, let's see how you suppress us now. You all are too noisy. Bai Zemin frowned and took a step forward. There were about 30 otherworldly existences in front of him. Surprisingly, all of them possessed enough soul power to surpass level 20. Among these beings were even a dozen First Order. Too weak, he muttered after clenching his right fist. Then, as his upper body leaned forward, Bai Zemin strongly pulled his right arm backwards and then fiercely struck forward without holding back in the slightest. Boom! The atmospheric pressure caused by a punch that contained all of Bai Zemin's strength could only be imagined. The air blasted as if a bomb had exploded, and a 10-meter diameter air cannon flew forward at lightning speed. The men and women who emerged from the rift still had fierce smiles on their faces, and the excitement shining in their eyes was impossible to hide. However, a second later, their bodies exploded as if several grenades had been secretly planted inside. Bai Zemin's punch had been so strong and overwhelming that the hot blood turned into a bloody mist. The red mist hovered several inches above the ground, some particles rising into the sky, while others slowly fell towards the earth and tinged the ground with crimson. For an instant the battlefield was silent, but this silence did not last long. These existences seemed incapable of holding a proper conversation, and did not seem to fear death at all, as even despite seeing what a single fist of the enemy before them could do, they still charged forward while bellowing wildly and laughing loudly. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth turned up slightly. Instead of waiting for the enemy to approach, he charged toward them as well and closed the distance of a few hundred meters in an instant. Bai Zemin stopped dead in his tracks right in front of a beautiful woman, beautiful enough to compare to a human woman on the level of Shen Mei. However, his eyes were merciless, and his actions showed how little he cared whether his enemy was a man or a beautiful woman. The woman with hot red hair was a First Order existence level 30. However, in the face of Bai Zemin's agility comparable to that of a peak Second Order existence, this woman did not even manage to see more than a bright flash before her when she suddenly felt a large and powerful hand like metal pincers clinging tightly to her right arm. The beautiful woman's eyes widened in shock as she felt the world around her move at speeds she could not follow with her eyes. Then, she felt as if her body was hitting an incredibly hard wall, followed by overwhelming pain that made her scream and cry. What a useless weapon! Bai Zemin casually tossed the woman's upper body that had been used as a whip to crush the body of another level 25 First Order enemy. Hey, handsome man! Bai Zemin looked with cold eyes in the direction of the voice, calling him only to see a beautiful lady with short bob-style hair, wielding a spear and stabbing straight towards his head. Bai Zemin raised his left hand at lightning speed, and before the woman could be surprised at how he caught her weapon so easily, he snatched the spear from the woman and with a 360-degree spin decapitated her. Rank 1, never mind, Bai Zemin muttered as he twirled and decapitated another First Order existence. Stabbing, punching, piercing, slashing, spinning. The blood-red spear became the hell of the beings coming out of the rift. Bai Zemin's movements were too fast for any of them to see with clarity what was happening, and before they could react they found their heads sliced off or bodies cut in half. The number of enemies was too many, and no matter how many he killed there seemed to be no end to them as they continued to thrill out of that space rift. Bai Zemin was surrounded by a crowd of enemies like locusts jumping into the crops. Even if his agility was high, it was impossible for him not to get hit a few times as a result of the limited space. However, Bai Zemin did not mind at all. Attacks that he judged were not able to break through the defense of his armor or his passive skill silver skin were ignored, and he only focused on blocking and then slaughtering those that had the ability to cause him light injuries. As for serious injuries, there was no one present capable of injuring the current Bai Zemin in such a way. He was like an enraged lion in the midst of a herd of cowardly lambs. Wherever he went, blood spilled and flesh flew. The corpses piled up at lightning speed, and in just 2 minutes the number of enemies Bai Zemin had slain had already exceeded 2,000. The blood began to accumulate, not only forming large puddles on the ground, but also began to condense in the form of mist to form what appeared to be red clouds that rose a couple of meters above the ground. The smell of blood and mutilated flesh was so powerful that just getting within a kilometer of the battlefield would be enough to make a person vomit in disgust. Bai Zemin's all-black armor had been dyed red. Drops of blood slid one after another not only from his armor, but also down his gloves, hair, face, and even his feet. However, far from being disgusted, a big smile on Bai Zemin's face gave him a look that for an instant caused these unknown beings to shudder, because although they did not fear death, they were not stupid enough to casually throw themselves at it. After seeing that the man before them was not at all exhausted even after making sudden and fierce movements, the madness and bravery of these strangers began to waver a little. However, their numbers only increased with time. Far from diminishing, by the time Bai Zemin had killed 5,000, another 7,000 had emerged from the spatial rift that even now showed no signs of closing, and unlike those already on the battlefield, the newcomers who had not seen Bai Zemin's tenacity and ferocity simply laughed happily and charged forward following the thick smell of blood. A circle of death over 200 meters in diameter with Bai Zemin as the center stretched outward. The circle was completely composed of corpses. Those in better condition had been decapitated, and those in worse condition were in an unrecognizable condition as they had been cut into countless pieces. After 5 minutes, Bai Zemin had killed more than 7,000 enemies. However, the tide seemed to have no end as more and more continued to emerge from the rift like endless ants. Among these 7,000 killed enemies, there were surprisingly more than 300 who had already advanced to the First Order. Although fortunately, there was no sign of a second-order existence among the enemy lines, Bai Zemin felt his head go numb. If it wasn't him, and it was any other First-Order existence, they would definitely have been overwhelmed to death by numbers. Even Shangyuan Bing Zhu might not be able to fight so many at the same time, even though her Ice Maker skill was designed for it. 300 First Order. One had to know that even after 2 whole months Bai Zemin had not hunted down so many First Order enemies despite going deep into mutated forests and facing an army of thousands of goblins. I wonder how many soul stones I'll be able to get out of all this. Bai Zemin burst out laughing, and for an instant rationality seemed to have left his gaze. With a large smile that showed his white teeth, he looked more like a blood-red-dyed hell demon than a human, as there was no trace of white showing on his skin. He caught a first-order existence and forcefully thrust the spear he had stolen from the beautiful woman at the beginning of the battle into the chest. The spear broke as the durability seemed to have come to an end. However, Bai Zemin didn't even bother, and instead of releasing the useless metal part, he swung it viciously towards the enemy's head. Bang! You have obtained the soul power of First Order Ungushru level 38. More blood, flesh, and brain matter joined the hellish decoration that the battlefield 2 kilometers south outside the camp had turned into. Boom, 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 boom. Bai Zemin shook his fists fiercely, and explosions echoed everywhere. The enemy corpses could not hold even a single punch, and even without the blows hitting them directly, many were injured and lost limbs just from the shockwave. An area of over 300 meters was soon covered by bloody fog, and the sun's rays had difficulty penetrating the area. The sky seemed to weep tears of blood, and along with the sun's rays, a crimson sunset began to form even though the day was just starting. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3.